This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. After 11 heart-stopping days of action here in Austria, it's ECS finals day. The top 5 teams from the 11 that started this journey doing battle. Can Donnerstadt hold on to their title? This will be the toughest one yet because every team here has what it takes to go all the way. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Austria finals day and it starts right now. Good morning, hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Finals day is here in Austria. 5 teams to battle it out for the trophy. We know that Donnerstadt, the defending champions, they've actually held the trophy all the way since 2020. Nobody's been able to get it off them. But today, I think it's their biggest challenge yet if they are to hold on. Although I will say they did qualify top, albeit on net run rate. So we have the first match of the day coming up now. This is the eliminator. The 2 teams that finished 4th and 5th, they had almost identical records at Salzburg versus Graz Cricket Academy. They played an absolute thriller yesterday. Let's see what happens because there's only room for one of them in the semi-finals. Tyrone Peters is here. He's got the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Graz to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. Ooh. Whoa. And that is a tails.
Tails. Oh, we want to bat first.
They want to bat first.
GCA win the toss and they've elected to bat first. No surprises. These 2 teams did meet yesterday in match number 53 and it was a real thriller. It was GCA 152 defeating Salzburg 150. So once again, GCA have elected to defend a total here. And something about GCA, as a team, they're just a bit more than the sum of their parts. It's hard to define, but they just have this quality. When the chips are down, they seem to be able to rally together and find that magical moment. Seem to be ice cold under pressure, and we saw that with some of their death bowling yesterday. These teams almost had an identical record. Actually, it was GCA yesterday with that win that kept Salzburg out of the top 3. Otherwise, Salzburg would already be in the semi-finals. So these 2 combatants are going to meet again. Really interesting rematch. Salzburg, of course, have been in great form. Their top 4 in particular have been wonderful, but Zahid just pulled out an innings yesterday for the ages. Don't forget Salzburg yesterday, before they lost to GCA, they actually chased 175. It was the equal 6th highest all-time chase on the network. So they had some absolute thrillers yesterday. Maybe for Salzburg as well, maybe some fatigue creeping in at this stage. They only started their campaign on Monday. So this is their 5th day on the trot, potentially playing multiple matches. So it's going to be very, very interesting. A semi-final spot against the defending champions. Donnerstadt is at stake. Let's talk weather. A little bit milder today. I know the wind picked up a little bit more yesterday. The breeze typically is kind of left to right on your screen, which will assist in swing bowling, also assist the right-handers hitting down the ground and to the leg side. I will say right now it's about 20 degrees to get going and we're expecting about 27. So it's going to be a little bit cooler, maybe a bit more pleasant for the players than we've had throughout this 2 weeks. Rico Full is standing by. Well, happy Peacock Friday to you as well, and I hope you have an awesome day. Hopefully you're feeling bright and breezy at home as well. Can't wait for finals day to start, and it's going to start with a doozy of a game. It's going to be Salzburg versus GCA. GCA batting first once again, just like yesterday. Let's see if it ends like yesterday. Over to you, Rico. Let's get ready for the start of ECS Austria finals day.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to finals day. And of course, happy Peacock Friday. The first match today, Salzburg up against Graz Cricket Academy, is going to be a humdinger. It's a repeat of a match we saw yesterday, which featured 302 runs. But before we go on to that, let's take a look back at what I missed here yesterday while I was walking around the beautiful city of Austria. Graz Cricket Academy took on Shari Punjab Vienna, and the Cricket Academy held on to a win, 132 for 5. Shari Punjab of Vienna, well, they'd be disappointed to lose that one because they knew that a win there would keep their hopes alive of being here today. It was a win by 21 runs for the Graz Cricket Academy. Hamid Safi, 2 for 10, was the player of the match. Next up was Cricketer CC against Salzburg. This was expected to be a great match, and what a match it was indeed. It was a win by 7 wickets for Salzburg with 2 balls to go. Cricket CC 174 for 3. Well, Bilal Zalmi, their captain, and Kogani thought that they probably have won the match for their side, putting that amount of runs on the board, but it was not to be. We saw a joint 6th highest run chase on the European Cricket Network as Zahid Khan from nowhere found form with the bat, smacked 71 not out to give his team that win. What a match that was. Graz Cricket Academy were back in action against Salzburg, and this time they were able to hold on to a win, 152 for 8. And Salzburg, well, they couldn't quite get there, needed 15 off the last, fell short by 2 runs, and it was Miman Mamand with a half century that gave his team a win, player of the match performance. So that's the match, of course, that we're going to see first up this morning as well. So I can't wait for those two to go head-to-head against Sherry Punjab of Vienna. 132 wasn't quite enough against Cricketer CC. And Hitullah Kogani, 3 for 15, showed his pace and got his radar switched on in that match. He's going to be an important player, I feel, here today. So a win for cricketers by 6 wickets with 18 balls to go. Then it was Sherry Punjab against the Daredevils was the final match. And Sherry Punjab of Vienna, 156 for 5. They were able to hold on for a win this time. Mirza Ashan, who's only played a few matches, and I missed him yesterday, but we know he's a big player. 62-20 player of the match performance, getting his team a win by 17 runs. And that meant we have a quick look now at the standings that come up. So you can see the teams that made it. I told you, Sherry Punjab, they missed out on a few, which meant they would miss out. So do Indian CC Vienna. So there's our top 5. Donnerstad finishing top on net run rate. So that means that they don't have to play the eliminator or the tricky first semi-final. And then, of course, the cricketers CC Vienna, CC Salzburg, and Graz Cricket Academy are the other 4 that make it through. So 5 teams will do battle here today. And we will start off, of course, with the repeat of that 152 to 150 match yesterday, which was won by Graz Cricket Academy. So Salzburg taking on Graz Cricket Academy. Both teams with a 7-3 record. So here we go. Welcome to finals day. After 1,541 runs being scored, quite incredible. And the number of sixes, 1,269, 531 wickets have fallen. We've had some exciting days of cricket, 11 in total. And now it comes down to this match number 56, which is an eliminator for one of these two teams. One will continue. It's going to be a tough one because the winner of this, of course, goes on and plays in the second semi-final against Donnerstad. So it doesn't get easier. But who's going to end up holding the nerve, I think, in this match? Salzburg are the favourites, 67% to 33. And quite surprising, bearing in mind that they did get beaten yesterday by the Graz Cricket Academy. The toss news you saw there magnificently done by Tyrone Peters, the Graz Cricket Academy, electing to have a bat first. Umpires are ready, and umpire Arvind and Santosh are the 2 men in the middle, and Rajinder is the 3rd. Scorers will say, let's play, and let's see the battle of bat versus ball. Match number 1 on finals day. Good morning to everybody tuning in around the world. Namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal, and vanakkam. Here's the first. And we're going to start finals day with a wide. The wide ball to start. That gives me a chance to say good morning and happy Peacock Friday to some of the early birds. Hello to Christopher Ward, Rob Thompson. Who else we got in there? John is there as well. Hello, John. Hope you're well. Probably tucking into a bit of breakfast at the moment. Hello, Holly. Next one is going to be okay. Dot ball. Bit of effort in that one from Sajad Shinwari. Ivan is there. So hello, Ivan. Hope you well. Even Vinny Sandy was doing a little bit of lurking, wishing everybody a happy Peacock Friday. And well, it's Peacock Friday, so you might as well say happy Peacock Friday to Nish as well. I'm sure he's tuning in with a Peacock Friday shirt somewhere. Good heavy ball again, keeping him on the back foot. So Vikram Chowdhury is out there with Akshay Wag. I think, for me, somebody like Akshay could be a key player for each side here. I think he's made some good all-round performances. He's a very good all-rounder. And left-hander could be his advantage. Asking the question, and he's been given. He's walking. He is walking to Chowdhury. Sees wide get past him. Then he sees 3 balls go past him. Good, heavy length deliveries. These are coming into him as well. I think when we see that from the other angle, comes in. He knows he touches it, and he's on his way. So the first wicket on finals day is going to be the wicket of Chowdhury. Vikram will go for a 3-ball duck. And it is Peacock Friday. And there's nothing better than Peacock Friday to see the Peacock Friday Derek. Let's see that delivery again there from Sajjad. A lovely ball. Comes back in. Catches the edge. And there's Peacock Derek. Looking splendid. Good news, of course, for Salzburg, but not so good for Graz, as one of the openers departs without scoring. The 3-ball duck. I think that hurts you more than anything else, the fact that it's 3 balls. Well, that's what you want to be doing. Get out there and get going. And Shawat Durrani starts with a Maximo, the first of many in the day, I'm sure, as that one gets clombered away. And that's the 1,270th Maximo of this series. Quite incredible. We're still, as we were from day one, going at an average of 12 per innings. That's crazy. It's crazy numbers here in Austria, Seabarn Cricket Ground. So smashed away. Good morning to Dave. Dave says hello to everyone. Yeah, great start this morning on the chat. I have to say the chat's been absolutely marvellous here in Austria. Plenty of you tuning in and enjoying the action. That's hit well and great stop. He's just amazing. He really is. And that again is Imran Asif, of course. 150 he scored the other day. But Imran, I said this the very first time he stepped on the field of play. And I said, keep an eye on Imran Asif because he's a gun in the field. And there he is there, making an incredible stop. Gets down, makes the stop. Just a single taken. So Durrani, a 6 and a single. Means that we're going to see now Akshay Wahag for the first time. And I just think he could have if he has a good day here, I think Graz Cricket Academy could do well. He's a key player, the left-hander. And look how the bowler's trying to, along with Imran Asif, Sajjad, Shinwari, trying to set the right field to the left-hander. Taking their time to get it right. So they've sort of, you can see they've got a backward point on the boundary point, and also you've got like a fly slip in place. And he bowls in the right areas as well, so that's good. I mean, I know he started with that, with the wide, but hasn't he finished the over well? What a good start. Even though there was one that crunched away before Durrani for 6, Sajjad Shinwari only conceding the 9. 9 for 1 at the end of the first. And there's some of those numbers. Thank you very much to Ravi, our stats gun, for providing these. So you can see coming up to 1,500 and over 15,000, actually 15,500 runs. Number of 6s, well, we've now gone past the 1,270. Wickets falling, but it's the run rate here. Look at that, 14.5. So we are just behind Spain at the moment. Spain, of course, 14.6. It's been quite incredible. And today, all right, normally, I will say this, normally on finals day, when you get the top teams together, you see the runs go down slightly because you got a lot of tension, you got a lot of nerves, and obviously you got the best teams and the best players out there. So let's see how that goes today. So we're going to miss. Good delivery. Yes, that is now time for Sajima. Starts with a dot. Okay, miscue, but there's a player out there. Should be straight down his throat, and it will be. So Akshay Wag, they set him up good, don't they? They've sussed him out perfectly. They got the field right. They got the ball in the right areas. They knew where he would want to go. He doesn't get this out the middle of the bat, and the catch has been taken. So Salzburg have picked up a second crucial wicket, and it's the wicket of the left-hander. A man that I was saying, if he goes well here today, Graz Cricket Academy could go well. But he's taken there by Zahid Khan, who was, well, what about he's not yesterday, by the way. Came from nowhere. But Sachima gets another. And the dangerous Akshay Wag will go just for one of 3 deliveries. You can hear Salzburg there. Shaba, Shaba, Shaba. Good start, but it's only a start. Yep, they're switched on. They know that they've still got more work to do here. New batter comes out, and it's Bharat Gowda, somebody we've seen opening at times. Coming in at number 4, probably coming in earlier than he expected with the score 9 for 2. Just 8 balls have been bowled in the innings. That's a good delivery. It's one of those little teasers for the new batter. He's going out there. He's obviously got some nerves, does Gowda. He gets that one outside the off, and in his mind he's thinking, all right, got to play at this really, but at the same time he doesn't want to give his wicket away cheaply. Like in the field, that's been set here once again. And bowlers so far have been getting the ball in the right areas. Credit to them. And that is going to just get away. Well, I say just get away. He does it marvellously well, Aqib Iqbal. He's the man to have out there, isn't he? He's very nimble, he's very fit, he's very athletic. And this one, I thought it was going to get under him, but look at the dive there. That is tremendous awareness and great fielding. Just keeps it to a couple. Excellent bit of work there from Aqib. Aqib, well, he's a man that we've seen bandaged up many a time. And you can see why, because he throws himself around in the field. Makes a good stop. Gowda gets a couple for his efforts. Well bowled, no run. This time full and straight. And being very impressed with the start from the 2 bowlers here. Shinwari, after a loosener, was on the money straight away. And then Sachima here as well. They've got the bowling right. Sachima, I think, somebody we saw him bowling. I mean, he didn't even come on first change. We saw him bowling towards the end of the innings, but I think they've liked him. He's done things. He's bowled that heavy delivery. He's got the ball in the right areas, and now they're preferring him ahead of the likes of Aqib Iqbal. Aqib himself's been a bit expensive. Oh, he gets a hand to it, but just can't rein it in. A great effort there from the fielder. That's Hashan Yusuf. Wouldn't he have loved to have held on to that? I mean, he's a little bit shorter than 1 or 2 of the others out there. And he does so well to get off the air, but he just can't get this to stick. But you get the feeling he certainly saved a couple of runs, and maybe even a boundary there. The over comes to an end. They'll get 1 from that. It's 12 for 2. It's a bit of a cagey start. I know I told you, viewers, that I took a walk around Austria yesterday. So have a look at those tables we saw earlier. And one thing that I was reminded of very quickly, that most Austrians are very tall. And I bet you there, Hashan Yusuf wished that he was as tall as some of his countrymen. Well, one man who's pretty tall joins me back in the cube is Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, it depends who you're marking me against. But, if I lived 1,000 years ago, I'd be very tall. Anyway, how about this start from Salzburg? Couple of early wickets, 2 dangerous hitters gone. Chowdhury, another duck for him. Not in the plans. Varg, key hitter, he's gone. Still, Girani started well. Gowda faces up. It's good location from Aqib Iqbal first up. And I want to say hello to everyone in the chat as well. He's already said good morning to me. And Dave B's in there, Johnny Heesum's in there, Martin's in there, I can see that. We have Was from South Africa in there as well. I saw a student. He's in there, maybe a student of the game. The champ watching from Tanzania. I've got to tell you, keep you up to date with something that happened last night, actually, Rico. Good ball here from Iqbal. Good length. He's tried to go full. I think it's a conscious strategy that he's got. And then he's got that slower ball, which has befuddled many a batter. So, firstly, I hope you had a good day off. Maybe we'll see what you got up to. But also, we had 2 cracking games in particular last night involving Salzburg. We had that crazy 175 chase.
Launched. Has it got the distance? And yeah, it has. Gets over the rope, goes all the way. So Gowda brings up his first boundary. Just a good pickup. I think he's just anticipated where this ball is going to be, and he reads it right. He gets it right, gets plenty of it. It's going to be 6 more.
Yeah, nice shot by Gowda. Need a spark, don't they, GCA, to get him going. They've got a way, though, I said this before the game, that they find a way to get back in matches, even when things aren't particularly going their way. So let's see if they can do it this morning. They'll need to.
The same catch, but that's gone way beyond the fielder. That's a good shot. And once again, just gets a little bit of width there. It's a similar delivery to one that Gowda has left or played and missed that before, but this time gets his feet into play, gets under it, and crunches it over the offside boundary. He'll get 6 more, you know.
Good option. It was really windy yesterday, and there was a huge wind left to right. Now, there's a little bit of that this morning, but right now it's pretty calm. So you've got value both sides of the field. But I was going to say, we had that crazy 175 chase. Then we had these 2 playing, and they were only separated by 2 runs. Getting really dramatic finish. That's why I'm loving this rematch today. But last game of the day, some of the viewers have asked if we can do the sweep for the viewer sweep for the ECC. So I said that's something I'll organise the next few days. If you'd like to get involved, and how it works is you'll just get allocated a country at random for you to cheer for in the Euros coming up.
Now this one's a miscue, but third has been moved from there. They moved third in. And I bet Akib wished that they had it. And of course, he's been patrolling that area when he's not bowling. It's interesting why they choose to elect to have the third back for some bowlers and not others. What's your thinking behind that?
Yeah,
why do teams do that?
It depends on how badly you need someone somewhere else, I think, partly. So if you've only got 2 outfielders. Well, now you can have 5 because that's the end of the power play. 31 for 2 after 3. So, yeah, and it's a bit of a lottery. I think it's a good fielding position most of the time, even if it means you're mid-offs up. I mean, I'd much rather have a guy drill a 6 over mid-off or have to take on the mid-off than get away with nicking 4s and 6s. But anyway, there's only so much you can do as a captain in this format. We know that by now. Hello to Kroom. Happy Peacock Friday, everyone. Happy Peacock Friday. Rico, and yeah, as mentioned already by a couple of people, I've gone a bit of a new pineapple number. I'm not trying to make any huge statements. I'm just saying I like pineapples.
Yeah, but not on your pizza, as we know that you said
that's true.
in a video that we did in Rome. That would have been quite fitting, actually, in Rome when we made that video. I notice your pineapples are all the right way up as well, so you're not trying to send any messages to anyone?
Depends. Could wear it upside down.
It's a good hit, and that's going to get over long on. That will go all the way as well. So Gowda, once he's found the middle of that bat, is keeping it nice and warm as he crunches another one that goes all the way. Well, that is sweeter than a bowl of Rasmalai. As Ashin Yusuf, the spinner, goes for a 6 of his very first ball.
Yeah, it's a fraction short. Pounced on by Gowda. Dave saying, I'm not pretty tall in stature, but huge in cricket. It's nice of you to say, Dave. Dave is quite tall, you know. I mean, I'm basically 6 foot, which in some people think it's tall, some people think it's not these days. Depends where I go. You go to Netherlands, and you've got all the girls are head taller than me there. But yeah, it depends. I think it's about average these days.
Goes for it, gets the height. Does he get the distance? He does. Bharat Gowda has now got going well. He's on a mission. He's looking to catch up, put his team in front here. There's another good big 6 there from Gowda. And that's another Maximo who gets this well. Just really backs himself, gets a good hit on the ball. That's now 4 6s. Tries to guide this away. Interesting. We've mentioned about the number of 6s, Vinny, in this series. And so far, all the boundaries, 6 of them, all been 6s, no 4s.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? Also shows the ground fielding's been pretty good so far.
cut off a really good one. Bowled. Yusuf's so clever.
Yeah.
I think whenever I see him bowl, we've seen him have a lot of success as well at the Cardimer Oval. Maybe captain the Austrian Cricket Tigers there. Also seen him playing for Austria a fair bit.
Yeah, I always remember him at the Cardimer Oval when he got those Yorkers in. He was knocking the pegs over, wasn't he? As he sort of go to ball. And he's very quick in learning where a batter likes it. So after Gowda has hit those 2 big sixes, he's also, so when you think of that over, all right, 2 big sixes, but the rest all dots, because Hassan Yusuf said, right, I know where you like it, but I know where you don't like it, and he keeps it there to finish the over. 43 for 2 after 4.
And 12, still a decent over, I think, if you're a bowler in this format. We know the average rate's been kind of 14.5 and over. It's quite crazy how much it's jumped here. I think partly it's the field being so fast as well, but there's something about these Austrian bats. And I know we've seen now at 14.6 on par with Barcelona. But Barcelona, the pitch is so flat.
Yeah.
So flat. But here, it's not. It's kind of your typical pitch, bit in it for the bowlers, bit of bounce, bit of extra bounce now and then. Next thing here, they're going for Imran Asif. Hasn't bowled too much in the series, but he's going to get over number 5.
Yeah, Asif takes the ball. You're right. I don't think I've seen him bowl yet. I know he had a little spell yesterday. But first time I'm seeing him on a Asif with the ball.
Took a week yesterday. He is an all-rounder, really. I just think, given the amount of bowlers they've got, often doesn't really get a run. But here he is, bowling to Durrani.
A bit of an inside edge, but fortunately for Salzburg, it goes to the fielder who's being patrolled there on the backward square leg boundary. So the field here, behind square, then you've got a sort of semi-square leg stroke midfield boundary person, as well as long on. Akib Iqbal is long off, and then it looks like Ranjit Singh is in that deep extra cover area. Mind you, he's being moved around a bit, so it's more of a sweeper now on the offside.
Durrani has hardly had the strike, actually. He started with a bang.
Well, talk about a bang. That's been banged pretty well, and it's Gowda who gets another one away. And this is the first one that goes deep into the sunflower field. What a lovely pickup that is. Boom. Shaka Lagia.
Incredibly good timing there. One hand comes off the bat. It's a bit like a golf swing, but sideways, wasn't it? It's a very good bit of timing from Gowda, who's playing out of his skin here, trying to keep his team in the contest.
That's beautifully picked up, goes into that field. And, well, we know that that field is full of all kinds of animals and creepy crawlies. I wonder who's in there this morning. Well, early morning time for the zebras. So zebras in the mist. Well, zebra, another one coming. Gallop out the way of this one, because that's another one right into the field, which is harbouring a few zebras first thing this morning.
How about that? I mean, rinse and repeat. Gowda might as well put his right hand in his pocket. How about this again? Bang. Just gets the contact. The Sif's giving him some length to work with. Needs to give him something different. I mean, there's a chance that could go straight up in the air, but right now, Gowda's seeing him like a football. It's 40 off 17.
Yeah, another big one right in that field. Well, there were zebras in there. They're probably out of there now, saying, we're getting out of the firing line. This is not a safe place to be.
They just have a knack of getting out of tight spots. Graz Cricket Academy. It's incredible.
Right, now this one is going to be a bit lucky. It could be a Baximo. It is. It's the old Baximo. So Gowda just keeps on pumping it as he's made to swivel on the short one, but he's not shying away from it. He gets a fair bit of this, and that will also go for 6.
Right now, Imran's tasting a bit of his own medicine, isn't he, really? That's quite an interesting shot as well. He had the length to work with, tries to whip away, but if there's any top edge on that, we know it flies behind the wicket. Gowda to 46 out of the 62 scored so far. He's batting number 4. There's 4 more. It's 4. It's going to be just whipped away. So he does get the kind of length right, I think, but he gets the line wrong this time. And 50 for Gowda. What a start to him on finals days, playing GCA back into contention.
Yeah, great hitting. And I like the way that he's gone out there and just thought, you know what, we are in a spot of bother. There's only one way to get out of it, and let's go out and play some shots. And what shots he's played, 50 of 19. Exceptional batting from Gowda.
Oh, well. He scored 50 before halfway. It's always an interesting indicator. Can he keep going with it? I mean, it's obviously more than a fluke. And he stuck around this long. I love those those sweeps, kind of sweeping faster bowlers. The strange follow through with a bottom hand coming off, but hey, it's working for him. Asif's gone magical. Last ball of the 5th coming up. Putting the deep backward square back. Still no fine leg though. That's back. He's controlling the game now, isn't he, Gowda? He feels, I'm hot. I'm just going to try and ride this run as long as I can. He keeps the strike. 51 for him. And GCA 67 for 2 after 5. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Rico Full with me. Happy Peacock Friday.
Happy Peacock Friday, yeah. I mean, come on, get a bit closer. Let people see the detail.
I'm sure you can see this from a while away.
Yeah, that's not, I like it.
On the pineapples.
Pineapples, very nice.
Tell us about your day off. Did you have a good
I
time?
had a very good day off. I didn't do as much walking as I did on my first day, but I knew specifically where I wanted to go. Went out to one of the cathedrals that have right in the centre, and around that was a lot of coffee shops. And there was one particular I wanted to try, which was the oldest coffee shop in Austria.
Wow.
Went there, had a nice coffee, had
That's
some
cool.
lunch there as well. Yeah, wonderful. Great day.
Awesome. Hey, just a reminder, everyone, 17 days to go until the ECC. If you'd like to be involved in our Superfan Sweep, then just let us know in the chat. We've already got, I think we've already got about 96 or 100 people. So it's getting out of control. But we're trying our best to involve everyone that wants to be involved. And we'll do that this weekend. Let's get back to the action now. And it's going to be Chima to bowl.
It's a good delivery, but probably going down. Yeah, you can see very little excitement from the wicket keeper. Normally, if you go by the keeper, it gives you an idea, but hardly anything there from the captain, Bashar Ali. So that one is, you can see Ahmad Chowdhury's down there, but no real big appeal.
Yeah, I think it was certainly beaten for pace.
So they do go back to Chima, and I think this is because they need this wicket sooner than later. Chima, good delivery. That's what he was in his first over. It's just the length that the batters are finding difficult to get away, and he's keeping it below and under the shoulder as well. I mean, he's a tall man. We were talking about tall men, and Chima is tall, and he uses all of that height to get that ball at a good but uncomfortable height for the batters. Good start from him. Right, miscue, but has he got enough of this? This is coming our way, you know. Watch out for it. He just hits the deck and slows up. But it wasn't quite out of the middle, but still, it's got so much power as Durrani that he gets it away. Hasn't had a lot of the strike, actually. That was only ball number 7 that he faces. And there was Imran. He was telling us to be prepared for impact, but he didn't quite have the legs to come in on this occasion. Okay, just went a little bit fuller, did Chima. We were looking to bring this back a bit more, or even get that Yorker in. He goes for the slower ball. He gets hit well. Will he get past the field? Not past Imran Asif, who does the right thing. Good technique from Imran Asif. A lot of fielders would try to either take this one-handedly, but you can see here, Mr. Genuine like a tennis player. Just hits the ball back in play and then tidies up afterwards. It's a nice work. Two batters have a little chat. I suppose that's probably Durrani telling Gowda what's to expect. Now let me take the single. Gowda looking to keep the acceleration going, and he will with that one. He just knows it's coming. He just knows it's coming. He reads it so well, and he's onto that like a flash. It's another Maximo for Gowda. Wow, isn't he on form? That's 8 sixes and 1 4. Brilliant shot.
When you're hot, you're hot. You can't get much hotter than he is right now. How long can he ride this wave? 82 for 2. Expected score up to 136. Actual rate they're going is 145 pace. And it was 152 to 150 yesterday between these two teams.
Well, I'm seeing free hit being signalled, so that must have been the second one in the over.
Was it above shoulder?
Well, there's definitely the free hit signal there from the umpire. So that was a 7-up. So the first 7-up, so he must have had one earlier in the over, which was the one, and that's the second. So free hit has been signaled. Here we go, the license to go the full Monty now, Gowda. Not that he needs one. And it's going to be a hard chase. Fielder's got to get down and does very well. Gets down, gets his hands to it, doesn't let it get past, otherwise that would have been another boundary. Just a single this time. And I think with this ball to come, Durrani will just be looking to hit this one out of the park and keep Gowda on strike for the next over. So Chima coming back so far hasn't done the damage. 16 have come off the over with a ball to go. Can he get one more here? Can he break this partnership? Well, the answer is no. Now, where's this one going? This one's definitely coming in here. And it gets stopped by Dan Oro's. It's another big hit. Oh, what a hit this is. The pickup, extraordinary.
Goes off the rails a bit for Chima. It started so well, but that over, still going actually. It's worth, no, that'll be the end of the over. So it's going to be 28 off the over. 89 for 2 after 6. So 22 off the over, pardon me. The no ball was for front foot no ball, so it wasn't for a second bouncer. It was for overstepping. So that hurts. He has had the odd problem with that. Assad getting the feet right. Costly.
46 off the last 2 overs. So the overs went 9, 3, 19, 12, and then, well, they went big, didn't they? 24 and 22, which takes the score now to just that one short of the 90. So they need something to happen here. And well, it looks like they're going to Umar Tariq, who's been a little bit of all sorts. Majority of the time, he's been pretty expensive. So it's a little bit of a gamble here. You got Umar Tariq, and they could have gone back to a key big ball, I suppose. Here, could have gone back to some more of the spin, which wouldn't have been a bad idea. I think just go get with a bit more spin from Hassan Yusuf, because you're looking to break this partnership. But Umar Tariq, he will vary it around, and I think they're wanting him to get the slow balls in here. That's picked beautifully up in the air. Gear. Shaka-lagia. The batters are hungry this morning. They're hungry for sixes, and they are chewing them up. That's another one that is out of the middle of Gowda. Gowda is on a mission here. 64 of 24. Are we going to get off to an explosive start to finals day? Gowda, well, you know what he's eyeing up.
Salzburg still ahead, but only just.
This is going to get through the gap off third and point. It's going to be 4 more, and at the moment is Graz Cricket Academy that are making all the noise. It didn't start well, though, of course. They lost those early wickets, but after that they fought back. Yeah, it was 1 for 1 at 9 for 2. So what a partnership this has been. 90 runs put on by this pair.
And Gowda has actually played some cricket also for Zagreb Assassins in Croatia. Maybe played back in the 2022 ECS. This is his second ECN 50 ever. It's his 24th match. And his only other 50 was a 50 not out versus Ljubljana. So it's his first 50 in ECS Austria. And of course now this 69 is his highest score ever on ECN. What a time to do it.
What a time to do it in this eliminator. One of these teams carry on. The other we say goodbye to. Who will it be? Well, right now, if Salzburg can't break this partnership, which is going at a good momentum, then they're going to be chasing probably around that 140, maybe 150 here. Very similar sort of scores to a match these two played out yesterday. Match number 53. Gone. Full straight. And gets it through the gap. Durrani will go. He's trying to work this away on the leg side. So Umar Tariq, the variations of pace do the difference. It's a slightly slow delivery. Gets this to swing in. He gets Durrani to play a little bit earlier. So the partnership comes to an end. And it is Umar Tariq that gets a breakthrough.
Yeah, I think Tariq's been going for that block hole, but he just missed by a little bit a couple of times and got punished. Durrani Funny old innings because he actually looked pretty good, but he hardly faced the ball while he was there. And he actually batted above Gowda. And Gowda's faced 26 balls. Girani, that's only the 9th he faces. And it knocks him over, out for 27. 4 Maximos in there. 100 for 3. The partnership broken at 91. But certainly, say Girani leaves the field with his team in a lot better shape than when he entered.
For sure, yeah, a 91-run partnership. My mind hits his first one into the deck. It's a semi-stop by Yusuf. They'll take the single. Not a bad guy to come in.
Yeah.
Who scored 55 of 16 yesterday. So let's see if he. And the question is now, it's about going straight away. And if you can't, it's about keeping Gowda going. Oh, gets done by the. Trouble. We'll be gone here, surely. Oh, he hasn't taken it. I reckon it could have been released a little bit quicker to the bowler, and Tariq, when he does get it, I think, if I'm honest, I think the batter would have actually got back.
I think if he gets it, he's going to have to throw because he didn't have that much time. But I think this is Gowda just saying, look, Moman, you knew you're dispensable. I don't want to risk getting one out right now. Bit of a mess up from both teams there, if I'm completely honest. 101 for 3 after 7. Let's have a look at finals day action and the program. So Salzburg taking on GCA right here. These teams finished 4th and 5th respectively. And the winner will go into the semi-final. Of course, next one's going to be a good one, isn't it? Vienna CC versus Cricketers CC.
Well, the 2 teams that started this series off, and they provided us with a sensational start. And if you need reminding, it was match number 1, Vienna CC, 196. Cricketer CC, 160. There were 356 runs scored between those two back on match day 1. And these two, well, they scored a 302 yesterday. And the way it's going at the moment, it could be a very similar sort of thing if Salzburg are to go on and win this match. They're going to be chasing a few. But that last over from Tariq, 12, and the wicket. And now it's Momand who's on strike. So this is where Aqib Iqbal will be looking to just win the over. That's a nice looking shot. There is a fielder there. Takes it on the bounce. Just a single. I think Momand, that's his role at the moment. If he's not hitting a boundary, he's getting the strike to Gowda. So Gowda now looking to continue his assault. He'll be really looking to go after Aqib. Aqib, he's bowlers of batters, I should say, have taken a liking to it, but I just think we haven't seen as many variations from him. But seeing them, though, bowling a few more of those slower balls here today. And that one's not slow. It's quick. It's high up in the air. Can anybody get there? Aqib is after it himself, and does extremely well to get there before the fielders on the boundary, which have to question what the fielder on the boundary is doing, to be honest.
Well, it's kind of into the gap between the outfielders, but Aqib, well, he might have a future in sprinting. He really haired after that and got so close to it. If he could have pulled that off, that might have been another catch of the season contender. But Gowda gets a bit lucky there, moves into the 70s. Can Gowda keep this rolling for GCA?
That's hit pretty well and going into a safe area. And in fact, it will go all the way over, just bounces before the boundary. And one bounce and into the field is going to be 6 runs. Once again, I think Gowda, what he's done particularly well, especially with these slightly shorter deliveries, he's picked the length amazingly. And he's got into position so early to play the shot. His timing and his eye has been brilliant here today.
Yeah, it really has. Has hit across the line, like trusted the bounce in this pitch, but he used the pace, used that bottom hand a lot, flicking across. 77 walking sticks, but GCA fans don't want Gowda going anywhere.
Needs a Yorker here, Aqib. Goes for it, and not a bad outcome. Yeah, he just felt that he would be thinking about, okay, I know the batter's trying to go across the line, and in anticipation of the slightly shorter delivery, go full and straight, and he does, and he gets a valuable dot ball in here.
Nice ball over. Does he look to get one here? I mean, Momand, he's coming off runs. You know, he's certainly someone I think you can trust.
Slightly over pitched, but he's got the fielder back there. And we've said this a number of times, that sometimes the ball that's slightly over pitched and his straight is better than the shorter delivery. So only one coming off that. Not a bad over there from Akib Iqbal. Just the 10 coming from it. And the score, Graz Cricket Academy moved to 111 with the 3 wickets down.
Yeah, so Donnerstadt are waiting for the winner of this game. So that's going to be a tough task for whoever it is. But Donnerstadt, we have seen them drop a couple of games this year. I think they've got the most competition ever. And that's the format today. So the first 3 games are back-to-back. Then there's a little bit of a pause, and we'll have the final this afternoon, 2 p.m. GMT, 4 o'clock in Central Europe, 7:30 in India. Great setup of games today. Even this one being a rematch yesterday, there's only 2 runs between them. Looked like, 9 for 2. You feel like, all right, Salzburg are here to play GCA. Are they just going to fold? No, they're competing really well. Team went 4-6 last year in their first ever ECS. Didn't make the finals. This is their first finals game ever on ECN.
Oh, well, he gets tucked up a little bit here. And the man is back for this delivery, so you can understand why Shinwari has bowled this. But he's managed to put it in an area where nobody's going to feel it. But look at the way he's played this. He's played this one-handed,
Yeah, it's been given 6. I think he's changed it. And that's why he's changed it. Yeah, it's gone just over the boundary. Good call by the umps in the end. So, yeah, short ball. I don't know if there's that much value in it. There's a lot that can go wrong, not too much that can go right. Maybe it goes straight up in the air, but yeah, Shinwari goes the distance. 117 now, 11 balls left in the innings. Still not favourites, though, GCA. Salzburg, I suppose, understandably, given how well and how many runs they've made, how well they've batted in the series, they're favourites. But another hand off the bat job from Gouda does the business.
Bharat Gouda moves into the 80s now, so 84. A lot of talk just about getting the field right. Shinwari to Gouda. Gouda gets beaten out. Oh, well, it's called wide, this one. I don't think Shinwari's too happy about it. Let's have a little look at it here. See just how close it is. Yeah, I think that's a good call from the umpire. It's
tight one.
Tight call, but a good call. Well, they like it. And he's walking. He's got the wicket. The wicket goes. And it will be the big wicket of Gouda. So Shinwari gets his man. And it's it's an interesting, there's definitely a appeal there from Chowdhury behind. Chowdhury takes the catch.
He actually walks, Gouda.
And the batter just says, yeah, I have got a bit of this. I go. Now, that's fair play. Both batters who have snicked it, have walked straight away. But that's a huge wicket. That could make a big difference to another 20 to 25 runs coming off here from a batter compared to maybe 10 or 15. Chases the wide one, though. It's another one that I think the umpire would be quite right to call a wide if there's no bat on it, but he gets a snick and he'll have to go.
Well, I'm a Chowdhury, by the way, back behind the stumps for Salzburg. First game of the series for him. But, yeah, I mean, obviously did get a little nick. That one will be a wide. But what a knot from Gouda. 84. Little feather on it. Maybe that's one to try and carve to point. Seemed to be trying to either muscle it straight or somehow get it to the leg side. Not quite sure where he was trying to hit it. Let's see if Safi can make a difference here.
To the ground, but they'll take this. They'll get 2 here. Now, that's a rare misfield from Imran, but beg your pardon, that's Ranjit Singh. And you know what he's done? Oh, they're going to take 3, Vinny. They're going to take 3. Wow. Oh, they're falling asleep right at the end here.
Sneak attack.
Oh, dear. First, it's Ranjit that makes a misfield, and then he unnecessarily throws this right in the middle of the pitch between the 2 batters. They'll take a 3rd, and this is all because Ranjit took his eye off the ball.
Yeah, it just kind of puts it back in the general direction, and then the keeper went to go back at the ball. Meant there was no one at the keeper's stump, so they said, let's take it on. It's almost like stealing a base in baseball. Let's take it on. So Safi gets 3 off his first ball. Gives Momand the strike. Hasn't faced too much yet. My one to Momand.
It could be another. It is another. So, he doesn't like these calls as the bowler. You can see when he's trying to do it.
I had a good view of it. I would have called it. I know it's come back. I don't know. There's doubt there for me. So might have got a little bit of line, but if there's doubt, the umpire will call it.
Yeah, I think that's more wide than it's not. So I agree with the call there for the umpire. Don't forget, we don't always see it 100%. The umpire's in the right position. And that's why he's trying to keep it wide outside the off stump, because every time it's full and straight, it gets sent to the boundary. So Mamand smashes this straight down the ground. And that's where that extra run, getting him back on strike, was the issue with that 3. So Mamand makes the most of it, couple of wides, and then when he gets back onto the ball, he sends it downtown. So 6 to him, 129 for 4.
Yeah, they get knocked down, but they get back up again, don't they? the GCA team. This is exactly kind of how they scored their runs yesterday. They had no right to get 152, but they just found a way. Gouda obviously has been the one that stepped up today, but Moman was the one yesterday. Durrani also. Varg scored some handy runs.
Yeah. Now, it's worth pointing out they are missing one key player, you would think. There's no Hamid Safi.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Safi, having already been on a warning and suspension for some, let's just say a level 1 offence.
Yeah.
He then
throwing
went
stuff
and did
around that he shouldn't.
He did it again yesterday, and I think Tyrone Peters has to follow the law. And we set high standards. We want to make sure that the players, that they do behave appropriately, and if you break the laws, then you will get into trouble. So that's why Safi's not playing this match. High in the air, the keeper's called it, but now he pulls away.
Ooh.
As the well, it could be a lucky touch on here. Oh well, he almost got a little bit of luck and played this back to the keeper. But first of all, Saad Chima's called the keeper away off this. I don't think that's a wise move. That's a keeper's catch for me, Vinny.
Yeah, and then it bounces back to the keeper. Look, bounces, and then if he picks it up, there might be a chance for a run out. Hey, yeah, so unfortunately, Safi getting done on the second, basically misuse of equipment offence, who's also on a warning. Get on striker's end.
This one I think is okay.
I think he's had so many that have been close.
This one, I think, is more...
You think it's getting some of the line?
Yeah, I think that's catching some of the line, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's 50-50 call, and in the end, he gets it. So it's the end of the over, 131 for 4 after 9. Well, Mansour Safi, who's out there at the moment, he's also on a warning, because yesterday, it wasn't... I asked the viewers, on a scale of 1 to Carlos Brathwaite, how did you rate it?
Yeah.
It's about a 7. There's the old helmet got the...
Oh, not off the bat. Off the bat?
No, not off the bat.
Okay.
Luckily.
I was going to say,
off the bat. Well, I don't think he had the bat by that stage because the bat had already gone.
But have you seen how the coaches have picked up on that incident between Brathwaite and are talking about the batter's technique and everything?
He braces his front leg to get good contact with the helmet. I did see a meme about that. We don't encourage it, by the way.
Not at all.
Safi holding on to the bat right now. It's 3, and he's facing up.
In the air, fielder comes across and makes, I think, a good save. I think he makes a good save. I think under the circumstances of the match, you could be critical and say he should be catching this, but I think he's decided he's not going to catch it. He's going to make the save.
Well, he's worried that if he catches it, then he's going to have to release it anyway because he's probably going to run over the line. It's a funny little bit at the end here. It bounces off the keeper and into the stumps. It does knock the bails off.
He hits right at the base. Look.
He was home anyway. But, yeah, I think it probably is the option at this stage. Safi gets a couple.
Running, and it's going to be a bye. They'll take the bye. I'm not really sure whether Chowdhury here is going for his own stumps or trying to pass it back.
He's deciding he's trying to get the striker and get Moman, who's trying to get back on strike. But his glove comes off Quinton Norris style in the wash-up. Look at this. I don't even know if they would have crossed. Probably.
Spikes the glove, and the glove goes down. The keeper goes down. It's going to be a bye, and now
he's back on strike.
Tries to capitalise, and he will down the ground. 6 runs. Bolle. Inna sona shaka lagya. Mamand moves now into the 20s. 22 of just well, I think that's moves to 22. I think my score's maybe a little bit behind here. We'll have to check. Or maybe I'm too far ahead.
Maybe it's 16 now for Momand. Yeah. It's gone 2 by 6.
Yeah.
They're 140. 3 balls to come.
And, well, I was right in the end. He would move to 22. That's not a good delivery. He's gone for the slower ball, but on this occasion, it ends up being a full toss, a gentle full toss on the leg stick. And Momand, he holds the pose as he sends that over that square leg boundary. Okay, this is going to be another thrilling contest between these two. Yesterday, it was Graz who defended 152. Their opponents got to 150. And this is the way it's looking at the moment, 146 for 4. Goes for it, but this is a chance. Fielder looking at it, and he's dropped it. It's gone straight through him. And the question is 4 or 6?
I think it's 4. I think it's coming down so quickly. I think it bounces, but this is one he does try and catch, and he's stable in the field of play. I wonder if this comes back to bite him.
Let's have a look here, and
it bounces off his shoulder part. Oh, it's 6.
It's 6.
It's gone all the way, yeah. It's just taking a little knock off the shoulder, otherwise I think it probably would have been 4. So, yeah, save some, give some away. Zahid, well, we know that he's capable of hitting the 6s. We saw that yesterday, and have a look at where they're on, 152.
Yep.
Exactly what they scored yesterday. Still a ball to go, though. Last one coming up from Tariq.
Oh, straight into the hands and out. Now, that's going to be 4. Well, I've got to say, this ball was hit sweet out of the middle of the bat, so it was travelling, but it smashes into the hands of the fielder. Watch this. But still has the power to go all the way to the boundary, so they will finish on 156.
Drop catch, cost 10. And the last 4 balls go to the boundary or over. 25 come off the 10th. And Graz Cricket Academy, after being 9 for 2 after 8 balls in the morning, well, they have rallied GCA style. You might call this GCA night. But the score is 156 off the 10 overs. Let's go back and have a look at the first half. Salzburg 157 to stay in the competition. That was the early wicket, wasn't it? As Chowdhury, they persist with him at top of the order. Hasn't worked out at all. He has to go for the first Peacock Friday duck. Third baller for him. Barg, very important player, of course, at the top of the order. That was Durrani, by the way, came in the first over and whacked the first ball for 6. For Barg, just didn't happen for him. He was out for a single, but that did bring Bharath Gowda to the crease, and he was about to have a morning out here at the Sabun Cricket Ground.
Yeah, I mean, I said at the time it came out that Bharath Gowda is somebody we've seen open the batting and game big. Well, this time he said, it don't matter where I come out, I can go big. So first, there was that very good partnership between him and Durrani. Gowda did most of the hitting. They put 91 on together, and whatever that came their way, they put it away. I have to admit, on the bowling front, I am a little bit surprised that Ashton Yusuf did not come back for his second over. I think he just offered them something different. They decided to go with more of the medium pace. They were hoping that Umar Tariq's sort of change in pace would make the difference at the end. It didn't. That one went for 25. Sahad Shinwari went for 20 in over number 9. 45 of the last 2. And once again, we're going to have a 150 chase.
Yeah. Interesting, isn't it? Yeah, they didn't bring Yusuf back. It's not like he got smashed or anything either. He got 12 of his over.
Yeah.
Yesterday, there was one game that he was incredible. One game, he did get a bit of tap, he didn't get brought back. But I would have thought maybe it's just worth persisting with the variety. But Durrani kind of had suffering a bit of FOMO, wasn't he? He didn't have too much of the strike, but he was pretty good while he was there. He scored 27, but Gowda, this 84, his highest score ever on ECN. His second ECN 50. That was Durrani, eventually got Castle. Tariq was trying to hit that block hole, eventually was able to. And Gowda, some of these one-handed shots as well, where the one hand came off the bat, they were quite incredible.
Yeah, there's another one there. That was when there was a short one that was banged into him. He managed to get that one away, but then when it was one that was slightly wider, gets a little snick. Fair play on him. He knows he's touches it. He's on his way, but what a great knock.
I mean, he could have easily got 100 there. He's probably 3 hits away. But here's the thing, Moman came out, even though almost created a run out actually when he first came to the crease, but he rallied at the end, didn't he? 32 not out of just 10 balls. The last 4 balls go 6, 6, 6, 4. And you know what? That was after he could have been run out by the keeper. He scrambled to get the strike back, and then he scores 22, a couple of drops, compounding the issues for Salzburg, who are certainly still in the game. I actually think the computer's going to call this 50-50, actually, when we get back on the park. We'll have to see. But Salzburg chasing 157 for victory. 156 for 4, the final
for GCA. 84 for Gouda was incredible. 33 balls, 11 sixes in there, just with 2 fours. Girani with a fine-looking 27 off 9, 32 off 10 at the end from Moman. Bowling-wise, no one really had the answers, did they? 2 wickets for Shinwari, probably among the best. Chima 1 for 24. His second over went off the rails, 1 wicket for Tariq, but he's way more expensive than he would have hoped. Asif's over, again, probably takes Yusuf's over, doesn't he? And doesn't go too well. So we'll take a break, and 156 for 4 is the score for GCA. 157 for the win. Many sound here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We'll go into the halftime break back shortly, but let's have a little bit of a look at what's to come very shortly on our next ECS adventure.
Our 2-week adventure here in Austria is coming to an end. What a beautiful country, and the cricket has been explosive and dynamic as well. It's time for you now to start to join us once again on tour on the European Cricket Network as we get ready to start our next adventure. Starting on the 9th of September, we welcome you to Croatia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to Austria. It's finals day, and we're in the eliminator. Sudden death for these two teams that finished 4th and 5th. We have Salzburg coming out to chase against the Graz Cricket Academy. And I can tell you it's 156 that has been put on the board by GCA. Post point won't come into it this time. It's strictly 157 or bust for Salzburg, who did chase 175 against cricketers yesterday, but one thing they couldn't do is chase 153 against GCA. So it's a very similar target, isn't it, than yesterday. Imran Asif going out there, Zishan Garaya with him, and these two have been absolute dynamite in this series. But GCA, I mean, they battled back from 9 for 2 to put this 156 on the board. His significant contributions from Barath Garda, 84, Moman with 32 not out at the end, Girani earlier on with 27. The strike rate's all really good from those three in particular. And apart from that, the other three we saw 6 off 9. So yeah, 3 Musketeers have got the score on the board for Graz Cricket Academy. Can they defend it though? One thing I thought they did really well yesterday under pressure was kind of keep their nerve. They had a pretty important game against Sherry Punjab, first game of yesterday, to kind of put them noses in front for finals qualification. And actually, funnily enough, GCA are the reason that Salzburg aren't in the semis already. Here we go. Oh, first one actually leading edge. And I think he's lucky he didn't miss that, because I think actually this is okay for maybe it's, I was going to say maybe it's higher than I thought. I want to have a look at this again, but yeah, it's interesting. Anyway, Asif's off the mark. Garaya faces up. This one in the air, but slightly mishit, doesn't carry. Long on was back. Mid on was up, might have been an interesting one. Yeah, so if it wasn't for Graz Cricket Academy beating Salzburg yesterday, beating them by 2 runs in an amazing comeback, then actually Salzburg are already in the finals. The semi-finals, I should say. But GCA are the reason that Salzburg have to play in this eliminator today. Have to win that extra game. The Vienna CC finished in 3rd. So, a bit of a bogey team. I thought it'd be around 50-50. And that's exactly what the computer's saying here. 50-50. Salzburg with 2 or 3 falling just behind. Lifted up. That'll be the first boundary of the innings. Maximo! Now, Imran Asif has just been on an absolute barnstormer here in week 2. At back-to-back scores, 80 plus 80 plus 150. And he gets his first Maximo as Rico Full comes back into the commentary box.
Yeah, he's been in form, hasn't he? Of course, last time I was here before my day off, he put that 225 together, this pairing. And that's what he is capable of doing. I think when you look at all the cricketers that we've seen here and the batters, Vinny, very few have been able to play all over the park. I know that a lot of batters have liked to go in that long on and mid-wicket area, but Imran Asif can play to all parts of the ground. That's what makes him so dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really well executed shot, in control. Cotwell, he's a fighter, but I don't think he's quite got it right this over yet.
Shot. And that's what I'm talking about. There you go. There's the exhibition. First of all, the shot over the deep extra cover. Then, of course, the hook shot goes for 6. And then, as the bowler says, all right, I'll pitch it up, he goes straight down the ground. That is why it's so dangerous. And that is when the bowler starts to think, okay, where do I bowl to this guy?
Yeah, solid start, 20 without loss after 1. Magical start. Could have been worse, to be honest, if he'd put that first one away. 22 matches since the Golden Ball, of course. Guess who was involved in that? Graz Cricket Academy. That was back in match for 33. They accounted for Lords on Golden Ball. Again, that turned out to be a very important game, didn't it? Because if they hadn't have won that, potentially And they might have missed out, although they ended up 4 points clear of Indian CC Vienna, but it would have kind of changed the whole dynamics of the race. Girani gets the new ball.
Goes for it and just gets it through the fielder. Oh, this is really close. I just get the feeling here that if the fielder does catch this, he's going to fall over the boundary anyway, because look, you can see if he takes that or gets hands to it, he's already going down. I don't think he had much of a play on it, and it looks like Zishan might have an issue with his bat.
Might have been a catch and release job if he had been able to take it. We'll never know. I think the new bats are ready to come out. Graz thinks he's cracked it. Obviously, you don't want to change your bat normally after a 6, but if it's cracked or it's broken, then maybe they're forced to. Yeah, so yeah, Graz Cricket Academy, actually, these two teams yesterday, it almost went to a golden ball as well. It was 2 to tie off, actually 3 to tie off the last ball, then a wide, and then LBW last ball. And yeah, I mean, 2 would have meant it was the second golden ball that involved Graz Cricket Academy as well.
Okay. Well, what happens there? I don't think he's got another bat, has he? So
The umpire just kind of breathed on it, gave it a bit of a buff and said, off you go. Graz faces up.
oh, well, this is synchronized diving from the keeper and the slip, but this goes through, and that'll be 4.
Oh, well, this is a real bisector. Look at this. Keeper goes, fielder goes, out of both of their grasp, not by much. Garai gets lucky, gets 4.
Oh, beautifully captured there by one of our cameras.
Now he's sure it's broken. So he's going to go back again. I mean, I know the reason we don't want people changing bats all the time is because it wastes time. But we're spending more time looking at the bat. Might as well just change it. Look at this picture. Oh, I mean, it's almost like, it's like Swan Lake, isn't it? When you see that, just need a couple more each side.
It was done to rhythm. It was done
Same bat for Garai.
There's nothing wrong with that bat, is there? But look at that ping off it. It's a great shot, that, from Zishan. He gets it right in the gap. Well, I think the one before when he got it in the gap was luck. It was suerte. No suerte with this one. It's just beautifully timed. Top shot.
Off to the races here. Suddenly they're 70-30, according to the win predictor. It's just a little push. Often it might just be one part of the bat that is decaying. Now that one was just a push straight out of the middle and absolutely raced to the boundary. There's no problem with the middle.
Changing the field. 2 men straight now. Pretty wide, though. So wide long on and a wide long off. Good delivery. Well, if it is broke, that ain't going to do much good to it, because that's right in the area that I think he was showing the umpire.
He'll end up holding just a handle. The rest was just kind of broken away. Hey, it's interesting, you know, in modern bats, and there's a lot of chat about these days how many sixes are getting hit and how many, or how modern bats are hitting the ball such a long way. But there's quite a few studies done on it. Because in the old days, you would get the odd massive hit people would talk about. And, you know, they hit the clock at Lords or something like that. So obviously, you get the odd huge hit. So, yeah, when they kind of studied it a little bit more, like some of the old bats versus the new bats, they actually said, well, actually, the actual middle of the bat hasn't changed at all between the old bats and the new bats. But it's just the sweet spot now is so much bigger with the computer balancing and what they're able to do now. If you had a bat like that size in the old days, you wouldn't be able to lift it. But now the way they use technology. So it's these not quite out of the middle shots, which are still going for 6 now with modern bats. That's the difference. But you still would get the odd hit 100 years ago that was just as big as some of the hits you see today. Last ball, the over for Girani.
Shot. Just beautifully played. This is just exquisite stuff at the moment from Imran Asif. He's got all the shots in the book. Just have a look at this. Just, don't bowl there to me. And it's the way that he puts that away. It just looks so exquisite. Brilliant shot.
More bat chat out in the middle. Garaya's had a third conversation. Umpire says, no, it's fine.
Talking about bats, of course, I just had did that interview with Alfonso. Now, Alfonso bought one of his bats with him.
I saw that.
Which he used many years ago. And I was holding this bat and comparing it to, of course, the newer bat. There was nothing off it. There was nothing of it. It was slim. It was slender.
Looks
and I'm
like something you
thinking,
could flip a pizza over with.
honestly.
Doesn't it?
And I'm thinking, wow, the difference. It's only when you see it. It's a bit like when you go into sometimes an old clubhouse and they've got an old tennis racket in there. And you pick up an old tennis racket and say,
I used to
"What's
play
this?"
with this.
Yeah, it's a wooden thing, and it's heavy. And you look at the newer tennis racket and you think, wow, the difference. And of course, the cricket bats are very much the same. 41, Vinny, off 2.
That's a magical start. Sultan Zai being charged with ball in the third over. They need a turning point here. GCA, they have always found a way to kind of fight back. There's a dot ball to start. Sultan Zai hits the block hole. I've used a bat in a game, and it was a bat. Oh, here we go. Finally, we're having a bat change. So that's another. It's a Yorker that Graz had to jam down on, had to slam the bat into the pitch. And, well, finally, it's, I mean, if you actually have a look at it, that bat that's disappearing now, it looks like it is falling apart. So Graz gets his wish, gets 16 with the old bat. I was going to say I've used a bat. Actually, was used. My old headmaster played for Australia, and I needed a bat. I was in my last year of school. I said, I'll have this one. Had a hit in this. It's pretty good.
No.
He used it in 1972 in a test match. Wow, great fielding. Well, how's that not a run? Going to be a dot. What a fantastic piece of work that is from Zarawa, the captain.
Yeah, that's superb. Really good stop.
But yeah, for example, in training where it's easy to hit everything in the middle when people are just underarming the ball at you, and I was just like, this is amazing because it was so light and so thin. Okay, this itself is 20 years ago when bats were just starting to get a bit thicker.
He's a teaser, but he's going to get him. Well, after making the brilliant stop, he keeps the batter on strike and then gets him. And the new bat, let's just say, the old one was better. And that leads us back to what we were talking about. Sometimes the older ones, they might be a bit battered, but they go better. And, well, the first one he really hits. Well, I say first one he hits. He hit the one before pretty well. But the same fielder that made the stop has taken the catch. And the first wicket goes. And it's Zishan Goraya who will be the first to depart.
Classic bat swapper's remorse from Goraya. He just hits this one with the newbie. Didn't quite get the shape right of that. And I'm going to say credit to Zarawa. I mean, remember he saved 4 runs with that incredible one-hand diving ground stop. And look, you'd imagine if he hadn't fielded it cleanly, surely they're getting a run there and they changed the strike. But instead, Goraya's back on strike and he holds out next ball. Here's a key big ball. And a question from Woz about does the highest run scorer get a trophy? I will refer to that in a second. Iqbal, push and run. Always a single there that time. Nothing that Zarawa could do about that. We do have an overall MVP trophy, so that it's based on whoever we think's the most valuable player in the tournament. Sometimes it's a batter, sometimes it's a bowler. Obviously, statistics play a big part in that, but it's not strictly on numbers. They're normally a pretty good indicator who'll get it. Thoughts about MVP for this, just going into finals day?
Yeah, I mean, the guy who's out there at the moment, Imran Asif, definitely has to be in the running. I'm trying to think if there's been a bowler or an all-rounder that's been pretty outstanding. I mean, Sahil Zadran, he's been in very good form. He's bowled well, caught well, batted well, scored his first half century, of course, on the network. Big swing. Well, Sultan Zai certainly has made a big impact already here. That over just goes for 1, and he takes the wicket of Zishan as well.
Hand to the over, 42 for 1. Excellent over. Once again, GCA fight back. But there's still plenty of work to be done. I mean, throw Mark Simpson-Parker in there for his overall contribution, batting, bowling, fielding for VCC. We'll see him in the next game.
Yeah, of course, he's one name that he cannot not mention. He's superb with the bat, but he's fielding right in front of us here has been outstanding. Hasn't always bowled, but when he has, he's bowled when his team needs it. And I think
selectively,
you'll definitely see him bowling here today, no doubt about that. He has been good. Even the likes of Bilal Zalmay.
Yeah, definitely.
He's had a very good series. He's scored runs and with the ball, again, hasn't always bowled, but when he's bowled well. do go back here to Cotwell, and he gets played away again. That's a nice shot from Akib. Now, Akib, somebody that's, I suppose, a little bit unlike the partners out there with Imran Asif. You could say that he tends to be a batter that he will play the short ball away nicely, but he likes to hit down the ground a lot, so that's his shot. So he's certainly one that you can put a plan together. Maybe he's one where you can go with that field where you have third is back already. You can have a backward point, put a sweeper out the off and try and keep the ball outside the off to him.
I'll give you some numbers, actually, comparing top 2 batters in this tournament. This is cracked away. That's going to be 4 more. Akib Iqbal, smart shot, stands tall, plays the line of the ball, gets 4. Cotwell's been expensive here in the semi.
Yeah, it's a good ball in the sense of it's what I'm talking about. Try to feed the batter what you think he doesn't want, but he goes outside the off. I think the only problem with this one, it's too short, and Akib Iqbal is able to play it away. But go back to the field I mentioned. If you're going to bowl that line, have the right field. I still think they have the right field. You need a point and backward point in that area, then bowl this line.
They put the backward point back on the boundary now. A bit more protection there. I actually like this field. You've got 3 of the 5 outfielders on the offside, which you don't often see. But they're basically thinking, okay, let's try and tempt Akib to play a bad shot. Yeah. Let's try and tempt him to play across the line. Let's leave deep mid wicket open. But let's be disciplined and bowl outside the off stump. Pretty clever stuff.
Yeah. See, this time is better. So it's the same ball that went more or less to the boundary last time, but they've got the player back there. So you just got to think this, and I don't think that's a bad area to bowl to Akib. Now, to Imran Asif, it's a different story because it's a similar ball. The way Imran Asif bats, he goes aerial. He gets underneath it, and he gets it over the offside boundary. Great Yorker, really good Yorker. It gets dug out and goes to the fielder. So a good bit of cricket here at the moment. You can see the 2 teams are really battling hard, trying to outfox and outthink each other.
Last ball of the eliminator for Cotwell. I think that's all right.
Sneaks it in.
Yeah, I reckon it's getting some of the line, and it's a tight one. Umpire would have had an instinct to call it, but I actually think this is a decent call.
Yeah, no real complaints there from Imran Asif. I like that. So he accepts it.
Yeah.
Over comes to an end, and we can have a look at the worm here. And you can see that got off to a flyer, but that over number 3 from Sultan Zai, only going for 1 and picking up the wicket, had sort of put them in front here at the moment. But of course, Salzburg, they've still got some great batters out there, and these 2 can go great guns. We saw Akib Iqbal score a fine 70 yesterday, and Imran Asif, we know all about his talent. So this match is far from over, 53 for 1 after 4.
Okay, listen, Mark Simpson-Parker, 544 runs. Imran Asif, 528. Both played 10 games, although Imran only batted in 9 of those games. Highest score, Mark Simpson-Parker, 112 not out. Imran Asif, 150 not out. Averages, Mark Simpson-Parker, 91. Imran Asif, 106. And strike rate, Mark Simpson-Parker, 307. Imran Asif, 290. Total sixes, Mark Simpson-Parker, 61. Imran Asif, 59. They have had an incredible time, haven't they, at the crease. Head and shoulders, actually, batting-wise, above the rest.
Okay, going back to this, rate just creeping upwards here. It's all about that, just under the 18. All right, it's up in the air, it's catchable, and it will be taken. No issues whatsoever. So Imran Asif, who probably feels the pressure of having to go big, goes for the big shot, doesn't get it right. The catch gets taken, and that's a big wicket to depart with the score as it stands, and with them requiring around 18 per over. What a wicket to get, and what a time to get that breakthrough.
Yeah, so this is a slight slower ball. Rolls is not a huge rolling of the hand, but definitely it's an off cutter. So he's not trying to go pace on. He puts his fingers down the right-hand side of the ball, and that slows things up, and it just kind of puts off the timing of Asif. So he's been in great form, but he's got to go. Out for 25. You'll see it here. Just see how the ball kind of rolls out a little bit. Slows the pace down maybe by 10%. Asif's not really in the right shape. He knows he's in trouble. Gowda has been brilliant, stepping up to the plate with the bat. Now in the field, he's been outstanding. 54 for 2 as Ranjit Singh comes to the crease.
Ranjit Singh now out there with Aqib Iqbal. We know Aqib Iqbal is somebody who, well, he thrives when it comes to run chases when his team look out of it. We've seen him do that. Saw him do it with the national side there in Romania. So if he gets himself in, if he starts to float, it can be dangerous. Well, and that's what he can do. That's his shots to go to. He hits the ball so well down the ground. Maybe this is, once again, it's a similar ball tried here by Sultanzai. But Aqib Iqbal is able to get under it and make good contact. The first boundary, though, that Sultanzai has gone for. And Nagibullah Sultanzai, his bowling has been the difference so far in this contest.
Tries the same ball there. Aqib kind of picks it. It's only a subtle, slower delivery, but it's a clever one. Aqib pounds that one stylishly over cover for 6.
It's just guided away, so it's a fuller delivery. Can't get underneath it, so decides just to push it away on the offside. They'll get a single.
Salzburg with the wicket of Asif. They've actually taken a dive, haven't they? In the percentages. They've had to battle back into some of these big chases, but they've been able to. And I tell you what, the next man in is going to be Zahid Khan, who scored that 71 not out yesterday. An incredible innings. Coming of age innings in ECN cricket. GCA, I was going to say GCA, this has been a strength of theirs. Their defensive bowling, they just seem to be hitting their spots more often. Sultanzai with a great spell, 2 for 11, but he's done. End of 5, and it's 63 for 2.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the bowling and the areas from them has been really good. Sultanzai, earlier on in the series, he was really charging in Najibullah to try and get a bit of pace, but you can see how quickly he and some of the other bowlers have learned. It's on this track, it doesn't matter how quick you run in and deliver the ball. It's about getting it in the right areas, and that's what he's done. And a cracking spell from him. Just concedes the 11. Just the one boundary that comes from that as well.
Hard to believe, but in 3 days' time, we'll be starting in Croatia. Of course, we've got the ECIs, men's and women's, over the weekend here in Vienna. But yeah, look forward to 2 weeks in Croatia. I know that we've also got the Greece-Spain women's series, a bit of a bonus extra for you, 20th to 22nd of September. But yeah, 23rd of September, that's one. And a lot of people are putting in their diary the ECC already. We've got a couple more viewers that want to get involved in the ECC sweep, which is a bit of fun. If you want to get involved, let me know. Malta for 4 weeks and Spain for 3 weeks before the ECCW. Oh, he's gone. And Varg comes on and he's ripped Ranjit Singh. Well, I think this is where the rubber hits the road for Salzburg, because I'm sure Zahid's going to come in now, but Ranjit gets a good Yorker first up from Akshay.
Yeah, Akshay Varg, when he came out to bat, and I said at the time, this is one guy with a good all-round performance, can make a huge difference. And look, he's not trying to do anything special with it. He just lands it in the right place, doesn't he? And he knows where the camera is. He knows how to celebrate as well. And takes a bow, but it's just, look, left arm round. He's got this ball to swerve in, and Ranjit just not played the right shot.
A little team that could. Graz Cricket Academy, 4 and 6 last year. This time they scrape into 5th place. They're only in 5th playing finals, because now we have a final 5 format. Otherwise, you know, if we went on the old top 4, they wouldn't even be here. But they're kind of the kryptonite to Salzburg, aren't they? Certainly in the last couple of days. Just good length there. All right. Zahid Khan comes into bat. He was a miracle worker. In fact, it was these two yesterday against cricketers that put on that big partnership that saw them chase 175.
Oh, dear. Dear, oh dear. You don't need that. You don't want to give an invitation or an opportunity for the opposition to get back into the match. And that should be a single, and it goes for 4.
He knows it. Gets
that's
there.
bad.
Gets there. It just actually went so fast. He hadn't organised how to bend down in time. And he puts his hand up straight away saying, yeah, that's on me. He has actually fielded amazingly. Remember that stop when he threw himself to his right in the infield? Yeah. Yeah, we'll give him that one considering how good he's been this morning. But let's see if it comes back to bite them.
Shot. Down the ground. Big hit. Well, Zahid Khan maybe he's still in the same sort of form that he showed yesterday in that match number 52 when he scored 71 not out of 21. And he's still there. He's still got the rhythm. And that is a delightful shot. And, of course, the pain there for Akshay Wag is that he knows that Zahid really shouldn't be the man he should be bowling to right now.
So halfway through the 6 over yesterday, they were chasing 175. And these two are batting together. I'll tell you what it was. You won't believe it. They were 72, 5.3, chasing 175. So then they scored 103 from then on in. They scored 103 in the next 25 balls. And over 7 went for 26, then 22, then 25. The rate was up. It was about 23 and a half and over even more at one point. But these two just found a way. So, yeah, from that point, end of the 6 over went 4-6-4. Over 7 went 1-1-6-6-6-6. Over 8 went 6-1-4, 4-6-1. Over 9, 0-6-6, 1-6-6. And then over 10, they needed 16. They went 4-4-2-6, and it was done. And it was all, it wasn't just Zahid. Aqib Iqbal was very good as well, scored a half century, but these were the two that performed the miracle. Can they do it again?
Good delivery. It's that Yorker that gets darted in, and it's a difficult one to play because he bowls it from quite wide of the crease. And that's where the left down round advantage comes in. So, though there were 2 boundaries in the over, only goes for 12, and they're needing to be going at 20s now, so that's not going to cut it.
It's actually super close to yesterday. So they were, just trying to work it out, they needed 89 off the last 4 overs yesterday against cricketers, and right now they need, what's that, 82. Okay, so similar. 82 off 4 overs. Oh, well, it's now or never. Salzburg, this would be a big upset. I know these two have finished pretty close together on the table and all that jazz. But it was a big upset, I thought, when GCA beat them yesterday. It'll be even bigger today under pressure. Here we go. Over 7. Oh, twice.
First the catch, and then it almost drops onto the stumps. But you know what he has done? He's saved 4 runs.
Yeah, but look at this. This would be a disaster. Zahid, yesterday's hero. Yeah, that's heart in your mouth type moments. 82 off 23. I'm not counting Salzburg out at all here. GCA. It all starts with the ball. I often say that everything that happens is reacting to the ball bowled. The bowler is actually the most important person on the field. He dictates the play. Here's Durrani.
That's a beautiful pickup, isn't it? It's a lovely shot. Aqib Iqbal just puts the foot down the ground and he just backs himself to make the contact. They're going to have to take the odd risk or 2 here now. You know that. And I think that's why, and this is where the bowler could find himself being the favourite, because you know they're needing 20. They're going to take a risk. And I think if you can just try and get that ball full and in the block hole, well, they're going to miss one. Or they're going to try and go across the line 1 too many and you strike and you get the wicket. That's what the bowler's got to be thinking here. But, of course, every time it goes sailing over the boundary for 6, the pressure does start to also form and build.
Shake it off. Just 1-6. Come back.
Yeah. Good delivery. I think Aqib will be disappointed he's missed out, because when he looks at the field, they've left that 3rd open.
Yeah.
They've got a point in there, but they've got like a fly. I would call him like a fly slip, really.
Yeah, he's a kind of a fine 3rd on the circle, isn't he? Catching position, also run saving position potentially. Yogesh Balagi, by the way, doing the keeping today.
It's dragged away. It's not a boundary. Every time this ball is not going to the boundary. So you had a boundary, but you've had a dot ball and a single. So all of a sudden here, you know, Zahid Khan is going on strike with 3 balls to go in the over, knowing he's got to hit at least 2 of them to the boundary, at least. Ideally 3, but at least 2 of them. They've only got the 7 off this over so far.
Rate's getting up there. Zahid needs to go on a little box of miracles again, doesn't he? Facing up.
It's a dot ball. Oh, that's a killer, really, for Salzburg, because now the next two, and that's the thing here now, even these next two get whacked for 6. I mean, that only just makes you, it still puts you behind in the over.
True. Girani has been good. Looks like he might be wearing the headband upside down. Maybe that's for good luck. But anyway, who cares? It's working for him. Last ball of the 7th over. Things getting to be a stretch for Salzburg.
Well, we'll get this one away. So they get one more 6, but that's only 13 off the over. The over before, well, the 3 overs before just haven't cut it. 10, 12, and 13. In fact, it was only the first 2 overs where they got going. 20 off the first and 21. After that, it's gone 1, 11, 10, 12, 13.
88 for 3 after 7. 69 required off 3 overs. And I'll just say it again. Here's a 3-over patch around this time yesterday. They got 26, 22, 25. That would be enough if they were able to do that. But it's getting to be a stretch. Cricketers versus Vienna CC in the first semi-final coming up. Starting in about half an hour. That should be a really good one. A lot of players in form either side in that one. Of course, the winner through to the final, loser end of the road for them in ECS 23. Cricketers winning the toss, electing to bowl. It was kind of against the trend. Teams have wanted to bat first. There's been slightly more matches won batting first. But anyway, right back here, it's Aziz to bowl. That one is not going to leave the field either, so just not happening for Salzburg at the moment.
Yeah, they're not getting the hits that they want, not getting the ball that they want. It's clever bowling, though, from Graz Cricket Academy. They've got a plan, and they're executing it well. The field is moving around well, depending on who's on strike. The bowlers seem to be bowling in the right areas. I'll just say it's a very disciplined performance from the bowler. So once again here, now that one's going to get away to a boundary. It's more luck than anything else. A little bit of suerte for the Salzburg side, but they needed more than just a little. They need a lot of luck
They
here.
have 4 a ball. They have 4 to keep pace at the moment. Yeah.
They need the momentum back, don't they? I mean, a couple of boundaries. Say if this over goes 3 boundaries on the spin, the momentum comes back. Their players start to believe. They start to make some noise as well. That's what they're needing here right now. They're not going to get it with that. It's a good delivery. Oh, it's been called a wide.
Yeah, I think this one is a tough one to judge. I felt it probably misses the line. Let's have a look at it. Almost there. Probably a good call. It's hard to pinpoint exactly when it passes the crease, but benefit it out will be called a wide.
That one won't, though, and he's losing his shape completely. Great comeback
I think they're
from
done.
the bowler. Yeah.
I think they're done. Even with these 2 at the crease, just shows you what a difficult game cricket is. It shows you how remarkable it is what they did yesterday. But I mean, unless GCA completely lose the plot here, and we have a supersonic over or something like that, I don't see a path back now for Salzburg.
Up in the air, and I think this is catching. And it is. That's the wicket. And you thought it before is definitely the case now. No mistakes with the catch. That's beautifully well taken. Didn't really have to move. Then it is right down his throat. Another one bites the dust. That's going to be the end of the hero of yesterday, Zahid Khan. And you just get the feeling with that rate now. That's around about 25. They need to get 63 in 14 balls. I just can't see them doing it. The new man who's coming out is a left-hander, and it's Hashan Yusuf, who needs to be the miracle man here.
Quite amazing, actually. It shows it wasn't a fluke yesterday. GCA, the real deal. I said at the outset of the broadcast, they're a team that seemed to be stronger than the sum of their parts.
Yeah.
Just as a group, they tend to get the best out of everyone, and they're knocking over an all-star Salzburg side here, with a fair few of the Austrian Cricket Tigers in there, fair few national team players. But they've just found a way. Hassan Yusuf needing over 4 a ball. There's another dot.
Yeah, dot balls just mounting up, and this is really not going to happen this time around for Salzburg. I suppose what it does say, I mean, Salzburg take nothing away from them. They've played some great cricket, but you said they've got some good players from ACT coming into their side. But it's all about a team, isn't it? It's a team effort. And Salzburg, well, they might have the stars in the side, but in terms of playing as a team, Graz Cricket Academy have demonstrated that wonderfully well. And here they are doing it again. And gone. Full straight. Knocks them over. And look at the celebration. Well, the old Ronaldo celebration. And I suppose it's a good day to get the Ronaldo celebration, as Ronaldo himself scored his 900th goal yesterday in the win against Croatia. And, well, he was celebrating yesterday. Well, let's see a Ronaldo celebration here from the bowler. Nicely done from Tariq Aziz.
It's great again. It's good bowling. It's full. It's not easy. Unfortunately, Hassan Yusuf is going to finish his tournament with a duck. All credit has to go to GCA. They've outplayed Salzburg. Hey, and remember, the start of the day, it was 9 for 2. Just felt like, all right, the normal service is resuming here, and GCA are going to kind of fall by the wayside. They're going to get blown apart. Well, they rallied. Gowda with his 84, incredible, good support with the bat. And then as a bowling unit, they've been excellent. Aziz, 2 for 6 off the over, 94 for 5.
Yeah, when I saw Graz Cricket Academy that first day, it was match day 5. They scored 173 against Nazi to win, and that was, we saw Mansoor Safi score 53, and Najibullah Sultanzai, I like the look of him straight away. And then in the next match, they went down. They won the second, actually. They won the second, chasing 119 against the Daredevils. And that was where we saw that hat-trick from Shafiq Safi. But then in the last match against Vienna CC, remember, Vienna CC 185 for 1. MSB scored that 95. Graz Cricket Academy, 84 all out. And I remember saying then that they're a sort of team that if they click, they can surprise everybody. Well, that's a surprise. It's high in the air. It's definitely a no ball. So don't break your fingers trying to catch it. And it will be a run out, maybe. They like it. I think it could be out. I think it could be out. It's all going well here for the Graz Cricket Academy. It's certainly first. I mean, it's definitely a no ball. So the catch. But look at this. He comes from nowhere. Look at the fielder here. If we see the fielder, he comes from nowhere, takes the ball, throws it in, and now let's have a look. So far, looks okay, but I think the bat just, it's a difficult one. Does the bat just get in there? We're not going to, I don't think we're going to get better than that.
I think it's going to be not out.
Probably.
I think there's doubt there. The umpire's not in great position. I mean, yeah, maybe that's out. I mean, I don't think you can't see the end of the bat. So I think you've got to give it not out.
Yeah, I think you got to.
He's giving him. Well, sums it up. Sums it up, really. Umpire wasn't in good position.
You can't really see all of the bat there.
I don't think that's the whole bat. That's the thing.
The bails haven't been broken there. There's the bail coming up, and you can't see all of the bat. It's one of those. I'm surprised they've given it because I don't think it's conclusive. Maybe they've gone with the umpire.
Maybe the umpire's
not
called.
Conclusive.
But again, the umpire's got to get more side on there. Yeah. I know they've been pretty good, but that wasn't good positioning. Look, in the end, might as well just put them out of their misery at the moment. Unfortunately, for Salzburg, it just hasn't been their morning.
Yeah, it's another one that goes, and well, does it? I don't think he doesn't face a ball. That was a diamond, by the way. And now it's another. Now it's another. Oh, it's all happening out there. So, it's all happening. So here's another one. It gets cleaned up. So we saw a diamond duck just earlier from Umar Tariq, who didn't face the ball. And, well, what's happened here? I thought he bowled him. What happened here?
It's a free hit.
Free hit, of course, yes.
Whoops.
Free hit. So much is happening since then. They were celebrating. I was celebrating. And now, well, there won't be too much celebrating, even though that ball goes to the boundary. Keep Iqbal gets the single away. Yeah,
just so you know, it was umpire's call was out, and so you need clear video evidence to overturn it. It's just not often that same umpire is blocking the video evidence. So I actually think it's a bit of a rough call, but that's the process, and it's not going to make too much of a difference.
Difficult one for an umpire to give from where he was standing. Actually, he has the same issues I think we had with the camera.
Just got to get side on there. You know, he did, and he got stuck in front. Anyway,
Yeah, it's the 100 up. And, well, pretty much 6 a ball required from here. Well, there's 6. Maximal. Iqbal will have to do something unlike we've ever seen before. Tariq actually batted really well yesterday as well and can clear the boundaries. So you're kind of down to your last chance saloon. You basically need all 6s from here, maybe a couple of 4s. You can't afford a dot ball.
Yeah, it was Saeed Chiba who was run out for a diamond, by the way. And that's that then brought Tariq, he's at the other end, just having to hope and watch. Aqib Iqbal hit 6 off 6. Remember, Aqib Iqbal was involved in that incredible run chase in Romania for the Austrian national side when they hit 62 off the last 2 overs to win. So
yeah, that was a crazy game as well, wasn't it?
So he's there. He's found his rhythm. He's hit a couple of 6s. Right, fielder has come back, and in comes Akshay Wag again. Okay, well, there we go. That's another 6. So while he's hitting 6s, I suppose his game ain't quite done yet.
Yeah. But surely not. Surely not. Nice shot. Thing is, you can't even kind of take a 1 to keep the strike either.
Yeah.
You got to just keep going and trust that your partner, who's brand new to the crease, can do something else. And we know Uma's capable of that. 6-6 here will make it 33 off the last over. Here we go.
Oh, mullet. Absolutely mullet. Well, that's been cream crackered for a big 6. So, Aqib Iqbal just smashes another one. He's brought his 50 up at the moment. Nobody, of course, is celebrating that because they're still feeling and they're being knocked out of this competition. But well batted to Aqib, 52-20. That certainly means that he'll be in good form for the start of the international.
We've seen 32 to tie a game and win on golden ball. We've seen 32 off at last over to win one.
Okay, up in the air. Fielder should take it and will take it. So Aqib Iqbal, he goes down fighting. He'll go for 52 off 21 deliveries. And Akshay Wag picks up the wicket of Aqib. Aqib, of course, disappointment, not so much for him, but I suppose for the other batters around him that just haven't clicked.
Yeah, and that pretty much does put the game to bed now, Aqib. You've got to love this guy. He's so talented in all departments. He'll be leading the Austrian national team tomorrow, but his ECS is done. Goes for a fighting 52. Salzburg now 118 for 7. 39 required off the last over. Look, we do live in an era where we've seen probably a dozen hypersonic overs, 40 plus.
Yep.
But I can't imagine there being any path back. In fact, 6 legal balls from Graz, and they know that they're in the semi-finals.
It's worth just bearing in mind what could have been if in that last over from Tariq they held on to the catch to remove Maman. Maman, don't forget, was dropped on 22. Before that, there was another drop, so he was dropped on 22. There was an error before. Then he was dropped on 28.
Last 2 balls, drop catch 6, drop catch 4.
Yep.
So if it was 29, still it's a long bow to draw. But let's see. Aziz, 2 for 6 of his first over.
Well, that'll help. That's going to go all the way to the boundary. Yep, 6 runs.
Yeah. I suppose it keeps the dream alive in a way. I mean, just you got to have confidence. Someone like Aziz, it does. We normally talk about location. You know, hit your spot. If you miss by a metre, you're going to go for 6. He just needs to literally not bowl any wides or no balls. If he does that, they cannot lose this. And they defended a lot less yesterday, put it that way. Credit to Umar Tariq. I mean, I like him a lot. He never gives up. He's a really handy bowler. Shown he's a more than capable lower order batter as well.
Oh, wow. Hang on.
It's not a wide.
Hang on. Hang on. What's the umpire thinking here?
I don't think he's going to call this. I don't think. You wait till you see the replay. It's buys.
Given those buys.
Because where it actually bounces around the line, but it definitely it bounces around the stumps. See? So if it bounces there, then as it passed the popping crease, it's not a wide. It's actually a really good location. But didn't have to go that wide.
Good hand to get onto that by the keeper. And now they're liking this one. Is he gone? No, it's just a dot ball, and they know that a dot ball now means it's done, it's dusted. So Graz Cricket Academy, what a turnaround for a team that had a very mixed start when we saw them first time. We saw them be bowled out by Vienna CC, playing their third match after getting a couple of wins. Up in the air again. It's going to be a long chase.
Ooh.
And well, he ends up saving a boundary here by getting something on this.
Well, now they're just having a bit of fun. GCA throwing it around like the Harlem Globetrotters. I mean, the first stop, it was a hands-free stop, wasn't it? It was Bluetooth. Have a look at this. Because he actually almost tries to take a miracle catch, turns, belts him in the abdomen, and then he recovers.
Shorter one. There's another dot ball. And so as I mentioned how they did in that day one. So won the first two, then they lost badly against Vienna CC. When they came back the next day, they gave us an entertaining one against Cricketer CC. Cricketer CC 171. Graz Cricket Academy 159. Then against Donnerstad, they fell short by 45, chasing 156. But they pulled off another good run chase. This one gets played away. They'll take on the single. Oh, well, that's a proper Tortuga. Could have gone anywhere.
That'll do it. That's going to be a big win for Graz Cricket Academy, and it's reasonably comfortable in the end. It'll be 156 to 129, and GCA have made the semi-finals for the first time in the European Cricket Series. Also their first ever finals win here in the Eliminator, and they have knocked out a star-studded Salzburg team. What a performance from GCA.
Yeah, great performance, and you can see there that Tariq Aziz is still doing the Ronaldo celebrations. They're a happy bunch, and so they should be, because they are the underdogs. There we go. He likes to do it one more time, and it's the Ronaldo celebration with a little bit of a twist to it as well. So well done to the Graz Cricket Academy, a team that were hit and miss all the way through, but when it mattered, the big teams, the good players came good. And don't forget, they'll be excited to know that because they continue, they will get Hamid Safi coming back to the side if they pick him. Pick him.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to change a winning team, do you?
I think you find your spot in your team for him. All Chowder, he's got back-to-back ducks at the top of the order, so he might be looking over his shoulder. Anyway, it's a team game. Love to see that team spirit from GCA. Salzburg, obviously, it's with a heavy heart we say goodbye to them. They're real contenders, I thought, in this European Cricket Series. A lot of them we'll see for the national team tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to that. But this Eliminator was one-way traffic in the end, despite the best efforts of Asif at the top of the order, Graya as well, Iqbal with the fighting half-century. But GCA, once again, just too good, scoring a total in the 150s and defending it.
Yeah, and the moral in the story is, if your bat is going well, even if it has a little chunk missing out of it, keep on using it. Don't change it, because as soon as Zishan Groya changed that bat, well, that was the end of his good fortune. He would go. That's him being caught here. And soon after that, the very useful, very impressive Imran Asif would go as well, caught by Gowda, who, well, did and made the difference with the bat and didn't make a mistake in the field either. Aqib Iqbal was still there. We know that he's a great trooper and he would be fighting until the end. But wickets were falling around him as Akash Bag came in, and, well, he took a nice little bow as he picked up his first wicket.
He sounded like Varga came missed out with the bat, came up with the ball, came good. I mean, they just seem to be cool under pressure. Okay, that was one moment probably got the better of Gowda. He's still my player of the match, I think. It was 84, especially when he came in, 2 wickets down, backs to the wall, got them to safety. And then I thought most of his fielding, okay, maybe that one aside, was quite good, took an important catch. And really, things kept out of control. And again, I think it shows you, people say, oh, it's impossible for the bowlers. It's, but if you can hit your spots, stands out. I think GCA, that's how they've won cricket matches. They've been excellent. They've found a way to get competitive scores on the board. But just like that, they have hit the block hole. They have just asked the right questions of batters. And so I think, don't get better, get better. This was one at the end where there's not much of our in, but he managed to not give us a good view at that. He thought that was out, soft signal stood, but it was all academic by the end. As Graz Cricket Academy through to the semi-finals, beating Salzburg by 27 runs.
Yeah, and you make a very good point there. We're so used to, when we're talking about a fielding side, saying things like, too short again, down the wrong line again, he's bowling on the pads. You can't say that about these guys, and that's why they're celebrating and having a great time. They did, it has to be said, it was a polished performance really from them in the field.
Yeah, it was. And all our New Zealand viewers will be happy because they think that their outfit reminds them of the New Zealand team of the late 80s and early 90s. 52 for Iqbal, top scores in the response, but just not able to get across the line in the end. Only 4 extras as well. And I thought that was an interesting one. 2 of them were buys that came in the last over. 25 for Asif at the top. Garai with 16. Change of bat, change of luck for him. He had to go. Zahid Khan with 21. Couldn't turn the clock back to yesterday. And in the end, the 156 stands up. Salzburg crashed dramatically out of this tournament with back-to-back losses to GCA.
Yeah, now there's a lot of people that had them as the favourites to go all the way. It just goes to show just how close that some of these sides are, and I think we're going to see that all the way through today. And maybe the next match coming up, Cricketer CC against Vienna CC. Once again, I think it goes down to the team that takes their chances. If you take your chances, you'll progress. If you don't, you go down. So we know that Graz Cricket Academy, with that win, they've set themselves up with a semi-final against Donnerstad. That is going to be, it's going to be an absolute classic.
So we'll say that it kind of fills in a bit more of the picture with the semi-finals now set. And I think you're right, a lot of people did pick Salzburg to go all the way when you look at the player squad. But it shows you how unpredictable this is. And the ECS in general is unpredictable, isn't it? When you think about the fact that Salzburg, they were on top of the world 24 hours ago. They chased 175 against cricketers.
Yeah.
Looked like they were heading straight into the semi-finals. But then Graz Cricket Academy, they pipped them by 2 runs. And here, they outplay them. Let's just remind you what's coming up now. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes. I think we're on track to start on time. Vienna CC versus Cricketer CC, and Donnerstadt will be playing GCA in second semi-final. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll see you very shortly. Semi-finals getting going very, very soon here on ECS. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. It's been a pretty exciting morning already here on finals day in Austria. And coming up, we start the semi-finals. So from here, it's just semi-final, semi-final, final, and we'll have our ECS Austria champion for 2024. So coming up, we have a pretty interesting game between Cricketer CC and Vienna CC. Both these teams have got an intense rivalry, and I think looking forward to seeing it settled on the park. Let's get ready for the coin toss. Tyrone Peters has the two captains.
VCC the call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Tails. Oh, they're gonna bowl.
Big D there, Dan Eckstein at the task, filling in, and he's won it for cricketers, and he wants to have a bowl. That kind of bucks the trend. More teams have wanted to bat first. Teams batting first have had slightly more success in the series, but I think one of the issues with cricketers is they had that issue yesterday where they put 174 on the board and didn't defend it, couldn't defend it against Salzburg. So they feel maybe this is the way to go, so they know exactly how many they need to chase in the second half of this game. Now, these two actually met in the opening match of the tournament all the way back on the first Monday, so a week and a half ago. And the interesting thing as well, Vienna CC did bat first on that occasion and put a huge score, 190s they put on the board, and cricketers couldn't chase that down. So it's an interesting decision, I think. Bit of a gamble for cricketers to bowl first, but that's what they want to do. Obviously, a lot of talent on both. In this game, you just get that kind of sense. And I'm looking forward to seeing this first semi-final. Cricketers bowling first after winning the toss. Rico 4 will take you to the first ball. Let's get ready for some semi-final action.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandy. Looking marvellous today with the red suit and the Peacock Friday pineapple shirt on, and looking very snazzy. And no snazzy involved though in finals day. But these two teams certainly are, Cricketer CC and Vienna CC. Now, they provided us with a thriller, as Vinny's touched on already, the start of this series. Now, can they do it again? And with Vinny, I'm also a little bit surprised. I think Cricketer CC, had the opportunity to maybe bat first and put the runs on the board, but shied away from that. And, yeah, okay, maybe it's to do with them not being able to do well when they put runs on the board and defend well, but I just think you've got to look back at when these two teams played last time. Vienna CC putting 196 on the board, and then Cricketer CC, well, you know, it was going to be, you've got to say, an impossible chase. They got to 160 and lost 5 wickets to it. So it was a match that we saw 356 runs in, which was great. I mean, at that point, it didn't really matter for Cricketer CC. They were still able to pick up an unlikely point, but this time round, you lose this, then you're out of the situation. So it's not going to be easy for them. I know that we got some news just coming in here that the match is just being delayed by some 10 minutes. So that's a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah. So we're back, and look. Yeah, unfortunately, we do have a bit of a break, so we will be back just before the start of this game, Cricketers versus Vienna.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back. Once again, apologies for a slight delay, but we are ready to continue. And it's the semi-final number 1, the Cricketer CC against Vienna CC. Before we went off air, I was a little bit puzzled why Cricketer CC, having won the toss, didn't fancy having a bat first. Remember when they played in the group stages all the way in match number 1. And Vienna CC batted first and literally batted them out of the game. And with the form that MSP is in at the moment, they could very much do that again. Of course, the players you got to watch out for is, of course, Mark Simpson-Parker and his opening partner, Kitab Omari. The two of them have been pretty solid together. So Cricketer CC need to find a way to break that partnership. And umpires make their way out into the middle. It's umpire Rajinder and Arvidan that are the umpires. So umpires go out wearing their wonderful blue now. Of course, we used to refer to the umpires as being our men in black, but now thanks to Grizzly Bear Sports, we call them the Grizzly Men. And they've been doing a wonderful job here in this European Cricket Series in Austria, and so has the tournament referee, Tyrone Peters. Of course, we saw him earlier in the middle. So we see the sea of red coming out from Cricketer CC, looking to book their place in the final, and looking to be the first team to be in there. We know that the semi-final number 2 will be between Donnerstadt and Graz CC. So this is the fantasy dashboard, and you can see that 2 teams with well, you've got to say good records. Cricketer CC 8-2, Vienna CC losing the 1 match more, 7-3 record for them. But MSP, just have a look at the fantasy points for the 2 captains. MSP over 1,000. Bilal Zalmay not that far behind. Both are going to be very important in this match, but it's about who's going to play that supporting role for me for both teams. So Cricketer CC, are we going to see someone like Amar Naeem, for example, find his form earlier on in the series? He was tremendous, great hitting power, and other players that you really got to talk about here is again for Cricketer CC, someone like Zishan Arif. If he's in form and spends some time out there, he can be pretty sensational as well. And then of course you also have the big D, Daniel Eckstein, and you can see that he's shaping up to bowl the first over. And I wonder if today slightly more overcast and a bit fresher today than some of the days that we've had here in Vienna. Not anywhere near as hot, so maybe he'll get that ball to swing around. That could be pretty key as well. It's going to be Omari on strike. And there he is, the big T to start things off. In the air, it's going to just drop short of the fielder. I thought for a moment that Basir was going to be onto this. I wonder if he's a bit late picking this up, actually. I mean, looking at where this one drops, I just thought for a moment that might have carried to Basir. Now, either he doesn't pick it straight away, or he's decided that he can't get there. But that was a little teaser first up. Well, they would have loved to have broken this partnership early. MSP. Well, that's that ball that swings into him, gets played out, bobbles around to the captain. Bilal makes the stop. And now Bilal wants to change with Basir. I think he probably feels like I did that maybe that was a bit of an opportunity for Basir to take the catch. Now he's swapped and he goes in that long on position. Omari tries to work that away and he's gone. He has gone. Omari doesn't really want to get going, but everybody goes up here. It's a bit of a false shot from Kizab Omari, and Daniel Eckstein picks up the wicket, the big D, Now, I don't see, there's a little bit of swing, not a lot really, but it's just a, got to say, a false shot from Omari. Gets a little touch on this, under pressure, I suppose. It's a big game. There's a few nerves out there, so Daniel Eckstein picks up the wicket. No mistake behind the stumps from Amar Naeem. So Naeem holds on to the catch. And just like that, we saw the wicket there of Omari. So this partnership, which has on several times been very fruitful for Vienna CC, is broken early. Kitab Omari falls for just one of two deliveries. Well, Daniel Eckstein picks up the wicket. Now the left-hander is Abdullah Akbarjan. Another very good all-rounder. Has to be dug out, and it has been dug out. Stop gets made there by Basir Khan. It was good to see Basir in the runs yesterday as well. Good clean hitter off the ball. Seen him score plenty of runs on big days here at the Seabarn Cricket Ground. That's picked up nicely. It's a slightly slower delivery from the big D, but it ends up being a little bit short. And Abdullah Akbarjan is one of those, I think, that the big D is saying, right, I'll test you with this. Let's see if you're hungry and if you want it. Well, he was hungry and he did want it. It's a lovely pickup, a lovely stroke. 6 runs, and that's the first boundary of this semi-final. Semi-final number 1. Vienna CC, they needed that one, didn't they? Goes for it again. It's a miscue up in the air. Fielder gets underneath it and doesn't take it. Doesn't take the catch. Huge moment. Akbarjan getting dropped there, getting dropped on 6. Goes high up in the air. The fielder making his way around to take the catch. I think he lets it get too low on him. Lets it get too low on him. Needed to get underneath it. Yeah, you can see he's playing it through in his mind now, but it's too late. What a big moment. Akbarjan gets dropped. He's still talking to himself about it. He let it get too low on him. He tries to take it around about sort of knee height. Didn't get underneath it. Opportunity gets dropped. And, well, now he gets given the ball and said, right, you put the catch down. Now make it count. You're bowling to him again. Let's have a quick look at this. Donnerstad, second semi-final, will play Graz Cricket Academy as Graz got that win against Salzburg. So, first over, 9 for 1, but of course, it could have been worse. Bachan put down by the man who's doing the bowling now on 6. He tries to play this away, I think, in the gap between the very straight third and fielder at backward point. The Waka Zalmai with the ball. Dot to start. That's good shot off the back foot. That's beautifully played. And they may rue that opportunity that Zalmai, Waka Zalmai, that is, that put down. That is really good shot. Minimal movement, but he stays nice and upright and crunches that off the back foot. That's a great shot. I want to give a very warm Peacock Friday welcome to everybody who's in the chat. And Shohag is there going and doing his booms, as that one was a boom. And that one's flat, but no fielder out there. That's going to be 4 runs. Just bounces before the rope. And I suppose it's a good shot. And we're in the power play. They've got the mid-wicket back and long on. So that's a really good shot from Bajan. He knows that area of the field is unprotected, so plays it nicely. Yeah, so hello to Dave as well as Shahag and John. Goes for the shorter one. Akbarjan sees it but misses it. He gets struck on the arm here. So it's another dot ball here from Zalmai as Benny Sandy joins me in the queue.
Happy to be back. Cricketers, they were runners-up last year to Donnerstadt. Vienna CC, believe it or not, didn't even make the 4 last year. Missed out with a 4-5 record. Oh, it's a tough one, I think. I know that the umpires a slightly different perspective than we do because we're a lot further back. I felt this wasn't completely outside the line. For me, it's over.
Yeah, I think that's going over that line. Umpire's not seen it. One thing I will say, I know that me and you have had different debates about this, as that's beautifully picked up again. That's his area to go to at the moment. There's no field about there. I wonder if Bilal Zalmai will be thinking about this and maybe bringing the mid-wicket up. But he's just allowing the batter to hit him straight through the ball. That's a couple now that have gone straight over into that long off position. So I think you can see Bilal having a chat with Wakas and saying, hey, tell me what you want to do. Do you want 2 straight?
Yeah, interesting. Hapajan's pretty good all round the wicket. He's a fighter. Obviously, Amari going early wasn't great for Vienna CC. Slow ball this time from Wakazama. He'll get hit for 18 in his over, and at the end of 2, VCC 27 for 1. Yeah, I mean, potentially we could have the same grand final matchup as last year. Donnerstadt qualified in top seed. They'll take on GCA, who have now knocked Salzburg out of the competition. If cricketers win this, we'll have the same final as last year. But Vienna CC, is this their year? I mean, they have been to the ECL before, obviously. National champions in 2022 here in Austria. It wasn't in the European Cricket Series, but it was in their domestic competition. That's why we saw them at ECC last year, and actually had a pretty dramatic exit to Dreux. Still one of my all-time favourite games to watch. It was when the Scottish crowd were marching around the field in costume and tripping over, and all kinds of stuff was going on. They were holding signs, and yeah, obviously 2 highly skilled teams going head-to-head. Big D gets a second over. He's lifted up in the air. Has it got the legs? It does, only just. Maximo Akbarjan takes on the swing, takes on the boundary rider, and wins 6 runs to Vienna CC.
Yeah, Delangestan not giving him the pace here. He's kept the pace of it, and you can see he's the first to look around pretty sharply and say, has he got enough of this? Is Bilal Zalmai going to take the catch? No, he just gets enough. Akbarjan, what a good little fighting in his this is. Look at his strike rate, by the way. He's going at 300.
62% favourites when the first ball was bowled, cricketers. Vienna CC have brought a couple of percentage points back. Good one, good comeback from Big D. And he's had the wind last couple of days that's really helped him. It's pretty calm though today. Yesterday we had a big left to right wind and he was really getting the ball to bend. He bowled an absolute pearl to bowl Arslan Arif through the gate. That's a very dangerous ball to any left-handed batter.
Yeah, he's got the knack, hasn't he, to get one to just continue straight or move the other way. And that's the surprise that Akbarjan gets this time. Akbarjan now uses his feet, and he's going to get fortunate here. It's the second time we've seen him actually come down to the ball. We saw him do it in the over before against Wakas, and he almost plays a full toss straight to mid-wicket. And this time he comes dancing down again, and he gets a little bit of suerte as this will go for 4.
Don't forget, first game of this tournament, Vienna CC batted first, 196. That's why I was a little bit surprised they sent in Vienna CC again.
Very surprised.
But I think partly it's because they blew that 174 yesterday. Just didn't have the answers defending a total. That was against Salzburg. Simpson Parker made 58 in that. And Zishan Arif countered with 51. That was in the opening match of the tournament. Fraction short, pulled away nicely. 1 bounce 4. Looking pretty compact, looking pretty organised here, Akbarjan. And Mark Simpson Parker, he's only faced 1 ball. He's been the form batter of the tournament, but even when he scored that ton, his first ever ton, he seemed to get starved to the strike at certain points, but he won't mind as long as Abdullah's hitting him like this.
Yeah, and you know what? I often think that MSP, he's the sort of batter, when you've got somebody at their end doing this, he's the ideal guy to have the other end, because whereas other batters would say, I want a piece of it as well, MSP is clever enough to think, well, you know what? I don't need to have a piece of it. That's well bowled. It's that slightly slower one. And watch this one. This one actually goes towards, is like going into the legs, but he gets it to move away quite sharply. Look at this move.
I mean, trying to handle the moving ball by moving is going to be tough.
Yeah.
That's why I don't think he's the easiest to charge, especially when the ball's moving away from the bat.
Considering that the big T gets the balls to swing around a bit, not bowling at a lot of pace, do you think it's a keeper would fancy standing up to keep Akbajan? You see, he's trying to come out of his crease.
I know he
Is
doesn't.
that a risk you take?
Me, yes. And I have actually kept to him.
Yeah.
End of the third over, 42 for 1. But I think also some bowlers aren't that throws them a bit, even though it shouldn't. Because I'll say, forget him there. But a big T, I know he likes the keeper back.
Okay.
So
Did he tell you?
yeah, and I said I'll give you one ball because I do think it's a good point. I suppose if you look at Akbajan, he charges there, but what does he gain from it? It's not getting a big advantage. Maybe you want the batter charging.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's a tough one. I always just think it's good to put the squeeze on. Big D's also probably to a left-hander. If there's an edge, it might be a big edge that if you're back, you've got more ground to cover. So yeah, there's pros and cons to both. But I think at the end of the day, you're happy if he can give you 2 good overs. If he bowls a good one in the first, you bring him back in the third. He finishes with 1 for 24 off his spell. Here's Kogiani, bowled so well yesterday. That's a brilliant start. Yorker screaming in, bit of hesitation, but it gets through the infielder in the end and almost goes for 4. I'll come back for 2. Now, Kogiani, he was blowing up the stumps for fun yesterday. He's a real live wire with the ball, and Akbajan does pretty well to keep that first one out.
Yeah, I missed the one day that he had a bad day. It was the first day, and maybe it must have been in this fixture, actually.
It was, and he went hypersonic.
Yeah, he went for a lot, but ever since then, he's been bowling so well. In fact, not just bowling, I think he's a classy all-rounder. With the bat, he can muller the ball as well.
Well, that's sweet. Had some control issues, didn't he, first morning? I suppose first morning, maybe you can expect it. Thing was, they gave him a second over straight away. Obviously not too worried about the 41, and he came back and he took like 1 for 2 or something like that.
Yeah.
So it didn't take him too long to snap into business. But when he's hot, he's really hot, Kogiani. We know that.
Yeah, he's not a tall bowler, so he's relying a lot more like something like the old, comparing him to the old Marshalls now, a bit like Malcolm Marshall. It's not height, he's got a good run out and he's got good speed. And what a catch! Oh my word! What a catch this is! This is gone at lightning speed. It's going at the speed of light and it's being taken. Now, Kogiani is not slow. We were just talking about that. Well, this is a quick delivery. It's pinged off the middle of the bat. It is going like a rocket, and it's been caught on the boundary. What a catch this is.
Pace in, pace out. And Nasrul Amirakel has come in. It's kind of good. He didn't have any time to think about it. Have a look at that. It went so quickly. It saved 6. You can't time a ball better than that.
Wow.
And when you kind of factor in the pace on the ball in the first place from the bowler, Kogiani, I mean, Akbajan, he was batting so well. And he'll be so disappointed to have to take a seat. But, especially on finals day, sometimes there's certain moments that can swing a game. And that was an incredible catch. Okay, yes, it was pretty much straight at him, but it was really travelling. Karatai to the crease at number 4.
Wow, what a game changer that could be. Kogiani gets another one through. Interesting field that's being set here as well. Have a look at the field there on the offside behind the keeper. Just see it here now. Look, 1, 2. Those 2 bodies there. So they're expecting Kogiani in his pace, and then you've got a guy in short backward point. They're expecting him to be troubling the batters with pace, and that's why that field has been set.
I actually think that's quite clever because they're thinking we're blocking that quarter with 3 fielders.
Well, going full, though, probably is not what they want him to do, but still, it'll just be a single as the new batter is quite happy. There's a Karatai just to get off the mark. So with Akbajan going, Amari went early as well. And now, MSP, who up until now has only faced the 1 ball in we're into the 4th over. He's only faced the 1. Gets ready to face his second. Now, this is the wicket. If they can get Mark Simpson Parker early here, then they really are in with a shout at keeping this score low. That's that full delivery as well. Kogiani making his presence felt.
He's got his iron, but from 22 yards away, Mark Simpson Parker. Kogiani's one. You kind of, I would describe him as someone that you take what you get off him. You don't go looking for trouble. If
Yeah.
he bowls you, and I think Akbarjan played him pretty well and played him on instinct. Try and hit the ball, hit it correctly. Don't go with wild swings. By the way, that was a free hit because the ball before was a no ball front foot. Right, slow ball this time. Mark Simpson-Parker puts it skywards, puts it out of the ground. Maximo, end of the over. Kogiani, bit of everything. 1 for 17 for him. And Vienna CC, well, in fact, that's not the end of the over just yet. 53 for 2. Still a ball to go here. That was a kind of rolling cutter. Not an easy ball to take over to the leg side, but MSP is able.
Yeah, MSB is in very good form. You've mentioned the number of runs that he scored, and of course going into finals day here, he's certainly one of a few names that'll be up there for the MVP as well.
Nice ball to the over. Now, and actually, well, that's going to be 4. Gets through. Zishan Arif. Don't blame it on the Tortuga, but it'll be 15 off the over. And the score, when we count them all up, it's 57 for 2 after 4.
It's a rare error from somebody like Zishan. He's very good normally in the field, but it gets through him. They'll get a boundary. So Kogiani, I suppose, a bit hard done by there, really. But I think people will still be talking about that catch. It was quite incredible. I mean, that ball was flying. And, you know, no exaggeration. I've never seen a ball come off the bat so quick. It was just timed to perfection, but unfortunately, too close to the fielder. And Middlekel took a great catch. I mean, I know some will say, well, maybe it was straight at him, but he still had a bit to do.
Yeah.
And he took it side on, which made it even harder. Great catch.
Well, he couldn't get out of the way.
Yeah.
I suppose he could, but, you know, it found him. He was able to take it. It's been a good battle as well. Bilal Zalma coming on. He's another one in player of the tournament contention, isn't he, for his all-round skills. Captain of this cricketers lineup. He's over number 5. No full toss hit. That should be handled by Kogiani down there at long on. Yeah, Bilal provides really good balance to the attack, doesn't he, for cricketers?
Yeah, I think his go-to ball, Bilal, is when he fires in the quicker Yorker. He's got so many wickets with that one. Batters don't pick it. They don't see it coming. And the other thing is he doesn't overuse it. Some bowlers overuse their lethal deliveries, and batters then are aware of them coming. So we're going to miss there from MSP. Dot ball, they'll take that at the moment. MSP just trying to guide this over that behind square area. They've got a square leg mid-wicket, and a long off back. So they've only gone with the 2 at the moment. And, that's the area which they've left unprotected. They've got the short mid-wicket in there. It almost pays off, actually. It hasn't gone over the short mid-wicket by that much, but once, of course, it gets over him, it's going to be a boundary, 4 runs.
And speaking to Mark about his batting, he says, I've actually learned a lot from a lot of these guys that come from more of a tape ball background. The way they stay deep in their crease, they let the ball come to them. You see, he used to have a bit more of a forward press, kind of looking to lurch onto the front foot. And now he just stays balanced and he trusts his hands, trusts that he can hit through the ball. He also said he's trying to elevate more. That time he hit it straight over mid-wicket's head in the circle. Gets 4 runs.
And now he goes again, and that one is going to go all the way. 6 more. Shaba, Kinna Sona. Shakat Lagya. Nice little battle this between the captain Bilal and MSP. So the 2 captains going head to head. And at the moment is the captain of Vienna CC, Mark Simpson-Parker, who's getting the better of the captain from the Cricketer CC.
I think they'll miss him this weekend, Austria. I'm completely honest. I mean, how many does he have to score? I know they might have whatever reasons, but I think at the end of the day, you just want to put your best possible team on the park. This is going up, and that is going to be out of the ground as well. Maximal for MSP. So, yeah, this is the thing. I know things happen. I know that there's sometimes other factors that come into team selection. But, I mean, in the end of the day, you have an obligation for Austria to put your best team out in the park to perform the best possible. And especially with the ECC coming up, I still think it's a bit crazy that he's going to be sitting on the sidelines this weekend.
One comes back. Bilal has to try something different. You just get the feeling that he'll try and push this one quicker and wider. Let's see.
Doesn't get under this one. And it's going to sneak through for 4. Well, Zishan, he gets a bit more of this one. Actually makes the field smaller, I think, in the process. But MSP will take down that over from Bilal. Goes magical. 21 come off it. And 5 overs into this first semi-final. Vienna CC are 78 for 2. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Great to have you with us. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Rico for with me. Peacock Friday and a bright, spicy first semi-final to watch between cricketers and Vienna CC.
Yeah, certainly yes. Well, you're wearing almost like the colours of both the teams.
Yeah.
You've got the red and the
Sit
yellow.
on the fence, you know me.
So, yeah, staying pretty neutral here. Bilal, I just saw when he finished that over, you could see he was a bit vexed. A couple of misfields on the boundary, allowing what should be singles, but, allowing 2 fours to there. So he's going back to Kugani straight away here.
Yeah.
I think ideally he would probably have liked to hold him back.
Yeah, and first one jammed in Yorker. Bit of a tough bounce. Zishan has the ball following him at the moment. But, yeah, in Kogiani they've shown before, even when he's taken wickets, they like holding him back. But I think they go back to him here feeling that this partnership has potential to blossom. So they probably feel they also feel he's probably the best chance to get MSP out. You get him out now, then you feel like you can kind of get into the middle order, slow things down a bit. Kogiani, so good at hitting that block hole. MSP leading run score in the tournament at the other end. And it's in the air, just a teaser for Zishan. Gets more of a look at the Grizzly. Oh, this one almost could go for overthrows. Eventually it's backed up.
Yeah, MSP, of course, a lot of conversation. We know probably will be on the chat when we start the international tomorrow. Will they notice that his name is absent from the team? Of course, people will be wondering why. I suppose at the end of the day is what the selectors decide, right? The selectors and the coach. But certainly, I know if I see this ball first, gets played away, they're taking on the single and decide to hold on to it. But certainly, if I'm a selector of the Austrian cricket board and I've been watching this series, not just this series, but we know MSP from the past, but let's just stick to this series. And I've watched him out there batting. Oh, I want him in my side. I'm being honest, because he's somebody who gives 100% in the field. His catching ability is awesome. He turns his arm over when you need somebody to bowl tidy over, but his batting has been pretty unique. Well, I think he's got both feet probably in the crease there as that throw comes in from Amar Naeem to knock the stumps over.
Almost certain that he gets back here. Gets the foot down, so no dramas. Naeem sniffing a half chance. How good's Naeem as well, actually, for somebody that is in his 5th decade. He's so agile behind the stumps, and even there, saying, all right, well, in the off chance that you're snoozing, I'm going to try and get you out, but MSP a bit too experienced to fall for that one. But, yeah, pretty interesting game at the moment. VCC on for 151, but only 37% according to the supercomputer.
Shot. Oh, lovely hit. Hits right through this, and Kugani will come at you with some pace, but if you're able to use that pace in your favour, let's just say that the balls are going to go a long way, Vinny.
Here's the thing. I know that Mark Simpson-Parker, he'll have his own thoughts about being not picked this weekend. So he wants his bat to do the talking. And that's what he's all about right now. He's 38 off 12. He's taking on Kogiani, who's one of the best bowlers in the whole tournament. And he's just smacked him for a big 6-leg side. So that's the thing. In the end, all you can do is control what you can control and try and play your best cricket. He'd love to bring it here, MSP. Kogiani, last ball of his spell coming up.
Well, that just flicked away off the pads as well. It's going to be another biggie. He's just a wonderful timer off the ball. He really is. And 6 more. Well, there's the old elephants. And we know that a few people have been saying it's getting wild in Austria. It certainly is. Well, there's the old elephants there.
That's the rare Austrian elephant, is it? But yeah, that's going to fly out of the ground as well. So
6 and 6 to finish the over. Kogiani is going to finish 1 for 30 off 2 overs. And the score 93 for 2 after 6. So what the computer's saying is they don't fancy Vienna CC defending. And part of that may be the fact that when these two teams met in the first game, cricketers scored 160. But that was after Vienna CC hit 196. So, yeah, I don't know. There's not much between these. I still feel this game's about a 50-50 right now.
I think you got the big wicket out there, MSP. I know that the other batters are still to come, but nobody really has been hitting the ball as well as the top three. So Akbajan has gone, Omari has gone, but MSP is there. He is a huge wicket. Someone like, I think, Kanaga Hamdard will play a big part in this match.
Yeah.
He could be the next batter who comes in. We know that he can hit the ball pretty well, but I think with the ball, he's been a wicket-taking machine. So if they get to that 140-plus score, I think Hamdard will have a big part to play.
Yeah, it's good observation. I think with MSP, so quick through the wickets, isn't he? Called him a giraffe, speaking of wild things. As he takes about 6 steps, he's down the other end, backs up well, gets through for the single, gets to resume his battle with Zalmai, bowls himself out despite getting taken down for 21 in his first over. Can Bilal have the last laugh? Almost. That was a really good Yorker.
Yeah, that's the ball that has and does normally bring him a lot of success. He gets the Yorker
actually, has
in.
he knocked the bails off here? Well, what's happened here? It's a good Yorker, but I think, look at this. He's kicked the bails off. It's a no ball.
Yeah.
It's going to be a no ball. So it wouldn't have even been out if it was bowled.
Yeah, it's his foot.
It's his foot. It is
he's
followed
leaned
through.
forward, the right leg has gone back, and he's knocked the bail.
The umpire just saying, hey, just double check. But I don't think it was the wind that blew it off. There is no wind right now. So free hit coming up. Mark Simpson-Parker on 44. And gets a free shot at Bilal. What does Bilal serve up in this situation? It's pretty good, Yorker. Gives him the same thing again. This time he doesn't kick the stumps over at the bowler's end.
Yeah, this time you can see he doesn't. He just followed through a little. The last one he sort of bowled the delivery and sort of held the pose and balanced on one foot. This time he takes the extra step forward.
Wants that exact ball, but a bit straight at MSP and see if he can castle him. MSP stays leg side of the ball, showing him the stumps. And he's good enough to get the bat down and through. This time it does get blocked by Shadnan Khan.
I wonder if he's going to get a bowl here, Shadnan. Would you go? I would go with him next. You can be a provider for your Shadnan's a name, a big name that's been playing here in Austria for a number of years. He's always comes out good when it matters.
Only his 4 bowlers, so I imagine they're going to bowl someone new in the 8th, and the idea is that they'll bowl the 10th as well. Kalatai, lefty faces up. Doesn't quite get the York, but close enough. And Karatai can't get away. It's been a good second over. Good comeback from Bilal.
Yeah, keeping it up there. Hasn't dropped short so far. 2 waiting on that leg side if he does go in that area. Oh.
Again, look at that length. Thing is with Bilal, this will get cut off. She'll get back for 2. They will. Thing with Bilal is he could even tell you, look, I'm going to bowl this up in the block hole. And you can even know that. There's not a lot you can do if he gets it right because it's slippery.
Yeah.
You might say, okay, charge. He has this kind of 6th sense that you're coming and he'll make the adjustment. He's a very, very clever bowler, and it's been an excellent comeback over. So far, we've just had 5 off this. One of those was a run for a no ball when he kicked the stump over. This is the extra ball that he shouldn't have had to bowl, though. And he'll have to bowl another one. And that one down leg side. Excellent hands, by the way, by Amanaim.
It's a very good take, isn't it? Very good take. But that's a good example of the wicketkeeper who steps across rather than just reaches.
All right, hits and hits well. It does cost him, doesn't it? The stumps went over, and the ball goes over off the extra ball. Maximo, as that over ends up going for 11. And VCC at the end of the 7th over, batting first in this semi-final, 105 for 2. And just a reminder, we have cricket coming up tomorrow, and there is a Simpson-Parker in action this weekend. Hannah Simpson-Parker, I know she's watching right now, and I'm sure that she'll be cheering for one team in particular in this game, but also looking forward to Spain. Mentioned a couple of new names in there.
as far as Spanish cricket goes, Alexis Hartley and Amelia Jones, but both really experienced cricketers. I think Amelia Jones, a very good keeper, I think will fill that spot. And Alex Hartley, again, former England under-19 and Essex player. New names for Austria as well. Nina Shalkovic comes in and Smriti Kohli comes in. So it's great to see some new players all the time. Women's cricket, obviously, since the start of last year, it's been a real focus on improving that. We just had the most exciting tournament, I think, ever. As far as standard goes, Meltor Shield in Italy. And so, yeah, just kind of shining a light on European women's cricket at all levels. One of our objectives here on ECN. All right, here is Shadnan. You called for him. He comes in. MSP lets the first one go past. Maybe hoping it was going to be a wide, but not in this universe.
Shadnan does the same thing. He follows his captain's example when bowling to MSP, just looking to get those Yorkers in. MSP, if he gets under it, it travels, and it goes a long way.
Won't be leaving this one. Unless it's really wide. Bowled by Shadnan. Beats him outside the off stump. Quick hello to everyone in the chat. Hello to Wayne. Hello to Helix as well. Some people thinking Helix's name is a bit, what's the word? Rude? Maybe it's the X in the end. No, the letter X. Oh, is it? Not to everyone's taste.
The X factor, really, with the X.
Bowling, but also hit, and it's hit for 6. Well, there you go. It's going to be 50 for Mark Simpson-Parker. Brings it up off 19 balls. Wasn't a terrible ball from Shadnan Khan, but had a little bit of height to work with. And MSP, well, he's still there. Didn't have a lot of the strikes so far. He's a difference maker, and he's making a difference so far in this semi-final.
Yeah, and the difference is, I think when MSP plays that ball out on the off, a lot of batters would still be looking to cart it on the leg side, but MSP just waits for it and plays it in the right area. This time he drags, but it's still going to get 4 runs. And when he swings that bat and he makes contact, normally the ball gets a fair oomph in it. And that one, even though there's a fielder not that far away from it, can't get there yet. Hello to Peter as well, who's joining in the chat.
Yeah, miss hit's going for 4. That helps. I think 150 plus. I think you're pretty confident, even with all the guns in the cricketers' side, because it's a final. There is something about scoreboard pressure in a final.
Big time.
The fact it could go wrong so easily definitely plays on your mind. Cricketers chose to chase though. Another miss hit, dragged leg side. This time it should find the fielder. MSP turns for 2. Oh, no, he wants it. This is strategic. He's going to sacrifice a partner here, and it will be out. I mean, this shows their thinking. I mean, Karatai, he actually basically holds that end safe, and he's feeling, look, I'm not doing much. And actually, keeper Naeem ends up hitting the stumps direct. But just have a look at this, because this is definitely, I'm willing to let you go. Kind of Titanic style, with Jack hanging off the edge of the lifeboat. So he says, look, when it comes in, but he definitely, Karatai, I think, definitely makes sure that MSP's not going to be run out, even though it puts himself in jeopardy. So unselfish in the end, Karatai. Can't move the needle too much. One Maximo in his 13, and the score is 117 for 3.
Yeah, that's a fair, I think it's a fair decision made there. He just didn't feel, I mean, though he did hit one big hit of punished Bilal for the extra balls that he bowled in that over. But new batter comes out, and I think once again that new batter knows that if need be, he'll have to sacrifice his wicket to keep MSP on strike.
116-3. Having said last ball, the over coming up, but it was worth it. So you lose a partner, but you gain 6. Maximo means it's 17 off the over. And VCC 122 for 3 after 8 as Kanaga Hamdard has joined Mark Simpson-Parker at the crease. 2 overs to go in this first innings.
Yeah, you just don't get tired of seeing balls like that being smashed out of the ground. I mean, the timing on that is just, once again, epic. It's a beautiful hit. He's a tall guy. And when he swings, I often say that MSP, he reminds me of a golfer, the way he hits the ball, hits right through it, and it just flies gloriously. It is Kanaga Hamdard who comes in next. He's in at number 5. And once again, he's somebody who I've been impressed with through this series. I think he's made some important plays for his side, not necessarily always with the bat, but with the ball and in the field, he's been good.
Hamdard here doesn't want to eat a dot. Interesting, they're going to a 6th bowler. They're going to Zishan Arif here rather than go back to to Wakazama, who I thought they'd go for here. First ball from Hamdard. Hits it down the field for one. So that probably tells you Shadnan's probably not coming back. Well, either Shadnan comes back or Wakazama comes back for the last over. So.
Yeah. Sanmai did struggle. I don't think he bowled to good areas, to be honest. Whereas I think with Shadnan, at least he did get the ball pretty full. And when whoever it is that's coming on to bowl at the end, especially when you still got some like MSP out there, you know you're coming in for a bit of a hiding. You just got to stick to your task and get the ball pretty full. Fair play to Zishan. He's done that. So he's kept this pretty full. So he hasn't allowed MSP to get underneath it. It's just a single. You take that.
But it's, you know, this is actually showing it's a real team game. We've already seen one batter fall on his sword to keep MSP there. MSP's looking to face, even that time is working. Is there a way I can get back? Probably not worth kind of sacrificing wickets every ball, especially with Hamdard, more than capable. But this shows you what a tactical game this T10 is. Hits and hits. Straight to Bilal Zama. He's dropped it well. Doesn't drop too many at all. It wasn't the easiest catch. He was on the move. Just misjudged slightly. Hamdard survives. It'll be a long single.
Yeah, he survives, but he now gets MSP on strike. Now, this could be big. Now, you'd expect Bilal to take those, though. I know it's not easy, but it's one he would take. But he was, for some reason, he was keeping an eye on what was happening out there in the middle as well.
Hit straight. And, well, fielder backs off. Actually takes it pretty well, Kogiani. But I wonder if there was a chance he could have reached it on the full.
Yeah, well, the other thing I noticed there, I think MSP played that shot and he was waiting to see the outcome. But Hamdard had already committed.
Yeah.
So then MSP went. I think if it wasn't a boundary, I don't think he would have gone. Or he didn't want to. Oh, that's awful. Well, I don't know what's happened here to the bowler. He slip goes down. This will be a no ball.
Yeah, it's a slow ball attempt. And, well, he did achieve that. But Naeem has actually taken this. I think he's taken on the full.
He's taken this well over his head. No, I don't know if he picked this up at all, but Zishan goes down.
Yeah.
So no ball, free hit will come up. But let's have a look at this here.
As a keeper, you got to expect the unexpected. You see, end of the fingers, just slips straight out. Naeem actually picks it, does really well, pouches it.
Well, that's a no-y as well. I can tell you that's too high as well. So that's two. So he's bowled two no-ys. That one will go all the way. And it's going to be a 7-up. And Zishan Arif, after 4 okay deliveries, he's lost the plot. And now he's just given a 7-up away. And if he bowls another one, he'll be off.
Yeah. But I suppose they've got an option to come back. There's 2 balls left in this over. Another free hit, though. The harsh thing about that first no ball is that it counts as a dot to the batter. Meanwhile, we've got some search party stuff going on there. I always think that's very harsh. Yeah, 157 expected at the moment. Might be a time to bring out a replacement ball. The umpire saying, look, yeah.
I wouldn't want to be
even the keeper's going in there now.
Oh, don't go in there. Don't go in there. There's all sorts of creepy crawlies in there.
Was that Big? Oh, Big D went in. So if Big D goes in, that's when the bugs and the animals get scared. All the elephants ran off when Big D ran in there.
Yeah, Big D's frightening away the animals. Well, the ball comes back.
Fair enough.
Oh, where's this one
2
going?
to come, still free hit here.
And that's firmly hit, going in.
Explain why you're laughing.
Well,
so let me say,
you'll probably see this on the comms cam. This one came under the table. Vinny Sandhu jumps and he gets nutmegged.
Well, I just could see. I know we've got this. See, look. Yep, I went straight in between my legs.
Oh dear. Well,
now I've still got the instincts. I knew it wasn't going to endanger my equipment, but it was going to endanger my shins.
It nearly endangered some equipment, I can tell you that, as this one gets blasted away for a biggie. It's 6 more. Oh, well. Having some fun. Well, Zishan, that over ends up going magical. It's such a shame. He started with 4 dots. Here we go again.
Perfectly under. Now, you can't see the ball, but eye on the ball. I was like, there you go. I'm fine. Everyone's fine.
Yeah.
Ends the over and the score. 144 for 3. I've done a lot of things in the box. Don't think I've ever done that. But I knew if it came under the table.
I've never known you not to try and take the ball.
You can't catch what you can't see.
I agree with you. I agree
a
with
virus. You know, that went under the table and I had no idea. I actually thought it would have hit something. It never hit anything. And the thing is that we've got the
the cube a bit open out the back. It just disappeared out the other side.
In one end, out the other. Right, last over. And it will start with a Maximo, and that will bring up the 150 now. So 150 for 3, and MSP is going well. That takes him to 70.
Yeah, again, just hitting, get some length to work with. They do go back to Shadnan Khan in the last over. They don't give Wakazama a second over. The 9th ended up going for 22, went magical, but the finish of it, last 2 balls, went for 17. 7 up, 4 and 6. 150s up for VCC with 5 balls to spare, and for the first time they're ahead in the percentages right now.
Yeah, 150 chase plus in semi-final. It's going to be tough, Kate. They're a team that can do it, but it's the pressure that they're going to be under out there. Right, now, will they take on 2 here?
Wants to. Don't think he'll get it. But I don't think you need to over-sacrifice when you've got Hamdard there. He's just hit 6 as well.
Yeah.
Let's get tackled by Shadnan anyway.
Shadnan makes sure that MSP is not going again. He said, I don't care how tall you are. And it looks like he's hanging on to the legs of a giraffe there, Shadnan.
I always talk about, I was quick on my feet as a keeper. I talked about footwork yesterday at length. Balls to your feet, get the weight right.
I was actually going to get, because I knew it was coming through the table at some point, I was actually going to bend. I'm glad I didn't bend down. You would have ended up on top of me.
Kicked you in the face.
You would have been on top of me. You would have landed up on top of me. Short ball, and it's going to get hooked away for a big 6. Look at the shot in the middle here. Can we just see the 2 batters? I mean, it's quite good in the sense. Hang on, what's going on here? New bat, I think. Anyway, let's focus on this. So it's a great shot. It's a short delivery. And what about this for a hook shot? Goes for 6. And then MSP and Hamdard, they're celebrating in the middle there like that was a winning shot. I don't know if you got a shot of that.
The bat was changed. There we go. Yeah, loving it. It's probably younger MSP, but he's like a big papa bear, isn't he? If he just puts the arm around you. He's so tall. Anyway, Hamdard, that's why you trust him. That's where you don't want to sacrifice him unless it's really worth it.
Yeah.
You don't want to go on like a 9 times out of 10 he's out. 3 to come, 157. Wow, reaches.
And it's another one, Vinny. Hamdard, what a shot this is.
It's amazing.
What a shot.
Literally throws himself at this ball. It's a slow ball. I actually think it's pretty well located by Shadnan. But Hamdard, look, he has to jump over. He sees it and he throws himself over to that offside and gets enough of it. 6 more down the ground. And this is a rollicking finish for Vienna CC.
Cracking shot from Hamdard, who's also the barbecue king. When he skews that for 6, doesn't he?
Back over the wicket. Straight up in the air. I don't think it's carrying. Do they go for 2 here? I think MSP, this is one that he says, look, I would like one more chance. I can understand this as well. I think it's a good chance it might have been a run out at the keeper's end or the bowler's end, but you maybe have a new person coming in to face the last ball. So I think he's earned the right to try and lift his team up to 170 here. 164, last ball to come. Seatbelts on. Gets funky, gets 6. What a shot. What a bit of batsmanship that is from Mark Simpson-Parker. Maximo to finish. Walking stick 77 for MSP, and that last ball was delicious. They're walking off with the perfect checkout. 170 in the first semi-final.
Showtime here at the Seabarn Cricket Ground with the very last ball. MSP shows us a little bit of sexy cricket. आ लो कितना आ शॉट दे के स्वाद आ गया कि नहीं शक्का लग गया. And it was a tasty one as well. 170 it will be as that over goes for 26. The one before it from Arif, which looked like was going to be a tidy one, went for 22. 48 of the last 2. Very similar to the eliminator that we just saw.
Yeah, don't count him out though, we'll tell you that much. It was an early wicket of Omari, went for just a single. Big D with the breakthrough. Akbarjan came out and thought he looked the goods, didn't he?
Yeah.
So Vienna CC, maybe they don't bat quite as deep as some of the other teams, so it's kind of important their top order fires, and if one doesn't, that the others make up for it. Akbarjan looked $1 million, didn't he, while he was out there? But then, it was a remarkable bit of cricket that would remove him when he absolutely laced one down to Nasrullah, who took a brilliant catch.
Yeah, I mean, I still can't believe that catch. That was quite sensational. No wonder they came from all over to celebrate. But And we knew then that MSP was still there. We knew that he would be key. If he stuck around, they would get to that big score, 160 plus, and that's exactly what they did too. A couple of missed fields there in the field, a couple of them going to Zishan Arif. That would have been disappointing for the captain, Bilal. Some of it coming off his own bowling, but many a time we saw that Grizzly sailing over the heads of the fielders. He just hits the ball so well.
Few missed fields. I know it's kind of par for the course here. This was an interesting one, and it kind of worked out well for them because, I mean, let's be completely honest. I don't think the Karatai hit them very well at all. 13 off 9, brought Hamdard to the crease. He was actually going to come to the party with 31. There was a little bit of the old scissor kick. You can keep your eye on the ball. I was pretty chuffed with myself after that. But that was the end of the night. 10th over was still to come. Shatner was brought back to bowl out, but there were 26 off this over, 4 Maximos, 2 singles in there, both batters firing towards the end, and that's how Vienna CC get to that 170. And let's be honest, we don't see too many chases, probably a dozen chases all time, 170 plus. We did see one yesterday. Will we see another one here in the first semi-final? Cricketers, to be honest, I think they're a little bit behind in this game after 10 overs.
Yeah, they are, and I think maybe that end of that picture two things. MSP giving it the swag with the 6 when he scoops that one beautifully, and then the picture there of a rather dejected looking Big D as they walk off. But look, they have the firepower. We know that. They have the firepower. They've got the batting to go out there and do this. But it's in a big moment with a lot of pressure on them. It's a semi-final, and they're needing 171.
Need a good start. Can't really afford too much to go wrong. Cricketers, second half of this game. Big D with 1 wicket, 1 to Kogiani. But no one really was able to keep it super quiet as the NSCC built a couple of key partnerships there and end up knocking 170 up. They'll be feeling confident, but also I'm sure cricketers, they feel they've got the kind of squad, the batting unit to chase a score like this down. Should be an interesting one in this first semi-final. We'll take a break, back very shortly. 171 the target for cricketers to book a place in the final for the second year running. Or can Vienna CC make it to the decider for the first time? Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me here, but also he's got some information about the next stop on our ECS adventure.
Our 2-week adventure here in Austria is coming to an end. What a beautiful country, and the cricket has been explosive and dynamic as well. It's time for you now to start to join us once again on tour on the European Cricket Network as we get ready to start our next adventure. Starting on the 9th of September, we welcome you to Croatia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back. You can see that Vienna CC are sort of leaping and springing into the field of play. They'll feel that they've done enough getting to 170, but don't forget yesterday we did see that 175 chase when Cricketer CC were on the receiving end of it. They scored 174 and it wasn't enough against Salzburg, a team that we've already seen being knocked out today earlier by Graz Cricket Academy. So can they turn the tables this time? Cricketer CC, after being on the receiving end of a 170 chase, they've got enough players to do it. But it's all about the start, and it's all about getting the right momentum at the beginning. Aman Naeem is going to be the opener. And alongside him, he's got Zishan Arif. So, two good batters, good hitters of the ball. And it's going to be Junaid Saeed who's going to start off with the ball. Needing 17s. Here's the first. And it's high and gone. 6 to start. A huge roar from the cricketers. And of course, they're going to try and get behind their team. Aman Naeem gets the slot delivery and sends it down the ground. Gets down on one knee. 6 runs to start. And that's the tone setter. That's what they need. And I think he's one of those where if you hit, let's say, a couple of boundaries on the spin, you finish the first over, say, above the 17, 18 to 20, and then all of a sudden you dent some of the belief from the opposition. The opposition start to doubt, so you create some doubt in their minds. Shuffles across, hits it flat, hits it long, hits it for 6. And that's exactly what I think Cricketer CC are trying to do here. And get a good start. And Vienna CC, who went running out there, jumping around with a bit of a spring in their step. You want to send a message to them to say, hey, you may be confident, you might have the runs on the board, but we're confident we can get there. And when the doubt comes into play, then with that also could creep in some extra errors created by the nerves. That's what Cricketer CC trying to do, but a wicket changes all of that. And it ain't coming yet. That is 3 in a row. 3 deliveries and 3 sixes. Shakka time as Aman Naeem just takes that little shuffle across to your stump, gets the ball in the air where he wants it, and he hits it big. They need to follow him. If he goes that way, you need to follow him. You've got to get him playing outside the off. You saw that Hamdard runs across and has a chat with Junaid. He's got to try and do something different here. 3 balls, 3 sixes. 18 have come off the over so far. And make that 4. He's just, if you watch Junaid running in, he's all over the place. He starts and stops and starts and stops. His little steps, big steps. And then by the time he bowls, he's literally bowling from a standing still position. 4 out of 4. Now, we've seen batters get here before and get close to 6. 6 sixes. But normally, they tend to get themselves out, going for the big 6 rather than play a ball on merit. And I think that could be the issue here for Naeem. And that's what Junaid has got to be thinking. Get a good ball in. He'll go for another one. I could get the wicket. And he does get a better ball in. It's fuller. But this one also will be going for 4. Yeah, it will. That's unfortunate. It's a fuller delivery. It's a better length from Junaid. But that will also go to the boundary. So that's 28 off the over with a ball to go. It is the magical start that needed, but it could turn supersonic here. Junaid Saeed. Whoa, he's sweating at the moment. Naeem still on strike. And he'll go big again. It's slot bowling, really, unfortunately. It's too short. It's hit me balls. And somebody like Naeem will make the most of this. 34 come off the first. Every ball a boundary. 5 sixes and 1 4. Oh, well. Talking about making an impact straight away. Just like that, the 170 chase is more like a 150 chase. It's one that's manageable. That's the worst possible start for Junaid. And the thing about that is, and this is the other point to remember, Junaid Saeed as being one of the key bowlers. The plans would have been made for him to bowl too. Now, they're going to go with Omari to bowl the next. So I think depending on how this one goes, it would depend who bowls the third. And I think probably MSB is already thinking about himself to bowl that third in the power play. All right, let's see Omari goes. He's bowling to Zishan Arif, who also goes big, and he'll get 6 of his first as well. It's raining sixes at the Seabarn Cricket Ground. Zishan Arif, tremendous striker of the ball, especially hitting straight down the ground. He's onto it like a flash, and that's 6 more. Exhibition of hitting at the moment. So 7 balls bowled, 7 boundaries hit, 6 sixes, and 1 4. What a start. 40 on the board. Mr. Maximo joins me. Maximo, it's raining Maximos or boundaries. Well, that's 4 runs now.
That's 4 more. Bash, that camera's magnetic, I think. Well, there's starts, there's good starts, there's very good starts, there's incredibly good starts, there's great starts, and then there's this.
Yeah.
You couldn't really start, you're right, better than this. This innings has gone 6, 6, 6, 6, 4, 6, 6, 4. And we're 44 off 8 balls, which is 5.5 a ball.
Yeah.
They're striking 550. But VCC just need a turning point. They need a wicket, need something here. Third goes back, mid-off comes up. Up in the air. That's going to be 6 more. And guess what? It's 50 up in 9 balls. Game on Maximo. Arif getting in on the action.
Oh, wow. It's another one. Now, a lot of people are going to be asking you questions, Vinny. What's the fastest a team has got to 50? Well, I tell you what, this has got to be right up there. It's quite incredible. 50 on the board already. Every ball that's being bowled. So that's 9 balls have been bowled, and all 9 have gone to the boundary.
This is crazy. This might be a record for most consecutive boundaries to start an innings, actually. I think it is. And it should be gone. Well, there's your turning point. Arif goes. He mishits that, and that's where I thought it kind of worked. You put the third back, you put the mid-off up, and then you can catch a mishit there. So I think there's value in that. Mark Simpson Parker doesn't have to move. Good time for VCC to come in and say, look, okay, what's done is done. They've eaten into the target somewhat, but let's just keep picking up these wickets. We've still got 120 to play with here. Score now, 50 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the good batters gone, but still, one goes, another one comes, and it's a pretty good foundation to come in at with the score on 50 already, and it looks like it will be the captain here, Bilal Zalmai, that comes out.
Okay, this reminds me of one of my favourite records. Are you ready?
Go on.
So that was 50 partnership in 9 balls. That'd be a record, right?
You think so, but you're going to tell me it's not.
I will tell you. The fastest 50 partnership is 7 balls between Vasikaran and Indran for Bayer Boosters against the Clone Challengers back in 6th of September. Literally a year ago today. Isn't that crazy? 6th of September 2023 in Krefeld, Germany.
Wow.
So what happened was, and they were out. They were also out the very next ball after they brought it up. So they had final partnership 50 off 8. From memory, I'll tell you how I think it happened, right? As Zalmai comes in, starts by pushing 1 for 4. Well, there you go. Good placement there from the cricketer's skipper. I don't think things are going to slow down with him at the crease.
Nah, he's normally very aggressive. Not a bad delivery, but he just works this away and gets the bat in front of the pads and pushes his past the fielder. It's another boundary.
Well, I say I don't think things are going to slow down. I think by definition they have to slow down somewhat, but I just think Bilal is a kind of guy, very, very talented, innovative, skillful. Started well. Full toss. Drilled it. Found Mark Simpson Parker. End of the over. I suppose So that's a better one, but it still goes for 20. It's 54 for 1 after 2. So that game, by Boosters versus the Challengers in Krefeld, exactly a year ago. What happened was there were 38 off the first over, including obviously there was an extra that might have gone for 4 or 6. And so there were 38 off 1, and then there was, I think, yeah, so then they must have had some combination of like a 7 up and a minimal or something like that. So I think that's what happened. Yeah, so it was 38, then there were 5 wides, and then maybe another wide, then 6. So they're 50 off 7 at that point, which is great. So over 7 a ball, and then there was a wicket the next ball. So yeah, crazy one. But hey, it's a start, but it's only a start. 70-30 to cricketers at the moment. Mark Simpson-Parker does get the third over, as Rico predicted. And he's going to start by being carved away up and over the top by Naeem. That's 6 as well. Nothing really stopping the scoring at the moment. Maxwell for Naeem.
Good shot. Yeah, Mark Simpson-Parker deciding that he'll go a little bit wider outside the off to stop Naeem hitting into the arc and hitting over cow corner. But Naeem shows that he's more than capable of getting underneath those as well and cutting the ball for 6. Extraordinary from Naeem, by the way. And now that one's going to go to the boundary as well. And just keep an eye on something here, Vinny. Remind me of the fastest 50.
Yeah, fastest 50 is 10 balls. We've never had a 9.
All right.
Where's he at here? Let's check.
He needs a 6.
All right. So we could have, this is in my final frontiers, 44 off 8.
Yeah.
It'll be the first time ever anyone has scored a 9-ball 50, but he needs to hit a 6 this ball. Is this history in the making? Naeem on 44.
Yes.
And he will. That's history on the network. The fastest ever 50. Naeem, 50 off 9. Incredible stuff. And fittingly, he brings it up with a Maximo.
Oh, wow. Every ball he's hit has gone to the boundary. Every ball he's hit. Oh, that's just exceptional.
Yes.
Exceptional.
Here's his innings. 6, 6, 6, 6, 4, 6, 6, 4, 6. Quite amazing.
Fastest 50 on the network of 9 deliveries. Wow. That's something special. And when you're chasing 171, you need something special. They got 70 on the board. They've still got 3 balls to go in the power play. They need to score 101.
Biggest power play 94 looks off the table, but might be pretty close the way things are going. What a knock.
Slow ball, well played. Well, this one won't go to the boundary, but he'll still get a single from it, and he'll take that. Now you see, oh, that almost takes him out. Now you'll see the difference here, the 2 batters. Not that they might change the way they're going, but certainly Bilal could, because he's just got out there. But now you're thinking, hey, we need 13 and a half and over. We don't have to go crazy anymore.
That's history. We've had half a dozen at least 10-ball 50s, maybe even 7 or 8. That one short. Bilal puts him away. Remember, MSP got a bit of Bilal. Bilal wants his right of reply, and at the moment he's getting it. 6 more to cricketers.
Yeah, gets a swivel on this, plays it away. And, well, Vienna CC, they've got 1 wicket. They know that they need at least another couple more. We said this before. We know that Cricketer CC have got tremendous hard-hitting batters and dangerous batters. If they get going, then they can get there. You've got to get those wickets. You've got to outfox them and outsmart them.
Need wickets. I mean, 13 and over is what's required from here. Goes on the charge, hits it up and under. Fielder has to watch it. 6 more. Maximo. MSP can't stop the bleeding. He goes for 29. Join the club. End of the 3rd over. And cricket is in an incredible power play. 83 for 1.
Oh, wow. 83 for 1. And I've said this before. Just have a look at what we're seeing here at the moment. So 34 of the first, 20 of the second. There was a wicket, though, that would fall. And then 29 of that one from MSP. What did it go to here? I mean, you've got to think, you've got to try and take the pace off, try something different. And I think, yeah, Abdullah, it would have to be Abdullah Akbarjan, or you go with Kanahanga Hamdard. They're going to go with Akbarjan to try and make a difference here, the left armour.
third biggest power play in ECS cricket, or ECN cricket for that matter. It's the biggest outside Barcelona. I'll tell you the two bigger. As Akbarjan comes on, is he the answer? Oh, he's going to get smashed away, and that's going to be 6 as well. Maximal for Naeem. It's absolute and utter carnage here at Saban at the moment. Cricket is going ballistic in the first part of this innings. Yeah, so just quickly, Pakai Care scored 94 against Spartans Hospitalet. That was actually chasing 94 for victory. They brought it up in 3 overs. Last ball of the third. 29, 28, 37 with those 3 overs. As another ball is going to disappear. Won't be fielded. That's going to be 4 more. Naeem into the 60s. The second highest was Sohal Hospitalet. 87 without loss in 3. They scored 28, 29 and 30. They had a couple that with 82, but this one, as you can see, right up there. The 82 power plays. One of them was the famous Drew against Tunbridge Wells of England in the ECL. But this is insane what we're seeing at the moment. Akbarjan wide. I can understand you pushing the line there a little bit.
They need something to go their way. They need a breakthrough. And we've seen it before. Teams have made cracking starts like this and a couple of wickets fall and everything changes. Oh, no. That one, well, could have been worse. I thought that was going to go all the way to the boundary. It gets past Kuani. Fortunately for him, the man at third is able to grab at it before it gets past him.
Missing, but feels like a small win. Hey, look, now we can do now, they need about 12 and over. Try and win a few little battles. Obviously, you're going to have to get Naeem at some point. But maybe you can frustrate him with a couple of dots. Get someone else out there. Keep the runs above the balls remaining as deep as you can. See if you can force a finish. But we know cricketers are kind of all went south for them in the last part of their game, albeit they were fielding yesterday, second against Salzburg. Is there another twist left in this game, or are we looking at a 171 chase in the semi-final?
That's picked up beautifully. Akbarjan, he's trying different things. You can see, yes, he tries to go outside the off a few times. Doesn't work. He goes too wide. Then he tries to tuck up the batter into the legs, but he goes down the leg side wide. And then he tries to do the same again here. I think he's trying to squeeze this in between bat and pad, but it's been well scooped and picked up. It's going to be 6. So this over's now 19.
Goes again. A bit more protection in the outfield this time. Is picked up. Don't see him getting the fastest century if he was to get there. That's 21 balls by Asjad Butt. I suppose he could tie it and get 32 off 6, but I think the most important thing for cricketers, never mind the record books, they just want to make sure they chase this 171. This is hit towards Simpson Parker. Can't quite reel it in. Great effort from the fielder on the boundary, but it climbs over him. And Bilal, well, I know he's taken a bit of tap over the last 24 hours, but he wants the last laugh here. He wants to be back in the final, and that one just clears the fielder.
Yeah, well hit. The 100 comes up in the 4th over. 109 for 1. And quite miraculously, that rate has come down to less than 10.5 in from here. But I don't see these two changing the way they go.
Look at the rate.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that. That actual rate, the red line, 17 and over. And they actually doubled it in the first.
Well,
Makes it look small, but it's not.
Well, every over's gone magical. We've had a supersonic, which is, we say, over 30. Then we've had a 20, a 29, and now a 26.
Is bonkers. All right. Amir Javed has a go. This is up in the air. That's going to get over the fielder as well. Maximal Naeem. What a knock. Thing about Naeem, and I remember this quite well, he tends to save his best for the big matches. And I remember this when he was playing for Pakistan CC previously in ECS cricket, and he's really stepping up right now.
Isn't he just hitting boundary after boundary? So they're trying to take a bit of the pace off here, but even that, he's getting enough of it. And that's a clever shot. It really is. He just leans into this one. He sees that it's going down on the leg side, But rather than let that ball york him, he leans forward, gets the wrist into play, and just helps that along as well. It's yet another boundary. So you can see that already of just 2 balls in this over of Ahmed Javid. They've got the rate that they require already. So if they keep going at this pace, well, before you know it, they'll be nearly less than run a ball.
This is crazy. I'm going to look up the highest first 5 over score is 129 by the Cobras when they scored 257. And it's under attack here, although that might help as far as that record goes. But they could still do it. They need 11 off 3 to do that. Crazy stuff. Can't really find enough words to describe what we're seeing here.
Javid, dot ball, that's a rarity. Gone. Big wicket. He steps across and he gets a little bit of something on this. Ahmad Naeem will go. Quinton Norris takes the sharp catch. You just saw him taking that step across here. Watch him go here. Steps across, throws everything at this, gets a little snick, and that's the wicket they needed. Is that, or could that be the change around in the fortunes here? Amir Naeem will go for 78 of 18 deliveries, and Cricketer CC 119 for 2.
Yeah, that's an incredible knock with pressure, everything that comes with a semi-final, knowing you're 1 loss away and your underdog's walking out. To go and do what he did, it's just not something you see every day. But he chases a wide one, thick edge, Quinton Norris, big cue stick. I want to make sure everyone heard it. Look, let's not count out Vienna CC. I know they're miles behind right now. But 10 and over, you need to find some tight overs. And you need to string a couple together in a row. They still need about 10 and over. Is it likely? Probably not. But is it possible? Yes.
Yeah, it's pressure. You just saw the camp there. It didn't look like a camp that were like all sort of, it was nervous. Walking around nervy. They've lost another wicket. They're still needing 52 runs. Yeah, okay, they brought the rate down. But a few wickets here could change everything. Gagani hits it hard, and he's going to get 4 as well. He's a good little player, is Gagani. I like him. I liked him from the moment I saw him. And Hikmatullah Gagani, if you thought he's coming out there thinking any differently, he's not. It's almost like Bilal, the captain out there, said to all of his teammates, go out there and thrash at it. Go out there and attack it.
You don't really see a path, but I know it's possible. But Kogiani's so much confidence coming out. And now he's going to get more. And really, I think it's a when not if now at the moment.
Yeah.
It's gone all the way as well. Maximal signaled. Let's have a look. I know originally some people might have thought this was 4. Let's have a look. Where's the ball coming down? Yeah, that is 6. Check it one more time. Yeah, it's easily 6. So back-to-back 6s, and it will tie then the fastest first 5 overs in history, ECN history, 129 without loss after 5. Any sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Rico for I'm stunned with what I've seen. Just repeating, that is the equal highest first 5 overs in around about 6,000 ECN matches.
Ooh, that's quite amazing. And we've seen the fastest 50 ever as well.
And yeah, a bit of history there, which is on the final frontier, a 9-ball 50. I knew we'd see it one day. And sure enough, it's on my list. I made this list earlier in the year. Yeah. One of them was 2 centuries in an innings, and that happened, actually, ironically, in the same innings that they scored 129 in the first 5 overs. We saw that in Hungary. So that's a couple of things ticked off. And now, should just be 1. It will be 1, although almost an overthrow. So isn't that crazy? What's going to go off my final frontier list next?
But we're still...
I had like an 8.
We're still saying 50 off and over.
The big bang.
We
all shut down.
Yeah, we've got to 40... What, we got to 46?
45.
45. And that, of course...
4 times we've had 45, never 46.
That was got equal this time.
Kogiani was actually in trouble. First game of this tournament of losing that one.
That's hurt Quinny. It's caught him badly on his right hand. Let's have a look at this again. I mean, it's a missed opportunity for Kogani because it's a short delivery. You'd expect him to put away.
He just bounced more than he thought. Look, it ends up bang, getting on the kind of heel of the hand. Ouchies.
Hamdad. Can he get another? Not with that one. That just hit beautifully through the ball. Hit hard, hit well, hit for 6. And Bilal Zalmai, the captain, he's not in a mood to leave an opening here for Vienna CC. That rate just coming lower and lower. 34 now, 27 deliveries. Oh, what a win this would be. Remember, they went down in the first match when they played each other, chasing 196. They made a big fight of it as they got to 160. And that's played away beautifully. And I suppose I know they haven't got this win here. Taking it on. It's a risky one. He could be gone here. I think he could be gone. I think he's out.
Got to be.
Why does he go for this?
Left his bat behind, runs through a stop sign, see? And then he's definitely gone.
Yeah,
In fact, the bat never makes it.
That is crazy running. Well, craziness here from the captain. Now, we've seen him do crazy things before with the running. When we've seen him run his partner out because he wants to stay in, and he was thinking of getting a century himself. But he's just opened the door there, you know. He's just opened the door by giving his wicket away. That's quite crazy. Bilal Zalmai, there's no need whatsoever to go for this second. The fielder has got the ball in his hand. What are you thinking, Capitan? I don't know. But what you have done, you've thrown a lifeline there to Vienna CC.
I suppose when confidence becomes overconfidence, you could argue, still in great shape. Yeah, just decided. And he was trying to be warned, didn't he? Kogiani saying, hey, come on, you don't need to go. He says, all right, if you say so. But, yeah, I mean, it would have been interesting if he'd had his bat in his hand, whether he might have had a chance of making it.
Very crazy. Anyway, Basir Khan comes out next. So they're holding back the big D, by the way. Just gets played away by Basir. Gogani now goes back and strike. I suppose when you're at this stage in the match, when you're needing under 8, having a left and right hander out there, it works pretty well. The bowlers are under pressure. They might get a few extras come their way. So can they get another? Can Hamdard get another breakthrough here? Oh, he just pitched it up in the air. They can. He's just given his wicket away. He doesn't even hit this. What is going on here? So Kogani will go. If he hits it, he gets a wicket. In fact, he just hands it over to Akbarjan. He doesn't hit this at all. And this is what can happen, you see, all of a sudden now, because that rate has come down, they're not hitting through the ball. First of all, you saw a wicket there. The captain gives his wicket away. Now Kogani, instead of hitting through this ball, he just puts it straight into Akbarjan's hand. So, this match, just like that, is come back alive.
Yeah, it's got a pulse. Surely not. Kogiani goes. And he's still got good batting there. Here comes the big D. He's coming out at number 6, but Sears there with him. Very, very capable. 32 off 24 required. 139 for 4 after 6. Now, I wonder who you go for here.
I think they're better off keeping pace off. I mean, I wouldn't even mind them going back to Amir Javed, to be honest. I know he did go for 20, but he picked up a wicket. There was 2 wickets in that one. I mean, the run out from the captain, how important could that be? That was just crazy. So 9 runs, 2 wickets in the over, 1 the run out. Now, just like that, this game is back alive.
Definitely is. Here's Javed, does get a second over, gets that one past him. That's over the line, that's fine.
Dot ball, tension. Now can they, that rate, can they start to bring it up slowly but slowly? I mean, Cricket CC probably know they get 3 big shots in here, they win the match, more or less, because it puts them in a really good position. Yeah. But they've got to get there first.
Yeah, gets the one, defending so important, don't leak a boundary on the ground now. I know that Amar Naeem, believe it or not, he's 45 years of age, but I can guarantee you that he's never hit a 9-ball 50 in all of his life. It's absolute madness. All right, Big D steps up. You know, he likes the leg side. Had a really friendly breeze for it yesterday, so he was able to kind of step across and do it with immunity. They put the field back there, bringing the deep cover up. Here's Javed. Oh, he actually chases a wide. Would have been a wide.
Good stop.
A little bit of luck. This is where you take it as deep as you can. You got 10 between runs and balls, so 31 off 21. Maintain that
Not easy because boundaries will bring it down, but you do have 2 fresh batters at the crease. Misses again, hits the big D. Dot. Is there a little bit of doubt creeping in? They've gone from pretty much nothing percent to 15% here.
Yeah, this is, you've got to say, I mean, I was going to say great fight back, but the fight back's been started by Cricket CC making some crazy decisions. The run out comes to mind, of course, then Kagani hits the ball straight to Bajan, trying to be careful.
All right, goes after it. This time he's going to get lucky. He's going to get at least 4. That is 4, so out of jail. Hextine off the mark.
Yeah, off the mark, but you can see, I mean, he plays this one away, then straight away he's doing some stretching. I know that he has talked about issues that he's got with his side strain. He hasn't been able to bowl as much, as well as that he's like to. And so gets that one away, but it's a streaky one. It's a streaky one.
27 off 19. That one goes a bit too wide. Yeah, I'm going to look up my final frontier notes, right?
Mm-hmm.
This was my whole thing, and it was about what are we going to see that's never happened. And the 2 things I had at the top of my list I think will happen soon-ish. Chases it, gets it. Slight slower ball. Big D likes it. Might have put his back out, but he has got 6 runs for his team. 150's up into the 7th. 151 for 4.
Yeah, as soon as he plays this, you can see he's in trouble straight away. And it's obviously that strain he's got the side of his back, which he feels when he's bowling as well. So whenever he's overstretching, but that's a big shot. Gets a 6 away. So come on, what else you got in that?
Yeah, so I was just looking. When I made the list, which was back in April, it was in, I think it was at the start of France, or no, I think it was in Portugal, pardon me. Just a quick look at where we're at on finals day with the winner of this team, the winner of this match straight through to the final, and of course the loser at the end of the road. One thing that has been achieved, 2 centuries in an innings, 9 ball 50 now has been achieved. Here's Hamdard, so it is pace off. Just start with a single. The other thing that was up there with 9 ball 50 was a 7-wicket haul. The way things are going, I might be waiting a long time for that, but I still think it'll happen one day.
It will happen.
200 chases up there. One day we'll see a 200 chase. A 20-ball century, beating the record of 21.
Well, I said to you at the beginning of the season, I think the 7-wicket will happen this season.
Yeah.
And I still maintain that.
Still waiting. 5 wickets in 5 balls for a bowler. We've had 4 and 4. We've never had 5 and 5. Give you another one. I like. All right, he gets under this, but just helps it around the corner. He's in a lot of discomfort right now, X-Team, but he will get 4 more. He's keeping things under control.
Yeah, we can see maybe why he came in a little bit later. So he is struggling a fair bit. I know that he does have that well strapped. He was showing me the other day when I saw him when he came out of the off bowling. He had just sort of like a weightlifter's belt sort of thing on. So he's struggling, but at the moment he's getting his team ever so closer to a position in the final.
But if the belt is supporting him, who's supporting the belt? Whacked it in the air, should be gone, is gone. Well, Big D steps aside. Oh, he did his job, didn't he? Obviously in a bit of discomfort, he whacked it around. He had a couple of dots to start, but he'll go for 14 off 6 and keeps cricketers on track. 15 and a runner ball required. It's 156 for 5.
Yeah, this is one thing I like about Hamdard. Always a fighter. So even with, I mean, nobody else really celebrating too much with that wicket. But Hamdard, it's a wicket. He's got the big D. It's another one that goes down. All right, look, another batter will come out. But watch Hamdard here. As the wicket is taken, MSP takes a straightforward catch. But Hamdard, he's up and about. He likes it. He's happy about it. Just, it's one of those, I know, I say this a lot, but look, it's runner ball required, 15 or 15. Get a couple of there, 5 wickets down. Get a couple of wickets in there. Anything can still happen.
Got to push it to the finish. Push it to the last over. Anything's possible.
Yeah, you got
really get those nerves roll in.
Yeah, 2 unset batters. So Ulla to face his first. Hit
Back
pretty
straight.
well. Great stop.
Yeah.
Brilliant stop.
Takes it one bounce and rolls it back in. Just going back to that. Back-to-back golden balls is on my list. So back-to-back golden ball games. We've gone pretty close to that. We've had 2 and 3 before.
Yeah.
5 stumpings in an innings. We almost had that, not quite. And 6 catches in an innings. They're on my main ones. There's a couple of random ones on there. Smashed. And well, no signs of drama. Bassiers, good hitter, coming off some runs yesterday. Maximo gets them within 8 of the target. Do you want me to get I'll just finish this up.
Go on.
My random ones, an 8. So like an 8 off the bat. So four run plus 4 overthrows. And inverted commas, 6 buys or leg buys, like hits the helmet and goes over the boundary without bouncing, even though it would only be 4. But or someone bowling one going over the keeper without it bouncing, which actually led us to see if I could actually bowl a ball over the boundary. That was fun. All right, well, it's almost done. This one's going to disappear out of the ground, and they need 2 in 2 overs. Cricketers back from the brink here in semi-final 1. End of the over. It has been carnage with a capital C, and Cricketers, that's CCC. They are 169 for 5 after 8.
Yeah, I mean, Hamdard, he does pick up another wicket in there, but it's all but done, isn't it? You got to say, a lot of people, including myself, were surprised with Cricketer CC decision to chase and not bat first. And I suppose the reason for that is here. I mean, would they have gone the way they did chasing, as they did in this innings, if they batted first? Probably not. They probably would have gone different. They certainly wouldn't have gone, I think, the rate they did at the beginning when they scored 83 of the first 3. They would have been saying, hey, if we get to 60, it's good. So maybe they would have, if they batted first, maybe they would have put the 170 on the board and think, yeah, that's enough.
Just quickly, Donnerstadt versus Graz Cricket Academy coming up in 15 minutes. Hamid Safi does come in. I said Chowdhury needs to be looking over his shoulder. He's been dropped. But anyway, maybe he can still help the team in some way possible. Donnerstadt, obviously defending champions. Let me just check out the toss news. This will tie the scores as we're almost done here, unbelievably. So Graz Cricket Academy won the toss, elected to bat first. I think it's a good toss for them to win. All right. Unbelievable how they've done this. Any score wins it. That will do it. What a win for Cricketers CC in this first semi-final. Basir puts the cherry on the top of the cake, and they have chased 171 unbelievably with 10 balls to spare.
Well, look at those amazing scenes there from the team that stood and watched. And maybe there was some panic in there earlier, but they've got the win they wanted. High fives all around. And they have put their place in the final. Of course, they did it last year, but they lost out to Donnerstadt. And, well, who will they play this time? Well, we don't know if Donnerstadt are going to be the team there. They're going to try to get past the underdogs, if you like, Graz Cricket Academy, who finished 5th. And they had to battle to finish 5th to get here. Well, they did the job over the favourites, or one of the favourites this morning, Salzburg. And now they will play Donnerstadt in the second semi-final to see who out of those two play Cricketer CC, who have booked their place in the final after quite an amazing run chase. They get to that 171, and they do it with, well, plenty of balls to go. There's 10 balls to go. It's quite amazing. Well, they do say, Vinny, that records are there and they're there to be broken. Well, a few went down in this run chase.
Well, you have to do something pretty amazing if you're going to chase 171 and make it look easy, and that's exactly what Amanin did. He went out and he did something that's never been done in 6,000 matches on the European Cricket Network. He hit 9 boundaries back-to-back. He hit 7 sixes, he hit 2 fours, and he scored 50 in 9 balls. I mean, it started with 34 off the first over, and it didn't get too much better from there. 20 off the second, 29 off the third, 26 off the fourth, 20 off the fifth. So 5 magical overs plus in the first half, despite the wicket of Zishan Arif. But then Bilal came, he didn't slow things down at all. 129 for 2 was equal with the Cobras of Hungary in the most runs ever scored in the first 5 overs of an innings. And from there, really, they never looked back, despite Vienna CC just picking up a couple of wickets down the stretch. It wasn't to be. And Cricketers, they booked their place in the final for the second year running.
Yeah, and it was, you got to say, a brave and solid performance. Other teams in that position, well, they would have gone down. And I've got to say, it's the start that they got. Amar Naeem, 78 of 19 deliveries. I mean, getting 34 off the first over and the power play score 83 before the wicket did go down. It was quite amazing, and when you get a start like that, when you take the 170 and needing to go at 17s, and within 3 overs you take it to about 13 required an over, I mean, that is massive. And once they achieved that, I think they got into the heads of Vienna CC as well and pulled off a remarkable run chase. Vienna CC, look, what can you say about this team, Vinny? They are a marvellous bunch of guys. They're great hosts. The way they look after us is absolutely fantastic. But they also play some great cricket. They've got some brilliant players amongst their midst. I mean, Hamdard have been so impressed with his all-round performance. We know about the Akbarjans as well. But Mark Simpson-Parker, he's a fantastically talented player. But yet, once again, they're going to fall short. And it's Cricketer CC that'll go on and book their place in the final.
Yeah, and you can see here a couple of wickets tumbling towards the end, but they needed a miracle, didn't they? They were kind of signs they might be able to kind of get down that lower order. But I mean, this is what good teams have. They have a lot of players that come in and can still kind of hit those boundaries straight away. There's no real signs of nerves there from cricketers. And Basir brings up the win. You can see how much it means. These two teams, they've got a fierce rivalry. But on this occasion, it's the cricketers that come out on top. That's what's coming up. Have a look at Donnerstadt. They've listed Zayda open. I'm not so sure they'll go with that, but they might. I'd probably stick Shigawal straight up there. I think everyone could shuffle up a spot. I mean, Ahmedzai's batting too low there for me. We'll see. They'll be chasing in that one. Graz Cricket Academy welcome Hamid Safi back from suspension. Varg maybe could come back into form, but Bharat Gowda had a day out this morning. 84 was incredible. That game's coming up in about 10 minutes. The action just never stops here on ECN, especially in finals day. Let's check out this scorecard, and it will make your mind break because we saw an insane 50 off just 9 balls from Naeem. First time it's ever been done. We saw an 83-run power play. That's the 3rd biggest ever, setting up an equal highest 5 over score ever. And you see their batting they've got didn't even go to Shadnan Khan. His guy's got 100 on the network and never even got a hit. 2 for 27. Hamdard with the ball. 1 wicket for Omari and 1 for Javed. But I think for me the biggest thing there was when MSP came on in the 3rd over to say, all right, come on, let's stop this madness. He couldn't. He went for 29. And from there, well, the cricketers, they cruised to victory.
Yeah, you're right. That was a big moment. And MSP, so many times he's come on, and by coming on, he's changed the direction or the course of the match's game. But this time round, he was no match for somebody hitting off the openers up there. He's over, went for 29. And as I said, their first 3 overs really, I think, was done and dusted by then. The 100 came up in the 4th over. Great batting from Cricketer CC. I mean, they had a plan. They executed it well. And whether they knew, I think, that Vienna CC were going to score big runs, but they just thought the best chance they got is to chase. They had to chase big. They had to go past at 170, and they did it. And mainly thanks to a great start they were given there from Aman Naeem. The captain, Bilal Zalmay, once again played his part. 30 of just 8 deliveries. A couple of wickets there fell cheaply. I mean, Bilal himself, the way he runs himself out, I mean, and on another day, that could have been criminal, really. Akbarjan takes the catch to remove the talented left-hander Kugani. But the other batters, Basir, showed his character with his stuck around and literally stayed there to win the match. And we saw Big D come out, play a few shots. Didn't look right. Quite interesting if he's not 100% why Shadnan doesn't come out before him, actually. But all that doesn't really matter. They get the win. They book their place in the final.
Very quick turnaround then, back in 10 minutes, and the semi-finals will be rounded out. And talk about your underdog stories. Graz Cricket Academy have swept aside Salzburg. They're going to have a crack at the defending champions next. It's Donnerstadt who are going to take on GCA in the second semi-final. Back in 10 minutes with that. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. As finals day, bringing it again. We'll see you shortly for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. What a finals day we've had so far. Plenty of action and we're only halfway through, believe it or not. Still have the second semi-final to come and of course the final later on today. We're about to see the other team to make it through to the decider. And this will see Donnerstadt, the top-ranked side, taking on the lowest-ranked side coming into today, Graz Cricket Academy in the second semi. The other spot is up for grabs in the final. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters has the two captains.
Graz to call. Hit is a call. Hit it is.
Ready.
They can have a bat.
Graz Cricket Academy win and they want to have a bat, no surprises there. Their last two games have both been pretty dramatic. They have backed themselves out of a tight spot to score 150 plus, both of those games against Salzburg, and they've managed to defend it. So they're not really scared of anyone. I got to say that Bharat Gowda was incredible, his highest ever ECN score coming at a very opportune time this morning. He scored 84, but their bowling, their death bowling has been very, very good, I think. Just hitting their spots better than almost any other team in the competition. So not a lot of big names in the GCA lineup, but they just seem to find a way to win. And they're going to have to find something because Donnerstadt, they have won this tournament 5 years in a row. Well, they're hoping to make it 5 years in a row. Wins in 20, 21, 22 and 23. Could this be the 5th year in a row that they win? Donnerstadt, obviously, they've got a lot of good players. Rasmus Shigawal, I still think he's one guy. We haven't quite seen the best of him yet in this series. But Donnerstadt, they go in as top seeds. They've got to be favourites for the day. Can GCA pull out another miracle? Let's see. As Rico 4 is ready for the second semi-final. I can tell you GCA, I think they're happy to win the toss. They're going to bat first over to you. And let's find out who is going to be the other team in the final.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu as Graz Cricket Academy take on Donnerstadt. Donnerstadt, you heard there from Vinny, they're a team that, well, on many occasions have had their hands firmly fixed on that magnificent winners' trophy. And they've got a few winners' medals to go with it as well. And I think they're looking to keep their historic run going here. Can they make it 6 wins? And that'll be like 4 on the spin as well. Having a look at the teams here, I think with Graz Cricket Academy, they're a team that are relying on their great bowling when it comes to defending and defending well. And I think as a result of that, that's why I think they decided to bat first. And I think they say, look, we are the underdogs going here, but let's go out there, be brave, bat, try to get going. Hamid Safi coming to the side is going to be big. The form of Bharat Gowda has been really good. Durrani and Momand could be key players there as well. And then for me, I think Najibullah Sultanzai, if they are to pull off a surprise here, I think he could be the man to do it with his batting and his bowling. And Yogesh Balage himself, the captain, we've seen him captaining at times. He's probably the vice-captain here now. He's behind the stumps. We haven't seen the best from him yet. So Pamir Zawar, the captain, will be hoping that Yogesh will play a part in this one as well. But Donnerstadt, yeah, I mean, Rasmus Shigawal and Itibar Shadida, when they haven't been in the side, we have seen Donnerstadt go down. So they are very key to their course here. Sahil Zadran has been in sensational form. Yusuf Zai, I've liked his work as well. But they've had a few shakes, haven't they, with the batting. So they really do need something like, I think, Iqbal Hussain to go really well at the top of the order. And I think the captain there, Asif Zai, probably pretty much the key. So we're ready to go. Sahil Zadran, no surprise, will bowl the first. And it's launched into Adios Bolota. That is a biggie. Oh, wow. That's been absolutely crunched. Oh, what a big hit that is. And it's sort of been the pattern of the day, though, hasn't it? Big shots all around. Teams are just not messing around. That one whacked away. Being greeted by a nice few butterflies here in the cube. Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu has disappeared, and the butterflies have come in. Well, it's not just the butterflies that are flying. So are the grizzlies. Big shot. Not the right delivery. A bit of a discussion now as Rasmal Shiguel comes over and has a chat with the bowler. I think Rasmal is saying, hey, come on, Sahil, think about this. Zadran is best when he gets that the Yorker going. That's his go-to ball. He's outfoxed a few batters with slower deliveries as well, but it's the Yorker that he needs to get going here. And, well, they're going into that field. Now, a lot of the fielders are coming out, shaking all sorts of things off their arms. And I can tell you what that is. At this time of day, it's webs. There's a lot of creepy crawlies in there. There's a lot of spiders. So you just got to be careful. He's in there, and he's got to be careful because I can tell you what else is in there. Maybe we got a shot of it from earlier. There are spiders in there. And when they come out, you've got to be careful. Yes, a lot of people have just jumped out of their skins. I'm not making this up, folks. There's creepy crawlies in there. Spiders, well, take your fancy spiders. There's some snakes there as well. We've seen it all. Well, that snake is saying that grizzly is mine. Nobody's getting their hands on that. Well, just some of the things you see when you go into that. Well, the field of joy is what we're calling it because it is a field of sunflowers. And, of course, sunflowers do bring you plenty of joy, but they can also bring you a fair bit of pain as well. Next one. It is fuller. It is slower. This one doesn't get put away. It comes back with a dot ball. The butterfly's gone that was in here now. I'm trying to search for it now. Got a pretty nice shot of it. It's very, very nice. I'm loving the nature around this Sea Barn cricket ground. Most of it, anyway. I must admit, the spiders are not so welcome. Gets down on one knee. So after being hit for 2 big sixes, there's a couple of dots now from Hamid Safi. Of course, he's one man, as well as a lot of course, other supporters of Graz Cricket Academy will be overjoyed that they did win that eliminator. It means that we do get a chance to see him one more time. And, well, it starts well, but now he's missed out on 3 in a spin. So whatever was said to Sahil Zadran, and while the other players are getting stuck in the webs, it seems to have worked. He's got 3 balls and 3 dots in after being hit for 2 big sixes. Now, can he finish the over off well, or will it be another boundary? It's pretty full. It's guided away. Oh, gets through the fielder, and once it gets past you, well, this outfield is not going to be kind to you. Sahil Zadran stands doing the double teapot stare to the fielder, gets past the fielder, and once it gets past him, there it goes. It bobbles away, and that's going to be another boundary. So you'll end with 3 boundaries. So 16 off the first. It's going to be, looks like very much a high scoring day, doesn't it? Let's just remind people who are just joining in what we've seen already. So that's the graphic there, and I can tell you what the scores were. So the eliminator, Graz Cricket Academy made 156 for 4. Salzburg, a surprise, 129 for 7, a win by 27 runs. And then we saw how Cricketer CC booked their place in the final. They chased Vienna CC's 170, got to 176 for 5, winning with 10 balls to go. Here's the next, and it goes down and does the bowler, and the ball goes into the third area. It's going to be 4 runs. So not sure what happens to Ishaq Safi here. He just goes down, and it's almost like I thought he was going to do a cartwheel when he bowls that one, but then it goes into the field. 4 runs. Of course, Safi is a player who has taken a hat-trick here. He'd be loving to find that form again. As Vinny Sandy joins me back in the queue.
Nice to be back, and yeah, look, Graz
dream start. I'll slow down a bit. Yeah, I wonder what they did say to Zadran. Dita went over and said, "Stop getting smashed." whatever it did, it worked. But Varg's getting his opportunity now to face up. Shaksafi gets hit away leg side, just a single. So, what are we thinking about what we've seen? And we've had an insane time, haven't we? But that's the beauty of ECN cricket. Well, that's no ball off the pitch. Just too much swing there for Safi. Actually, gets a lot of good outswing here, but you see this bounces off the pitch and it bounces just short of the crease. So, yeah, a bit of a freebie coming up here. Oh well, they got the wheel change here, right? So obviously something not quite right. It's not great for the clock. The shoes have been traded. Let's see how that works out. Free hit. Another wide, it's bad as well. It gets under the keeper. Where far is it going? It's going to be a minimo. Can't really afford that at this stage. Disastrous, really. Free hit will stay in play. Big swing and a miss this time. So you need a bit of a turning point here to Donnerstadt. Don't have a wicket yet. Goes upstairs. And gambles on the short ball and the free hit, gets away with it. Of course, Safi into the lineup. Had a disciplinary issue. Had a bit of trouble holding on to his bat at times. Back with 2 sixes. Right now, he's going to get another one. Just wheels and deals on this one. Safi gets too close to him. Hasn't had the control. Ishak Safi in this over. And that's maximal. 6 runs. Adios, Pelota. Oh, there's that swing again. He's really getting it to go sometimes, though. That's why he doesn't really know what's going on here. Needs to sort it out as soon as possible. Oh, this one sneaks under. That will take us to the end of the second over, and the score's 34 without loss. Decent length at the end. But Safi really have an over to remember there. Let's just remind everyone that we have 17 days to go until the European Cricket Championship, the Euros of Cricket. Looking forward to welcoming you, and of course, always get great viewership for that. It's the kind of the jewel in the crown of the calendar, really, when you think about it. And the highest level cricket you'll see on ECN. 32 nations will be competing across 2 divisions in 2024. The 4th edition will see 2 trophies up for grabs. Join us in 17 days for the 4th edition of the ECC. And we start a new over. Zadran is being brought back from Tortuga. Whacks Safi on the shoulder as well to block it. If you'd like to be involved in the Superfan Sweep, I've added a few people today. I'll allocate your country at random and you can go for them. There's the old Tortuga. Well blocked by Safi. Give him credit there. They could have easily gotten past him. He turns on this. He's been very good there, Safi. Don't get too close to the kneecaps. Maximo. 6 more. GCA playing like a team that have got nothing to lose. And to be honest, that's the way it is. Well struck. Just turning on, using the pace very expertly. Safi, 28 off 12. Better late than never. Goes after this, no third back. Not that it probably would have mattered. It's gone all the way. Maximo, 6 more. And the carnage continues here. Well, things have stepped up, if anything, on finals day. Insane hitting. Yeah. At the Sabang Cricket Ground. All right, slow ball, clever. Should be gone, and it is gone eventually. Oh, well. Ahmad Ahmadzai will take the catch, but it was a bit of heart in your mouth, ball in your mouth kind of moment. Back of the hand, slow ball. Sahel bowls it really well. Assumes it's going to be caught when he sees it hit pretty much straight up in the air. Right then, time to juggle. Bit of a hairy moment for Ahmad, but he will hold on. And for Hamid Safi, end of the road for him. But we'll say it was a pretty useful contribution. He'll go for 34 off 14, 47 for 1. Probably not a bad time for Bharath Gowda to come to the crease. Durrani. Actually comes in ahead of Gowda. I suppose that's the order they had before. And he's going to start pretty well. And it's going to be Maximo Seis Carreras. Yeah, I thought maybe with Gowda being in such good form, maybe this is a time that you go for him. But Durrani did start with a 6 last time. He does exactly the same this time. GCA. Well, they're not really used to being in front, but probably are if you just look at the scoreboard here in isolation. Thing is, supercomputer factoring in Donnerstadt and their strength. There's a slow ball again. Oh, almost pulled it off. Shafiullah Yousafzai. He threw up the left hand in hope more than anything. He knocked it up, but he couldn't recover in time. It's like he's swimming in fresh air. Watch this. Came down, couldn't control his body. That would have been an incredible catch. End of the third over. What a power play. 54 for 1 at the end of 3. (16, 18, 20) climbing the staircase at the moment. GCA. Gone. End of the bat. And Durrani won't last too long as This is Zia Shinwari coming in. It wasn't the greatest ball, really. It was short, it was wide. He went on the cut here, but look at the contact right down towards the bottom of the bat. And a fairly simple catch. And disappointment for Girani. Essentially goes 6 and out. Iqbal Hussain snaffles him at backward point. Shinwari strikes with his first ball. Kind of on the jump. He just needs to get a bit more of the middle of the bat on that. If it was hit it a little bit higher up, probably flies away, probably over Iqbal Hussain, but instead all right, well, that's one way to start. And interestingly as well, they still haven't gone to Gouda. They've gone to Samagul Mesaun. Again, decent hitter as he exhibits by whacking his first ball for 6. But I can't believe you don't go to a guy that scored 84 and had the innings of his life this morning. Maybe he's fatigued. But we're in the 4th over. We're out of the power play. I would have thought it would be a no-brainer, but hey, don't criticise Mesaun. He's come out there and smashed 6. That one is successfully fetched. Okay, Shinwari. Well, you've seen the 6 and out. He got the out and 6. Short. Is going to be the one for the over. That I think the one that took the wicket wasn't called one for the over. This one is. It must have been close to the wicket, but obviously the umpires made their determination. Used up the short ball there. He's got to be careful. Slow ball, edged for. Throws the hands and it gets a little piece of bat on it. Mesaun rides his luck to the boundary. Up she goes. Goes upstairs this time. Pretty high. I mean, where was it when it passes him though? Getting good bounce. Oh, jeez. I actually think that's no ball. Standing at the crease, so yeah, it's going to be called. Yeah, it seems like the right call. No, he's just getting too much bounces there, Shinwari. Just, yeah, looked when it went past him. So we've got a free hit coming up for Mesaun. Shinwari, slow ball. Jams it in the block hole, does well. It's only a single. Good officiating though, I've got to say. It's, the officials have a lot to keep them busy. Those calls, I mean, I like that when they are kind of clear on the replay, they're not afraid to intervene, because these calls can be the difference between winning and losing matches. We've seen that so many times now. Varg hasn't had much to do so far. 3 balls faced. Well, does something pretty good here. It's a full toss and he pumps it over the offside. Maximal, that's deep into the fields as well. Yeah, wakey. Holds his shape nicely, Akshay. 6 runs to GC8. They're playing with a kind of confidence and swagger that they're kind of, I find admirable. End of the 4th over, 72 for 2. Taking on Donnerstadt, who won an ECN trophy in 2020. They've won the European Cricket Series in 21, 22 and 23. Hoping to make it in 24 as well. Yeah, back in 2020, Donnerstadt won the Austrian Pakistan CC. Donnerstadt didn't take part in that series. It was a very, very fast series actually back then. Back in 2020, remember it was only a 5-day series. This one hit down the ground. It's a great start. Interestingly, and kind of frighteningly in a way, enlisted 158 from here, but only given a 44% chance of defending it against a strong Donnerstadt batting lineup. Buenos dias, Monica. ¿Cómo estás? Nice to see you. Welcome to the chat. This is up in the air. Fielder camps under it, takes it. Safi does the job. He's happy. He's rolling the dice. Rug's going to be carved out for 12. Didn't face too much. Did get a couple away. But Safi, look at the early movement. He sees it off the bat, and he doesn't want to get too far behind it because he's scared he'll step on the line. But he takes an excellent catch there. Mark's going to have to go, and it's 79 for 3. And you got to love Ishak Safi there as well. He has a lot of fun. Fun play to watch. Disappointment for Varg, but he had the right idea. Itibasha Dida into the attack and comes through with his first wicket. GCA are 79 for 3. See the early step that he takes. Realises it's behind point. He knows where the boundary is. And oh, that's very Ishak. All right, come the moment, come the man, Bharat Gowda. Batted 4 this morning, made 84 of 33. When they lost their second wicket here at the start of the 4th over, he didn't come in. He went for, well, they went for Masal. Gowda follows him now, about an over later. Round the corner, and he's going to start with 4. Yep, gets there. Didn't see any way that Mohammad Safi was going to chase it down. Actually, just caught up with this. Maybe if he'd gone with the hand, he could have pulled it back, but he tried to stomp it. Yay! Always makes my eyes water when I see players trying that. Dida gets whacked to the boundary. First ball from Gowda. Gowda was incredible. Some of his stand-up sweeps this morning. Misses out in a big full toss though this time. Last ball, the 5th coming up. Leans on this one bounce 4. Shot of a player in form. Not the worst delivery really, but it's stroked to the cover boundary, end of the 5th over. It's 87 for 3. Gowda comes to the crease. He's already got 2 boundaries to his name. Just a reminder, as we have been mentioning a few times now, that we're getting closer and closer to the ECC, and there's a lot of people that have said they want to get involved in the Superfan Sweep. It's becoming a bit of a tradition. I've added today Lee Mungo Mishmash, Paul Kempen, SF Shohag, and James Peel. So if you'd like to be involved, we've got plenty of spots left. Just something, it's a bit of fun. So you'll be drawn a country at random and you can cheer for them during the Euros of Cricket, which start on the 23rd of September. Back to the action here. Joseph Sai gets the ball. This is a swing and a miss from Mesan. It has been given the one for the over, for over the shoulder. Let's have a look. That's why, because it was over the shoulder. Now that one popped up in the air. It's actually a good example of a short ball, which is still short, but not over the shoulder. And I don't think
Messan is expecting something that's going to be kind of chest high. He pokes it up, and it's pretty lucky to get away with it, really. Often you're thinking, okay, it can come in the front foot now. He's bowled the bouncer. But that one, yeah, it's about chest height. Now Carter is going to get a little bit funkalicious. Watch this one. He played this so well this morning. You have to really watch the ball onto the bat. Carter continuing on where he left off. His previous high score was 50. And that was actually in the ECS Croatia a couple of years ago. Just have a look. At what point? He does. He takes the hand off the bat before he hits it. That's an amazing shot. Now he's knocked over. Went to the well once too often, and Carter is gone. 4-4-4 and out. Joseph Zai fights back, and it's 92 for 4. Well, this time he does keep both hands on the bat, but he goes searching for shots. Just not the right shot. I think sometimes you can be playing a shot so well that you start to look for it too often. And I think that's the situation with Carter, who we know can play on the offside. We know he can play straight. But he just chooses the wrong option there. They held him back a spot, but he's not able to stick around too long. He's the fourth to fall. Graz Cricket Academy 92 for 4. Credit to Joseph side there, the bowler. I think he says, right, if you're going to get all so fancy, I'm just going to put the ball on the sticks and make sure you hit it. Middle stump. And Donna's quietly confident at this stage, despite being a friendly run rate. Well, there's a few of the local cricket fans going past the ground. Wide. Just missed the mark, but not a bad guy to come out in this situation. This is going to be my one. Momand coming off a 50 yesterday, hit the ball well, made a good cameo earlier, 32 off 10, including 4 out of the park in the eliminator versus Salzburg. Well bowled. Keeps it just inside, wants the wide, won't get it. Not even close, to be honest. Well bowled by Yusuf Times. Come back. He's only conceded 6 off the over. So it's actually inside the line. It's been a good over. Takes on a shortish ball, and that's definitely gone over the rope. Maximal from Oman. Poco de suerte, but he'll take it. A little bit of luck. He's off the mark with 6. End of 6 overs. And it's 99 for 4. Messan being promoted to number 4. Gauda, the hero of the eliminator, out for 12, but Momand is there. And a man who's also here is Rico Full. Pretty interesting game at this stage.
Yeah, good to be back. And once again, thanks to the Federation for some lovely lunch. Nice bit of rice and meat today. Very nice too. Yeah, interesting. Some of the key performers that we're used to seeing have been and gone, but don't forget, you still have Momand. Now, he was in good form yesterday. We saw him put a good partnership together here today as well a bit earlier. Samagol Masalin is out there as well. But, of course, you still have got one of my favourites, certainly from the Graz Cricket Academy. You still got Sultan Zaid to come in. And this guy, I do like to look at him. And I think if he's got runs on the board, him coming in with, say, 10 balls to go, score around about that 125, can be a real blessing for any side. He's such a good hitter of the ball, and he goes out there and he starts from the word go. So still batting to come. And expected score, well, would you believe it? Around that 150 mark again.
And defended twice in the 150s in their last 2 games. Graz Cricket Academy, and I will say I think they're bowling better than a lot of teams are. You know, I think they've been hitting their spots, been doing a good job. Here's Zia Shinwari coming back for his second over.
That's been hit over the top of third. It's thick edge. Ay suerte, 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 mucha suerte. I say smash. That's the way to do it. Swing and swing hard. Interesting, isn't it? We've seen some batters, and we've seen that in this innings as well, where they're just trying to guide that delivery away. And you just think, well, you're far better off swinging hard, getting a thick edge, and especially when that third is not on the boundary, you get the luck going your way. Trying to guide it, it takes a little bit of class and maybe a little bit of good fortune. Well, swinging it hard like that, you just need a little bit of luck. And if there's nobody back on the boundary, you're going to get plenty of it.
Yeah, and disappear. I can't believe how many edges have gone for 6. Even for ECN cricket, it's been insane, actually.
Well, that ball does get fouled, does get back. So back to the drawing board then here for Shinwari. Short. Now this one will be an interesting one for the umpires to have a look at. They're calling it wide, so saying it's too high. And I was going to say it did look a bit. If you look at the bottom of that banner, anything that's sort of around about that mark, you know, it's going to be over the head. And that's a good guide, actually. And that's what normally umpires that are standing there at square are looking at. They're looking at a guide in the distance. Say, right, I'm using that as my guide. It's been hit pretty well. And there is a little bit of a Tortuga that gets well stopped. Been a funny sort of day. Hazy sunshine, still very warm, very humid. But it's a bit of cloud cover, which is assisting the players at the moment. Just a tad cooler, I think, today than most of the days that we've had here in Vienna.
It is a little bit of cloud cover, providing some relief for the players.
It's a slightly slower delivery. Gets worked away to mid-wicket, just a single. You can see because it was slower, he ends up playing up much squarer than he would have liked. He would have liked to sort of clip that around the gap between the man on the 45 and square leg, but still gets a single, keeps rotating the strike. That's what they've got to do. Some are gone now. Will be looking to go big, still looking for the big shots whenever they can. And gone. Well, that's a really good delivery. And that's what you got to be. And if you're not getting the ball Yorker length, you're trying to hit the top of the stumps, like in that between the bowler Shinwari and the outgoing batter. So summer goal will go. And it's a perfect delivery. Going for the big shot. You know he wanted it. And it's a little bit once again, we see batters do this. I don't really know. I mean, I've been a bowler myself many a times when batters do like to move around the crease. Does it ever put me off? Not really. And batters seem to have this thing that if they move backwards and forwards, that they can put the bowler off. But in fact, I think most bowlers, when they see a batter doing that, say, well, okay, well, if you want to go walk around, I'm going to go full and straight at the stumps. And that's what Shinwari does. Takes his second. He's got 2 for 27. And that means that Graz Cricket Academy, after just getting to the 100 mark in this over, they lose their 5th wicket. But now it is Najibullah Sultanzai who comes out. And I said, give this guy 10 balls to face and he could make a big difference with the innings. Let's see how he starts. And looks like, well, I'm not sure what's been thrown out there to the umpire. Could be maybe a bit of chalk that the batter wants at the other end. It's doing its rounds. So 2 balls to come in the innings. In fact, it's a bail. I get the feeling that a bail must have got broken
Yeah,
there.
well, it's hit top of the stumps. Whenever it hits top of the stumps, occasionally do see that. They saw a pretty good hand there. Now we're going to see their batting get a bit tested. Down to number 7 for GCA. Let's see if we can spot it here.
There's the delivery right
Bail
on the
breaker.
bail.
There you can actually see one bit flies off in one direction, one bit
Yep.
flies off
Oh
backwards.
yeah, there it
There
goes.
you
There's
go.
a little bit.
Yep.
Well, we can tell you where the broken bit is if you got a bit of super glue. Well captured there by Spring Media. Right, first ball for Sultanzai, and he hits it in the air. Fielder's coming across. How much of this has he got? Enough. 6 runs to start. And now, well, the 2 fielders out there just pointing at each other. I think that Sahil Zadran is saying, well, if you stayed where you were, I could have sort of punched this back into play and got you involved. But in the end, they both almost end up knocking each other out. And you can see Sahil saying, why are you doing there? You should have stayed there. I would have knocked it up. Anyway, that debate will continue, but we can tell you that it's 6 runs. It's a smell of charcoal or something being barbecued around the ground at the moment. I know. It's a Friday. All right, high in the air. Good luck with this one. That's gone a long way up in the air, and it's been dropped. Yeah, I must admit, they're looking to get 3 here, actually, but they're settling for 2. Yeah, don't get greedy. It could have been gone, settled for 2, but that's gone so high. And I'm guessing this ball is probably moving a bit in the air as well, and does well to get hands to it, but can't hold on to the catch. It would have been quite a remarkable one. End of the over. 7 overs complete. 116 for 5. Not the worst there from Chinwari. 17 coming off it.
Of course, see plenty of these players that we've seen in the ECS in action tomorrow. And have a look. Donishta in particular have some good representation there, don't they? When you look at guys like
Razmal Shigawal, Sahel Zadran in there as well. Ishak Safi, Dida as well. That's why they're a good team. And, Sweden, looking forward to seeing them as well. A couple players we haven't seen before. Ajay Mundra, for example. Javid Stanikze as well. But Sweden are a good side. And I mentioned these two teams, they haven't actually met in T10 cricket before, ever, on the network. But they have played some T20s on the network in Germany a couple of years ago. And those games were decided by 3 runs and 1 run. Austria winning both of them. But it just seems like they're a good match. I said yesterday, I can't remember them playing each other in any ECCs. They've never been drawn to the same groups. They've never actually played. Should be great.
Yusuf Zai bowls that good heavy ball. Swing and a miss first up from Maman. Hasn't quite found his rhythm. And now, well, the bowler is asking. The man on the 45 gets involved in the appeal as well. Wicket keeper says, rande, kuch nahi hoya. So, keeper says no. Well, that's Asif Zazai. And goes for the shot and gets it. That one's over Sahil. Once again, that's that little step outside the off. So he's getting beaten outside the off. And it's not a shot this. And we can see this once again, maybe perhaps from behind the bowler's arm. A lot of batters would go the other way. And you can see that what Maman does here, he actually steps outside of the off to get himself in a position to play the shot. He doesn't take himself away from the ball. Does hit again, but this time it gets through him. So it's that delivery now. He's asking he's almost pleading to the square leg umpire to say, hey, give me something here, boss. But these balls are under the shoulder. There's nothing wrong with those. He's swinging and missing. He's got to play another shot. Now, once a bowler knows you can't play a particular ball, he's going to bowl it, and you've got to make a change. Hopping to the off isn't really going to get him there all the time. That's hit well, though, and that's powerful strike. It's going to be 4 runs. Razmal Shigwell not able to get to that. So that's better. This one doesn't really come up as much from the bowler. So it's more at a hittable height. And you can see that when it's that height, he can get pat onto it. Plays it away, Maman. So starting to find the rhythm, but not quite hitting the ball as cleanly as we know what he can. Dave is asking me a question there. What were your best figures?
Good question.
This gets played away, and yeah, I think I mentioned this before. It was 9 for 16. It was when we were playing a match against a team that had bowled us out on a bit of a lively track, let's just say, and for 64. And of course, they were giving it all that. And yeah 9 for 16. And I could have taken all, but I did end up retiring her, one of the batters. So
so it cost yourself.
It cost myself, yeah.
Okay.
9 for 16. And other than that, a couple of have had a couple of 8s. But of course, Dave, those were in the days when I was playing in the Fullers League back in England, and there was no limitation to bowlers. You could, and quite often I would start one end and bowl all the way through 25 overs flat.
I've got a good story behind mine, actually. So I'll tell you one which is just a 5-for, but I did it in a final once. And the way I remember this, I took a caught and bowled, kind of left-handed, dived to my left. And I remember, I don't know why, but I went on a run and just went on, like, you know that the football players, they go both knees? But I ripped my shirt open like the Incredible Hulk as I did it, as everyone had arrived.
And this is playing...
This is playing under 16s.
Oh, right, okay.
In Perth, in Australia. And I ended up taking that shirt, writing 5 for 28 on it, which is my figures, and keeping it. But I don't know why. Like, I didn't rip the whole shirt, but I was just too excited.
Was that the last ball of the match or so? How did you carry on with that shirt?
I kept going. No, I didn't rip the whole thing, but I just made the V a bit bigger.
Oh, dear.
Anyway, all right, that's a thick edge. I put the third back. Probably smart at this stage. Just get the one.
Oh. Good move.
But my best figures were at school. This is why I remember we've been asked before, because I remember thinking, oh, he's not going to beat me. And you did, because I never took a 9 for. But I did take 8 for 9 once in high school. It was when I was in year 10. So again, similar kind of time. I would have been 15, I think. A little bit of a hug there between the two. That's one way to do it. Safi. 3 balls come for him. In swinger comes back and it actually goes so high they can get a single. This is very indoor cricket in Australia. You know, you bounce it in so you can safely get through for a run, but you rarely see it bouncing so high
that you get a
Look at
single
this. It's
for a
quite-
ball that goes 1 metre.
It's quite unique. It's only just come down. You see the keeper only just gets it on the start. So 8 for 9.
I had a similar, so I'll tell you the whole story. I was opening the bowling. I was bowling out swingers, which I was doing in those days. And I'd had an okay start. And I was 4 overs and I had none for 9, which was okay, right?
Yeah.
And the captain was the keeper actually at that stage, so I could never keep. But he said, look, I'll give you another over. If you take a wicket, you can have another one.
Yeah.
And this went on for a while. So then went on this run that ultimately I took 8 wickets without conceding another run. And I had 8 for 9. And they're all bowled LBW except one. One was caught at point, I remember so well. Bowled him if it's a legal ball.
Oh, well, look at the celebrations
otherwise-
here. Ishaq Safi is giving it. I think he's okay.
No, I think it's high.
Do you?
Yeah, because he hits it down his stumps.
Well, let's have a look.
I think it's high. Watch it. Look. Oh, see, it's still going.
Let's see when he makes impact. Actually, you could be right. You could be right. It could. I didn't realise he actually gets something on it. So if you follow the path of the ball before he hits it, and it could be. So all those celebrations, including the cartwheel.
So close.
Oh, they're
It's
giving
been
him
given,
that.
yeah. I mean, look, it is coming down. He actually hits it right off the end of the bat. It's probably coming down marginally below the waist, but so close. Could have gone either way.
Well, we might as well see the celebrations now.
Yeah.
But let's have a look. Watch the cartwheel here. And here we go.
Oh, he's happy. He's pretty confident about it. It's a funny one, wasn't it? Because actually the impact point was so far out in front because he hit the Q end of the bat. 50-50 call. I can understand why they give it. But, yeah, unfortunately for GCA, that will be the end of Sultan's Eye for 10. It's 132 for 6 after 9. Safi strikes with his last ball. Just looked high, didn't it, when you look at front on?
Yeah.
But if you actually look side on and you work out where, like, for example, where would it have hit him? It would have hit him in the trousers, not kind of waistband or higher.
Cracking over, though, isn't it? When you think cracking finish
Good
there
cartwheel.
as well. I know that.
5 singles and a wicket in that over.
We've all enjoyed a bit of the Olympics lately. Well, that was
All right, we're back.
That was great.
Last over. Dita gets it.
Oh,
Slow ladies
dear.
and Noe. That's got to be.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. Yeah, that is going to be a no. That's a bad one.
And the question is, how far does this travel as well?
I think that, well, he hits it so well. I think it could be a 7 up.
Let's
have a look.
It's close. It is 6. Yeah, you're right. 7 up time. Maximo. Perfect start to the last over. Still 6 to come. Free hit to come as well. Dita just misses his spots there.
Lovely hit straight down the ground. Just goes for a slightly slower delivery, but doesn't get it right. And Itibasha Dida has gone for, well, there you go, 13 of just one delivery.
Okay, I'm going to quickly wrap this up because I'm going to get to the end of the innings. But so I remember I took 8 for 9. They were all bowled in LBW, but one I reckon they had 3 or 4 LBWs. But also remember, it's the other team's coach was umpiring, and he started giving them, like, covering his face with one hand and a little bit of a finger because he knew this is going very badly.
This could be another boundary, you know. It will be another boundary. Well, that is getting them up to 150 mark. What they needed is over. That last over only went for 5. And, well, this has started off brilliantly. 7 up, 6, and now 4.
Good old GCA, always bringing it in the 150s. Nobody understands how they get there, but they just find a way, don't they? Even with Carter going cheaply here. I mean, Moman's actually now the top scorer in the innings with 37. Okay, I remember once I even high-fived the keeper on one of the wickets and his glove flew off. These are the weird things I remember. Right? But a bit like you, I felt like I would have had one more. But one of the kids, whereas in high school, he had an exam and he couldn't get there for the first hour and a half until his exam finished at 11 a.m.
Oh, no.
And we bowled the rest of them out. So they were all out. So I took 8 of the 9 wickets and we bowled him out for 27. But I was like, where's this kid?
Yeah, where is he? I want him.
Yeah. And we won, not surprisingly.
Plays that away nicely. So,
But and I will say I was lucky enough to play on some pretty good pitches. The school I went to in Perth, we had the former curator of World Series cricket that was invented. Oh, how they get another run here?
Well, everybody's looking at the umpires here now and saying.
Is it even count?
No, I think the umpires are sending them back. They know that ball was dead.
Yeah, the reason is he wasn't trying to hit the stumps, even though he did, because he's too good. So he was trying to just return the ball to the bowler, so that won't be an extra run. Wow, there's a lot going on. Anyway, happy to answer the question. Well, 2 to come.
Oh, still going to miss, but they are running. Will he hit? Will he miss? He misses one end, and they'll just allow them to get the bite.
Dita's played too much cricket tonight. He knows he's a meme waiting to happen if he tries to hit that. Even though, if they lose by a run, he'll probably wish that they did, but he's like, you know what?
I'll just hold on to it. Now, I was going to say you're lucky. A lot of in school days, we sort of had it like, okay, you took 1, 2, 3 wickets, and then say, right, even in between the over, as this one comes to an end with a boundary, it'll be 157, so 158 chase. But yeah, my days, a teacher would say, yeah, okay, you can stop now, next bowl. And I think, well, hang on, I haven't finished me out. They just thought, nah, we've got to make a game of it. So you just got pulled off. So quite often in school matches, I would bowl like sometimes 4 or 5 balls, and they just pull you off because they
luckily they gave the captains too much power on those. They seemed they were teenagers and said, nah, we just want to smash these guys. Anyway, hello to anyone from Trinity College Year 10A if you're watching. Anyway, right now, let's have a look at the GCA innings. And they just find a way, don't they? No one actually gets to a 50, but together, collectively, they're able to put on a very competitive score, 157 on the board. But again, I've just got a little bit of a feeling that they're not going to be favourites when the computer comes back to us because of Donnerstadt's big batting lineup. But can the Cinderella story continue for Graz here on finals day?
Well, look, they're a team we just saw them pull off a really good bowling performance against Salzburg. They contained a good team to under 130, and they've got it in them. They've got it in them. They know that they're the underdogs. They're the team that will go out there with less pressure. They've also put runs on the board, so that takes a bit more pressure off them. All the pressure and all the nerves are on Donnerstadt. And Donnerstadt, though, they are the champions, and they're going to have to really go out there with that championship spirit if they're going to book themselves into another final here. But Graz Cricket Academy, I reckon a lot of neutrals right here, right now, are backing them and hoping they go all the way, you know.
And remember, their bowling continues to be tested by good cricket teams, and they continue to pass the tests. They've been able to hit their spots, but they're going to have a lot of big hitters that they're going to deal with. Love this one from Safi, a little bit of catching the jiggy. Gowda came out, and we know he was in incredible form this morning. We saw a few of these kind of turned around the corner. Graz, like I say, they find a way. Yeah, just look at the Donnerstadt batting lineup. That one was amazing. He took the one hand off the bat, and then unfortunately went to the well once too often. He's got a bit carried away with that shot, swung across the ball, middle stump. But look at Donnerstadt. Iqbal Hussain to come out, Shigawal to come out. So Zadran's actually been a revelation with about Aman Amansai. These kind of guys, no room for Kadagal Umansai in the lineup. But Graz, well, they've got a simple game plan. Put 150 on the board and bowl well enough to defend it. They don't really care who they're playing. Having said that, we saw 170 wasn't safe in the first semi-final. I don't think this 157 is safe either. Nice little cameos at the end. We saw Sultanzai hitting that for 6, but Moman's 42 not out. Pretty important in getting them over that 150.
Yeah, he does and plays a good role, Momand. And Gada, we were a little bit surprised that he came out so late, actually. And somebody's in good form, you get him out there, but he had to come in. Well, he did come in at number 5, play some nice shots, 3-4s before he went. Well, there was the old cartwheel from Safi. He got the celebration. Well, we were wondering if that was too high. It wasn't. Well, the next one certainly was from a different bowler. And look, John Howden in the house as well. The CEO of Spanish cricket. No doubt he's here to support the women when they take on Austria over the weekend. Of course, the women will be here taking on Austria, and we've seen already, so will the men. Plenty of action still to come from the Seabarn Cricket Ground, but today it's all about finals day here over at this Seabarn Ground, and we know one of the finalists, who it's going to be. It is Graz CC, they booked their place, but will it be Donnerstadt that they're up against, or the underdog, the Graz Cricket Academy? With the bat, we saw a number of batters put in a good little shift there. Hamid Safi back in the side, 34, 26 there from Samagol, and then there towards the end, Maman gets 42. With the bowlers, who's your pick?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously you see Shinwari got 235, a bit expensive. I mean, look at the economy actually. I'd probably say it's between Ishak Safi and Yusuf Sai. Both of them only conceded 23 off their 2 overs. All 5 bowlers did get in the wickets column. We'll take a bit of a break. We'll be back shortly. But if you'd like to stick around for a minute or two, we're going to show you the next stop on our European Cricket Series tour. And we'll see you shortly right back here for the second half of the semi-final.
Our 2-week adventure here in Austria is coming to an end. What a beautiful country, and the cricket has been explosive and dynamic as well. It's time for you now to start to join us once again on tour on the European Cricket Network as we get ready to start our next adventure. Starting on the 9th of September, we welcome you to Croatia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back to this European Cricket Series in Austria, the beautiful Seabarn Cricket Ground, and our action on Finals Day. This Peacock Friday continues. Well, Finals Day, like most other days here, have been high-scoring ones, and we're going to see another semi-final where a team will be chasing over 150. Graz Cricket Academy putting 157 on the board. So Donnerstadt, the reigning champions, needing 158 to be victorious here. And, well, it may look like it should be a straightforward chase for the reigning champions. But one thing we do know about this Graz Cricket Academy, that if they get it right with the ball, they can really defend well. I think we saw them looking pretty polished in the earlier victory against Salzburg. And that was certainly a bit of a surprise to most people with them winning that one. The team that only just made it through to 5th spot. Can they now also get another scalp under their hat if they can beat Donnerstadt? That's what everybody's thinking. The umpires are out there. Umpires have been great throughout this series. Lenin and Santosh are the two on-field umpires. Aravind is the third umpire. And, of course, all the umpires have been brilliantly led by Tyrone Peters, Mr. Horns himself. So we're set to get going here. And Donnerstadt, they want a good start. They need to go just under the 16 per over. And they would not want to fall down in the power play. One thing that's been pretty amazing, actually, here in Austria, I know we've seen high scores, but power plays. Teams have made the most of the power play. Some have gone on to continue at that rate. Others may have dropped behind. But the power play scores have been good. So here we are. And that's the start. Short delivery and just gets helped away by Ahmed Naveed. Plays this in that backward point area on the up. And that will go all the way. And that's the start that you want. You've got to start the way you mean to go on. So too short, too wide. And helped away. That's 6 runs on the board straight away. Kotwal. Here's the bowler. He's had a long series as Kotwal. They've had to rely on Abdullah Kotwal a number of times to come up with the goods. So this one is going to be 4. It's helped away a little bit quicker, but it just raised down the leg side. And it gets a fair piece of this, does Naveed. It's going to be another 4. Just, I don't know, there must be a lot of other people out there at the moment, similar to myself. I mean, myself and Vinny were just talking about us playing cricket T10, T20 matches when we were younger. And of course, the game has moved on a lot. But of course, in the T20 matches, I remember playing when I first started to play. Of course, still it was red ball. You know, 80s. 80s were good scores. All right, I know that. With T10, the boundaries are a little bit shorter. We go with 50 metres, so that certainly does play a part. But, well, keeper doesn't really want to throw this away. Ends up getting the batter on the old Jaxie there. And batter doesn't even make reference to it. I think it just, yeah, don't feel a thing, he says. But, yeah, I mean, 80s. All right, 100s. If a team got 100, you thought, we're going to struggle here. We're going to struggle. And often was the case. And yet, here we are. We're seeing these T10 matches, and here in Austria, we're seeing over 150 being scored more or less every match. It's quite amazing. And that's in 10 overs. It's still, even though I'm used to this, I still pitch myself sometimes. So for people who are not used to it, it must be amazing. Well, here we go. I thought I could smell barbecue, and Wakazamai has just come over with some barbecue chicken. So I think Vinny Sandu, he'll get stuck in first. Well, Vinny was just doing a little bit of admin. I think he's going to put that on hold for a moment. Well, I reckon, well, I'm saying chicken. It could be anything that's been found in that sunflower field, but it's been cooked, it's been barbecued. Whatever it is, I'm sure it will taste like chicken. It always does, doesn't it? End of the over. It's 17 without loss of the first. And Ahmed Naveed given Donnerstadt a good start. They stay at this rate, they go on and win the match. So wickets are required for Graz. That one from Abdullah caught one, not quite going to plan. 3 balls were okay, but 3 also did go to the boundary. And, oh, that's unfortunate is the only way to describe it. That's going to be 6 runs. It's going to go behind the keeper all the way. And Durrani can't believe that somehow Naveed has got this to go all the way. Iqbal was saying he's the non-striker. Has not had a ball to face yet with that single coming off the last over. So over it goes. Of course, I always like to give you some trivia on the day. Yesterday, of course, was, if you had your samosas yesterday, you did well, because it was World Samosa Day. And you can see here the 2 batters. We saw this in that last over. Once they're ahead, they're not playing those silly shots. So he knows they're ahead, doesn't have to put this away. And yesterday also was the anniversary, a sad anniversary, back in 1997. Mother Teresa, who was awarded the 1979 Nobel Peace Prize for her charitable work, especially in India, died at the age of 87. Beautifully played down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs, just bounces before the rope. And for people who like television, they will remember that back in 1976, the first episode of The Muppet Show was aired on the TV series, became hugely popular, known for the cast of puppets, including characters like Kermit the Frog and Miss Piggy. And also, yesterday was the day in 1960 when American boxer Muhammad Ali, it's up in the air but wide of the field. It's going to be another 4 runs. They're just doing this pretty easily at the moment. Muhammad Ali, then known as Cassius Clay, won the gold medal in the 175-pound division at the 1960 Olympic Games in Rome, and then of course embarked on a professional career that saw him become one of the sport's most legendary competitors. Yep, well, that was yesterday. I'll give you some key moments on this day history a bit later on today, but at the moment, never mind the past. It's all about the present, and Donnerstadt are looking to continue making history themselves if they can get to and win another final. And this one also is going to be another Baximo, I think. Yeah, it is. Well, I tell you something. There's some bats that have edges that are better than the middle, and you probably could say that about Ahmed Naveed. All the runs that have been scored so far have come from his bat, and it's going pretty well. The middle, the edges, the inside edges, well, whichever part he uses results in one thing, and that's runs. 37 without loss, with the ball to go in. There's the second over, and Durrani, not for the first time in the day, is going to go magical. So the bowlers they would expect to be successful haven't been today, and that is the icing on the cake for this over. It's a beautiful 6 over the cover area, and once again Ahmad Naveed smashes it away. They will go into the 40s, 43 without loss after 2. That over from Durrani goes for 26. 2 overs in. It's a cracking start, and Donnerstadt making a statement here early on. And now what did they do here? Who did they go to? I mean, surely you try something different here. Cotwell hasn't worked. Durrani doesn't work either. So when they have to try and take somebody on like Safi, we can take a quick look at what's happening tomorrow. Of course, start of the internationals, and like we said, the men from Austria and the men from Sweden will be action, and the women. We start off with the women. The women from Austria taking on the women from Spain. The women will play 3 tomorrow, and the men 2. And then, of course, that will change over on the Sunday, as that is high, it's catchable. It will be dropped. And then some of the coaches that will be watching that say this is all about him not quite getting still. So it goes a long way up in the air. But just have a look at the last moments of this. He's still moving. If he could get nice and straight, he takes the catch. But I think because he's still moving, he puts it down. And that's Hamid Safi. comes into the side for this match. He certainly put a good contribution in with the bat, but that's a wicket you wanted to take. And Iqbal Hussain gets dropped off his very first ball. He'll go back on strike now. Of course, Iqbal is somebody we know who shines when it comes to the big occasions. I believe last time round, in the final, I think it was, he scored that century. So you don't want to give him a chance of being dropped on 0, Iqbal. He won't shy away from playing his shots, though, that's for sure. Firmly hit, second chance. It's another one that goes down. This one, he's leaning forward, but you got to say it's another opportunity. And just like that, Hamid Safi is going to be asked to move from that position. 2 chances Iqbal has offered him, and he's been put down on 0 and on 1. And it's Safi who hasn't been able to hold on to him. Sultan Zai should have had wickets, hasn't got wickets. Now he puts a slower ball in, well bowled. It's a good length. How important could those catches mean? Catches win matches, remember. Hamid Safi just, I think that last one has caught him badly on the fingers. He's giving his hand a bit of a shake. That one's going to be too wide. Wide ball signal. Sultan Zai just trying to do something a little bit different there. Trying to push that one a little bit wider. I like what he's thinking. And well, Helix is saying the men from Australia are playing tomorrow. Did I say Australia? I bet I did. I did say to Nish, because Nish did it, I think, during the very first match, as that one has been whacked away. And I said, Nish, let's apologise to the viewers now, because we will be saying Australia instead of Austria on a number of occasions. And of course, it's a well-known fact that it's something that a lot of people get wrong. And TV presenters, and newsreaders, and delivery companies as well. And people themselves, they're wanting to book a holiday to the Austrian Alps and end up somewhere in Australia. So if I've said it, apologies, but I think people know what I mean. Was it me, Helix? It gets played away, bobbles it down a few times. Would just be a single this time. So he gets out this over. It's not the worst. He could have had and should have had at least a wicket to show for it. Sultan Zai, but he won't. And 12 come off the over. And at the end of 3, Donnerstadt are 55 without loss. And, yeah, of course, a lot of things. Of course, Austria is known for. Of course, the flag is one of the oldest national flags in the world. And a sewing machine was actually invented here. And approximately a quarter of the population of Austria lives in Vienna. And when you take a walk down Vienna, you can see why. It's very, very busy. And Vienna also has the oldest zoo in the world, which was founded in 1752. So yeah, and of course, probably one everybody knows, one of the most famous of all, perhaps, former Hollywood actor Arnold Schwarzenegger grew up in Austria. And, well, Vinny did say, I'll be back. Well, he will be eventually. I don't think that chicken will be back. All right, hang on a minute. Will the batter be back as well? No, he won't, because the catch will be taken. So, Iqbal Hussain, who gave 2 chances on 0, on 1. He won't get a chance there from the wicketkeeper. Keeper, the captain, or was the captain earlier, the vice-captain, Yogesh Balage, has taken the catch. And Iqbal Hussain will depart. I don't think actually is a bad thing. If you're not in form, you're probably better getting out of the way. And Hussain, after giving 2 chances that weren't taken, will go. So there's no I'll be back from him, but there will be from Vinny Sandhu.
I am back. I've left you a couple of pieces of chicken. I know you probably already had your lunch, right? But you got to try it. Especially that sauce got a bit of a kick.
Yeah?
Let's just say they've got a few Maximos dancing on my tongue right now. But anyway, opening partnership broken. Doesn't really happen for Iqbal Hussain. Ends up with 9 to his name. But has to go. Good catch by Balagi. Just finding the drop zones 9/10 of the law there. He had the gloves. He's able to hold on.
He does hold on to it well. And Akshay Wag again, and not quite had the X factor with the bat, but he certainly has been doing well with the ball. And gone. It's another 2-in-2. Akshay Wag has got the big wicket of Razmal Shigwell. Shigwell will go for a golden duck. Here it is. And he goes for the shot, but what a catch. Ah, that's quite amazing. We've seen some great catches, and that's another one to add to him. And that's Miwan Mamand has taken a sensational catch.
I had a cube in the way. I need to see that again. I don't believe my eyes. Shigawal goes for a golden. 55 for 2. Varg's on a hat trick. Wow. Did you see that live? It came so quickly. I had an obscured vision. I thought, okay, he must have taken it pretty well. I get that. But it just added to the list of one-handed, ridiculous jalebi catches.
Well, you saw it actually took him. We'll see it again because we have to see it again. Well, you'll all see it again. The world will see it again because it'll be up there on our social media. But he's hit this so hard that it's had him spinning around in circles. What a catch from Mamand. Well, that just means that this is a hat-trick ball. Now, I've got to say this as well. The batter's taken a long time. Keep an eye on the clock. Keep an eye on the clock. That's a catch. Unbelievable. Look at sensational. But now, I want to keep an eye on the clock. The batter's still not ready.
I reckon he's burnt the clock.
I reckon so too.
Yeah, there's the signal. I can see hand on shoulder.
He should have been ready, wasn't expecting Shigwell to go first ball. I don't think anybody was, but now he's cost his team 5 runs.
Yeah, had to be. There it is. 5 runs to the fielding team. Batter too slow to face up. So what that does, it actually increases the target by 5. So now they're up chasing 163.
Oh, no way.
Well, easy come, easy go. Yeah, give away 5, take 7 back.
That is the worst. Write it down now. The worst hat-trick ball you'll ever see in your life. Well, it's the worst.
He's even better than me on a hat-trick.
Oh, my goodness me.
2 for -5 because... Yeah, I've noticed a bit of a pattern. When you have 2 wickets and 2 balls, you're more likely to take more than 60 seconds because you're just not ready.
Well, the extra 5 that they just gave it away within seconds, didn't they? Oh, that was terrible delivery. It's a 7-up.
Oh, boy. Giving away 5 runs in the final. It's another. Well, now's the free hit. All right, so it's a net of 2 for that. Another free hit. Not going anywhere. Shigwell's huge wicket, though.
Oh, yeah.
Can't underestimate how big that is. And Graz, they're grifters, aren't they? I love watching the way they go about their cricket. They never give up. They're never intimidated by reputations or anything like that. What a catch, though, by Maiwand Momand. One-handed.
Goes for it and gets it. It's in the slot, and this time he might have missed out on the one before. Mohamed Safi, but he's got this one out in the middle. That's 6 to him. Thank you very much.
Ever since I ate that spicy chicken, things have really taken a turn here in this second semi-final. That was a really good shot, wasn't it, by Safi?
Safi. Now, you can see the 2 batters having a conversation. So it's a bit of a conversation there that the umpire gets involved in as well. Looks like they're ready to continue. So, oh yeah, what about that from... Actually, he's on a hat-trick. 2-in-2 is a wonder catch. Absolute wonder catch from Maman to get the wicket of Razma, and then he bowls that shocker. And he's going to get carted away over that cow corner. So there's going to be another 6 from Mohamed Safi. So this over is turning out to be a real mixture from Akshay Wag.
What's going on with Tyrone Peters over there? So he was on the scene. This got hit up and over the leg side. 6 runs. Tyrone not. You just need keeping the players safe. We'll call it that way. I like his safari trousers today.
Yeah.
Looks like he's ready to go walk
We've got to have him in the field with those on, haven't we? He won't
Looks
go
like he's
there.
playing for New Zealand in the early 80s today, Tyrone Peters.
It's played away. Now that will mean that it ends up being a magical, but mind you, if you give away 20 and take 2 wickets, do you take it? And the wickets he's taken,
give him the 5 back for causing Safi to be late. So give him 2 for 15.
Yeah, true.
You take it. Shigawal, he's worth shelling out 20 runs for if you can get him without scoring. He's kind of next level. Not that there's not other dangerous hitters for Donnerstadt, but yeah, topsy-turvy. Slightly ahead at this stage. I don't know. So now they're chasing 160s. It went from 158 target to 163 target now because those 5 runs have been added to the first innings.
Right, Graz. Have a look around. Well, the guy who's had all the trouble in the field, Hamid Safi, is probably going to come on and have a bowl here now. I think he's decided, hey, let me have a bowl while I've still got some fingers left. He's been in some trouble, but now he's going to come charging in to the left hand and start off with. He's got a very fine man at third, and he's got a man on the 45. Oh, well. Sometimes you can be just a little bit rusty, or you've had too much lunch. One or the other. That's not a good delivery from Hamid Safi. This one, I think he pitches on his toes. Let's have a look at this again.
Yeah, well, remember, he's coming into the side, so he hasn't bowled yet today. This one that goes quite wrong. If you're going to get a wide, get your money's worth. Yeah, anyway.
Well, catching opportunity. He might have to take it himself. He's dropped 2 out of 2, but he takes the one that matters off his own bowling. Of course he does. That's actually quite a decent catch because he's no idea if he's going to be able to get there or not. He just backs on the fact that he can. He's reaching for this. He's the batter. It's not the best of shots. High up in the air. And Safi turns around, gets pegging, gets underneath it, holds on to it. Of course he does. It's off his own bowling. But he does get the wicket of Mohamed Safi, who will go for 19 of 6 balls after hitting 3 sixes.
Yeah, nice catch. Not an easy one because he had to kind of turn, go over his shoulder, try and judge it. Slight quarter turn at the end, but he judges it perfectly, doesn't he? So he goes wide wicket. 76 for 3, Donnerstadt. So, yeah, the rate required is around about the 15 and over mark. This is going to be Ahmedzai. Now, he's a really big fish, I think, in this middle order. He could take this game away really quickly. Can GCA removing before he can do too much damage?
Just pushes this out and decides not to go for single. Interesting how Donnerstadt have kind of changed the order here a little bit. I mean, we did see that the captain was probably listed to open up as if Zazai. We haven't seen him come out at all. We have seen Sahil Zedran coming in the top 4. We haven't seen him. They're holding him back. So slight changes to the lineup. That's another one that's a bit high now. It's definitely a boundary. Let's just have a look at side on here. The umpire's giving 4. They're not looking at the height as yet. I'd like to see it. I just think it didn't look like one that was coming down for me. I mean, that's it there now. That's very close.
I think it's below the trousers. It's below top of the trousers. It's probably the same as the one that ended up in the bowl dismissal. So, again, if it's going to hit him in the trousers, which I think it probably is if he's standing at the crease, then it's consistent with what happened earlier.
Oh, that is. Now, it's just worth having a look at this from the umpire's point of view. It's another one he got badly wrong. Now, the first one was called a wide, I think, because of height as well. How high is this going to end up? That's a question here. Now, I don't know if it was slightly slower, not going to get over the shoulder, but it was another ugly delivery. It's almost like he's having difficulty getting the ball out of his hand.
Yeah, a lot going on.
So, haven't seen any signal from the umpire.
So on 45 then.
Just gets played out. They're quite happy, I think, here just to regroup for a moment. At the cost of that rate going up, it's gone up past the 15, probably about the 15.5 mark. I think Hamid Safi gets a little bit lucky there with a few deliveries. Still 1 ball to go, actually. So it's gone for 7. It's gone wide, wicket, dot, 4 and 2 singles.
Can he get out of the over here?
Yeah, that's played away. They are taking on the single. He's going to be in trouble here. Oh, he's missed. He's missed. And I reckon if he hits the target here, he would have had another I'm sure that Ahmedzai is going to be short here.
A tough choice because do you go to the bowler or not? He ends up kind of bouncing it to the bowler. Even a little blind flick came in. Oh, he wasn't. I actually think if that had hit, he probably would have been out. He doesn't slide his bat and his foot was still in the air.
I think the foot was
but
up.
He went for the kind of miracle back flick. Didn't work out. End of the 5th. 83 for 3. You double that, you get 166. So they are on pace. But obviously, GCA, they're good at closing out innings. We know that. This is what's coming up on Monday. And we start with a Zagreb derby in Croatia. The European Cricket Series will move there on Monday morning. Assassins versus Warriors first up. So you get to see the Zagreb Sokol side and the Zagreb Chiefs side on day 1. 8 teams involved in that. Starts half an hour earlier than we've been starting here in Austria. I almost said Australia. It's weird how you said it. 6:30 a.m. GMT. 8:30 in Central Europe and noon in India right now. A little bit short, popped over the top. Ahmedzai gets 6. Aziz comes on for the first time. He was outstanding before. This game could go either way. Donnerstadt being favoured by the supercomputer, just maybe based on their reputation. But GCA, if they can ask the right questions, I think they'll like the answers they get in this last 5 overs of the day. Rico's taken a quick chicken break, and we'll give him an over to give his review. It is good. It's got a kind of a late kick with the sauce. Make sure you get the sauce on it. Yeah, we were a bit worried that the grandstand was on fire, weren't we, during the innings break? Then we realised that someone's just got the grill going. Aziz with the comeback ball. I actually think that's good. This is a good example. I think this hits the line there. It does. Excellent call. Excellent call, because it's over the line when it passes the crease. Would have been a wide in the old days, but now you have the static line, but the bowler gets the line. Aziz gets it spot on. Every ball matters at the moment. 163, the target. Steps across and covers that line a little bit more. He hoiks it away. Bit of an up and under job, but it will get the distance. Maximal. Ahmedzai also, remember that he seems to keep his best for the big matches as well. Seen him here performing in finals, performing when his team's on the line. And he just turns on that one, puts it out of the ground. Aziz started the over 6.6. So Rickety Cricket is in the chat, and he's watching from Australia, and he was asking what's going on in the background, the crops-wise. This year it's sunflower, but it does change, right? And he's watching from Perth, which is my home city originally. Rico has come back. Don't pick up an edge there. You come back from your chicken break. How'd you find it?
It was nice. You're right. It's got that little bit of a zing, a tangy kick to it. I like it.
It's like a delayed reaction.
It's nice. It's,
and also I like it. I like my chicken a little bit burnt on the outside. You know what I mean? Just a little bit, not fully burnt, but
I know what you mean. You can sort of taste the charcoal.
Yeah.
You know it's been. Yeah. You know it's been grilled. It's nice.
But I don't like my burnt toast. But chicken, no problem.
Just leans the bat on this. Isn't it funny? This I know a lot of people that deliberately would burn their toast, so they can scrape off the burnt bits and then put the butter on. Like
humans.
That I don't get. But
that one's interesting from Ahmedzai, because he saw the wide wasn't called for something similar to that. Even though that was a wide, I think he offers at it. And all he can do is kind of bunt it down for a single. As he's 13 off the over, he wins the over if he doesn't go for a boundary here.
Vinny.
Oh, that's out, I think. I don't think he's made this. They don't really need to go for this run, but Ahmedzai was determined to go through for it. Never goes too far from the stumps. Look at this. He's gone. He is out. And it's just a misjudgment. There's never a run there. And one run, why risk it for one run at this stage? Ahmedzai sees it. He calls it, and you can see that Naveed was like, "You sure about this? You sure?" But I mean, it was Ahmedzai's call. He runs himself out. File that one under you for unnecessary. Yeah. It's the end of the 6th over, and it's 96 for 4.
That's huge. But that, we said that pressure is going to be key here. That's just pressure. That is pressure. Ahmedzai is going for a run. That is just pressure.
It's just a bad choice in the moment. It can happen any time, but you don't need to risk it for one run here, especially with Amatai up and going so well. It's yeah, now he has to tell his story walking. Well done by the keeper as well. Balagi's had a pretty good innings so far, hasn't he? Took a good high ball, and he affects the run out.
Well, while that was all happening, by the way, more food was turned up.
Oh no!
So that looks like
that looks really good.
We've got like lamb on skewers here now.
Oh, my turn. Oh, jeez, the pressure's on. I don't know what it is, but the more pressure goes into the game, the better Graz play, and the more they just seem to, eat it up. They're a proper Cinderella story here. But is the coach going to turn back to a pumpkin, or are they going to be the belle of the ball? About to find out. Naveed on 46.
This plays this nicely. Naveed, you can see that after they lost those couple of wickets, Naveed just sort of said, hey, let's just rebuild. Problem is, the rate at that time was about 15. In the process of rebuilding, well, they haven't quite rebuilt because they've just lost a wicket unnecessarily. So now Sahil Zadran's come out, and Zadran's probably thinking, okay, rebuild is one thing, but we're falling behind here. The rate now has got to 18. Got to play shots. So well bowled. I've been so impressed with the bowling.
Starts with the ball.
Yeah.
Bat for show, bowl for dough. Put it in the right spot, bang. Jammed into the block hole. You do that time and time again. You do that 4 or 5 times and over. You're going to have success. But if you miss like that, then it can go wrong. But even then, low full toss isn't always put away. That one isn't. Oh, wow. Could the plucky little 5 seeds that we weren't even sure were going to be in the finals yesterday, they had to get through a tricky game against Sherry Punjab, which, by the way, they didn't start favourites in that game either. Well bowled. Same against Salzburg yesterday, held on by 2 runs, outplayed Salzburg again, got into the semis. No one gave them a prayer in this game, let's be honest. But right now, they've pushed Donnerstadt's required run rate up past 20 and over for the first time. That one has some length on it and it's going to disappear. Maximo! Well, Sahil Zadran says, not on my watch. They still have the hitting power to do this, but they're leaving the run real late here. Donnerstadt into 7 overs, 105 for 4, and 58 are required off this last 3 overs of semi-final 2. Don't forget the 5 penalty runs were added on for the late arrival of Mohammad Safi earlier in this innings.
Yeah, that's big as well. But look, just 9 coming off that one. And well, this is now really turning out. So 18 balls to go. They're needing 58. And you're literally going at 20. Let's just call it. They need 3 magical overs to do this. And we've seen big finishes. They need another one here.
Huge over. Because if you say you keep this one to 10, well, then they need 4 a ball. And sometimes, batting's a funny thing. The harder you try, sometimes the harder it gets. You look at how, when Naeem hit his 9-ball 50, he was so relaxed. He's relaxed, got on and run, relaxed. But you're not relaxed, are you? When you need to go 10 in a row or 5, 6 in a row. Donnerstadt, I think they're hitting the panic buttons right now. Naveed is still there. He's 48 not out. Kotwal bowls out, none for 26. They're going to go back to Najibullah Sultanzai. 8th over, huge over in this semi-final.
Yeah, Sultanzai will be looking to get it there. And that's one thing they managed to do. We said this in that win earlier against Salzburg. Majority of the time, the bowlers not trying to get pace on the ball, just trying to get that ball in the right areas. They're trying to hit the Yorker lengths. And you see, you can afford to do that here because, explain after this one, so that's slightly slower. It's going to be a chase for the fielder. Can he get there? And he can. He saves the boundary.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say you can go forward for the Yorker, look, even if you get it wrong 2, or even 3 times, all right, that's 3 boundaries. But it's still not enough for the batting side. So back yourself to get the Yorker in because the pressure's on the batters. If they miss one, you get them. And that's what you've got to try and do here.
So Zadran steps up to the plate.
And that's well hit. That will go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna Sona. And they're not giving up here, as that one is hit away beautifully. So just misses the length slightly. Zadran. Well, Zadran's been the man, remember, with Donnerstadt when he had to perform when some of the other players, the big guns, the big batters weren't there. He was scoring runs and scoring good runs. So gets that one away nicely.
Just missed his spot. Can he get back on it, Sultan Zayat? Nice in his veins.
He gets another one away, so 2 in 2. So, all right, this over looked like it was going to be a win for Graz Cricket Academy, but now Zadran has found back-to-back sixes, so he's gone .166. Now that means that 13 have come from it with 2 balls to go.
Excellent shot. I mean, it was only just bouncing in front of him. Great wrist power.
It's a chance and taken. And that's what I'm talking about, folks. As a bowler, when you're knowing that the opposition needing 20, just keep it up there, keep it full. And Zadran has just done exactly what I was talking about. You might get a couple away, but not all of them. I wonder if they're just checking if this is a bump. I don't think it was. I think he's hit this ball after the bump up.
Bounces, hits the edge, balloons up, definitely out. Though they were probably right to check it, but Zadran's on his way for 19. Another hitter disappears. And it's 118 for 5. Oh, still I'm not prepared to count him out, but now I'll trace it back to one moment in particular.
Yeah.
The catch of Maiwand Moman to get Razmo Shigarwal first ball.
Yeah.
It's a quarter chance, if that.
Yeah.
And he's pulled it out, catch of a lifetime. If Shigarwal stays there for any length of time, I think that Donnerstadt chase this down. But anyway, new batter comes to the crease. It's Shafiullah Yusufzai. Last ball of the 8th. Bang, Yorker, no run. Well, end of the 8th over, 118 for 5. They need 45 in the last 2 overs of this game.
Yeah, and there's that classic what we're talking about. So he just kept it full, and on 4 occasions it's worked perfectly. So 4 balls, they got 1 run. 2, it would just missed his length. They went for 12. But you win the over big time. 13 come from it. You pick up a wicket, and you put your team in a great position here. So it's this over, isn't it? It's all or nothing in this over.
Yeah, pretty much. They're falling behind. It's so hard to catch up at this stage.
I wonder if you are Ahmed Naveed, you just say, you know what, I've just got to try and do it here. If this first ball is a single, do you take it? I don't think you do. I think when you're on 49 or 21, you've got to back yourself to try and hit at least 4 or 5 boundaries here. You've got to try that. I think a single first or even a second ball is not something you take.
Yeah, let's see. 9th over.
That will help. That'll be a wide. So that's an extra from nowhere. Keeper's done very well, by the way, because that's one that could quite easily go away for 5. But Yogesh Balage makes a stop.
I'm so enthralled by this game that I'm holding off eating these lamb kebabs that have been presented to us. All right. Naveed on 49.
Well, now that one is going to go all the way, you know. It's an interesting delivery. He bangs it in short. It's probably the one, I think this is one for the over as well. Now, why would you, when you see that the pitch up delivery is working for you, why would you bang this in short? By the way, that's also 50 for Ahmed Naveed. So he'll move on to 55 of 22. But that one, well, I reckon that does go all the way. 6 has been signalled.
6 by a long way,
definitely
actually.
got to be one for the over as well.
Yeah, it has to be. So it's going to be 50 for Naveed, but there's no time to celebrate that. Last chance saloon.
Goes again, and he's going to get it. Back to back. This over has to go big. And I think Naveed holds the key. They go back to Durrani. It's Shakwat Durrani who's bowling here. And he didn't have the best of first overs. So a huge surprise to go back to him. His second over went for 26. So it's a big surprise to go back to him. And, well, 2 balls have... So there's been wide, 6-6. This could be the over. 39 of 11.
Who have you got to bowl the last as well? That's the question you might be asking yourself at this stage. Girani.
Slight miscue. But the key is stop it going to the boundary and keep it at 1. That's got to be what they're thinking. Joseph Zai starts to run to try and put off the fielder who doesn't throw it away. So just gets a single. That's probably a good result for Graz Cricket Academy. Now the bowler here has just got to make sure he keeps it a legal delivery. And that can't be Sultan size.
No, it's Girani.
Yeah. Oh, it's a misfield. Oh, no, it's a misfield that will go for 4. Well, can you believe it? The man who normally does all the Ronaldo celebrations, Tariq Aziz, has scored an own goal here.
Oh, no. Yeah, just took a skip that he didn't expect, and this pulse for Donnerstadt staying alive.
Oh, what an error at a crucial moment. This is well hit. Gets it. Oh, you know what? If ever you got a kind Tortuga bounce, this was it. Because if this one could have stayed low, it would have been a difficult stop. But he gets a Tortuga, which takes it up. Here we go. Tortuga. And it pops up into his hands. Makes a stop.
All right, hanging in there. Last ball of the ninth.
They've got to run hard here. How many will they take? They'll take 1. They're not even trying to look for the second, probably because they want to keep Ahmed Naveed on strike. What a finish we're going to have here, folks. What a finish as we go to the last over. It has to be magical. They need 25 from it. That one from Durrani will go in the end. I think it goes for 20. So
let me just explain to you something. Donnerstadt have played in 4 ECN tournaments previous to this. They've won 4 winners' trophies. They've never played a tournament they haven't won, I suppose excluding the ECL where they represented Austria earlier in the year. But as far as domestic cricket goes, they've never been out. There's something weird's happened there with the bowling, but it does add up. It's 138 for 5. They'll sort that out after the game.
Meaty.
Right now, it's simple. 24 for a golden ball, 25 for Donnerstadt to get through. And by the way, it should be 19 to tie, 20 to win. But remember, Safi wasn't at the crease in 60 seconds, so they should have been chasing 158.
How crucial could that be?
All right, so they do go for Hamid Safi. Oh, the prodigal son has come back, and he's got the last over. Can he get it right? Naveed on 63. Last chance for Donnerstadt. 25 for the win.
Shot, 6, boom, shakalagia. Well, that's one of the big ones you want. And I suppose Hamid Safi is probably thinking to himself, just don't get that horrible short ball in there. Just try and get a couple of miscues in there, a couple of dots. You get the chance, but that one is sailed out of here. 19 off 5.
4 sixes. I think that's what I'm thinking. Yusuf Zai hasn't delivered too much yet. I'm thinking 4 sixes. I don't think I'm giving the strike away, if I'm completely honest.
No, you don't.
4 sixes, you get a golden ball. So there's 1. 3 sixes off 5. That's what he's thinking. Got to hit the block hole here. The pressure's on. Here's Safi.
Goes short, gets hammered, goes for 6. That's the second. 2 balls, 2 sixes. Oh, Ahmed Naveed. He's going to probably pull off something sensational here if he can keep on going at this rate. Hamid Safi just needs to get that ball pitched up. He's bowling too short.
Yeah, I mean, what was the meeting about? I bet it wasn't about drop the ball short. He's got to get the memo here. Look at what's been successful for all his teammates. Get it up, jam it up, hit that crease. 75 and suddenly 2 sixes to tie.
I still find it quite amazing after this delivery maybe. That's going to be a no ball. It's a no ball, Vinny. Free hit to come. It's got to be a foot fault. No ball, free hit, so they'll get 1. And now free hit. Where does he put his foot here?
Must have something behind the line. He didn't. That's huge. Free hit to come. I know they're all free hits right now, but what it means is, for example, he could hit it straight up and run 2, for example, and still keep the strike. Yeah, I mean, the umpire called it. We saw it on the replay. It didn't suggest there was anything behind the line. So we've got a free hit coming up.
Oh, that changes everything. Changes everything.
12 off 4 now. 2 sixes will win it out of 4 balls, and this is a free hit. Biggest ball of the game so far. Can Safi get out of jail? Can.
12 off 3 now.
I don't know. I mean, Hamid Safi, if he pulls this off, maybe people won't be asking the question. But you have to ask why. Why you don't go back to Tariq Aziz?
Yeah, or Varg.
Or Wag. Yeah.
Varg did it the
I'd
other
say
day.
Wag.
Yeah.
Why don't you go back to that?
Oh, well, they made the choice. 12 off 3. Naveed swinging for the fences.
Hits it. Gets 6. Right. Now you know what it means. He's got 2 balls, and he's got to do that one more time. That's it. One more time. 3 sixes in the over. The no ball helps massively. 2 legal deliveries to come, and he needs 6 in 2. Donnerstadt are almost there. Are we going to see a big upset?
Wow. Crazy stuff. Crazy finals day. Could we go to a golden ball? Probably. I mean, it's possible, like a 4 and a 1 gets us there, 5 off 2 for a golden ball. But yeah, I said the last ball was the biggest ball. This is actually the biggest ball of the game so far. 6 to win.
All right, hits it flat.
Got to go. I think got to go.
They don't go.
Oh, they don't.
They don't go.
Oh, I think you do, because then you can tie it with a 4, even if there's a run out at the other end.
I reckon he just thinks, no, whatever happens, I'm going to hit a 6. I'm going to hit a 6 in one of these last 2 balls.
I think yeah, okay, I see it, but the value of a 4 to keep the game alive is big.
Yeah.
It's Sydney or the bush now. 6 or nothing for Donnerstadt for a spot in the final. Last ball.
He misses it. He misses it. He's going to end up being run out here because I think the play is still alive. And Donnerstadt are not going to make it into the final for the first time ever here in Austria. It will be the Graz Cricket Academy who keep their amazing run and their amazing dream alive. We thought it was going in tatters there as Hamid Safi was getting it all wrong. 6-6, no ball. But somehow Safi, he held his nerve, and when the batters chose not to take the single of that 5th ball, it meant that they had to get another 6 here to win. He misses it, it's a dot, and the Graz Cricket Academy, really, they've done it.
I know it's tough making the decisions in the moment, but by turning down the 1, even if there's a run out, say he's run out, you can edge a 4.
Yeah.
It's just so much easier to hit a 4 or a 6 than having to hit a 6. Having said that, he hit plenty of them. I can't believe my eyes. Look at that. Cricketers versus Graz Cricket Academy in the final. Graz Cricket Academy fight their way through from 6th or 7th place at the start of yesterday. And they've bounded their way into the finals. They have now beaten Salzburg. They've now beaten Donnerstadt. And they're going to have to beat cricketers to win the trophy. But quite an incredible game of cricket. Donnerstadt, the dynasty is over.
Incredible. Yeah, it's over. But you know what, Vinny? In life, and I always say this to my daughter and my nieces and nephews, in life, timing is so important.
Oh.
5 penalty runs given away.
Oh, yeah.
If they weren't given away, we would
Yeah.
be playing a golden ball.
You're right. It would have been 157, and they only would have needed 1 run. You're right. I didn't even think about that in the wash-up, just because Naveed got him so close, but he can't get him over the line. He's out for 81. Stumped off the last ball. Let's have a look. Both teams end up with 157 after the 10 overs, but Graz Cricket Academy awarded a 5-run penalty during that second innings, and that's the margin in the second semi-final.
What a match. We almost saw Donnerstadt pull it off, but, well, they were their own worst enemy with their timings, and I think it was a shock of not just us and everybody around the ground when we saw Rasmus Shigwell get out to an amazing catch from Oman, where everybody was in shock. The next batter coming out wasn't ready. That was 5 penalty runs. It made all the difference.
So I kept saying that's a game changer, but it was in another way, because it forced Safi to the crease. He wasn't ready, and that actually turned out literally to be the difference. We didn't see the best of Iqbal Hussain, I think, lately. And Balagi, I think, credits him. He had a pretty good 10 overs behind the stumps. That was the catch. Unbelievable catch by Maiwan Momand. And then Safi, better late than never, or was it? But we had the no ball in the last over as well. Classic ECN match. Could have gone either way in the end. GCA, well, not just through to their first finals day, they're through to their first ECS final.
Yeah, it's just amazing, really. I mean, first of all, let's have a look at this. This was a catch, great catch from Hamid Safi. His first over, actually, he went for 8. I thought it was a lot more than that, so that's probably another reason why they go back to him. So it was just, it all worked in the end for Graz Cricket Academy. Fair play to them. They believe in themselves. And even then, at the end, though they could have gone with a number of other choices with the ball, they go back to Hamid Safi. This was crazy.
I mean, Arman batting so well, broke the partnership. They had the game on toast at that stage, but the ball never got too far. It was arms reached to the stumps. Balaga did the rest. Sahil Zadran came out. He looked pretty dangerous as well while he was there. Raining sixes, that's what they had to do at this stage, but they had the 6 hitters still available. Then he carved one to point. That was the end of him. And Joseph Sai came in, but it was all about really, could Naveed get them over the line? Pushing for every single run. That misfield could have been costly. We had the no ball in the last over. We had the choice. I still think it wasn't the right choice to go back to Hamid Safi. He had 2 ready-made last over bowlers. They went to him. He banged in a couple of slot deliveries that got cashed in. And I still think Donnerstadt believe they're winning this game to the very last moment. And that moment was when he missed the last ball. He needed 6 to win. And that was it. In the end, he gets given stumped because he's not attempting a run. Balaga says, yeah, I'll take it. And Graz Cricket Academy 162 with the final push over the line. They get over the defending champions and the 4-time ECS trophy holders by 5 runs.
Yeah, they're out. They're done. Nothing. Graz Cricket Academy stay on. I just noticed at the end, that last ball when it's bowled, the look really from Joseph's eyes, he walked off. He's not happy that he wasn't given a chance by them not taking a single. I see what you're thinking there. You take a single, at least if you hit a 4, you tie.
I think the value of that, and then who knows what can happen. You get a wide, you get the strike back. A million things can happen.
Yeah.
But choosing 6 only and 6 only, I think any other scenario is better than that. I don't really care who's batting. In the end, look at that. Varg with 2 for Hamid Safi, 2 for including that one. He got gifted on the last ball. And then Sultan Zain with 1. And a brilliant game. Brilliant game. And what a champion team already Graz Cricket Academy are. They battle, even the way with their batting. No one got a 50. Moman top scored with 42. To be honest, he's probably my player of the match because of his catch in the second innings as well, and the fact that he was able to get Razmal Shigawal, who is probably one of the outstanding batters, if not the outstanding batter of the last 5 years here in Austria. We'll take a break. We'll be back. There's a bit of an extended break now, of course, but in about an hour and 5 minutes, we will be back. And believe it or not, it's Cricketer CC versus Graz Cricket Academy. Can they do it? Will they do it? Or will it be Cricketer CC? I tell you something though, Rico, whoever wins, it'll be their first ever ECN trophy.
Yeah, I think we're in for a great final. We've got a bit of a break before that. So many things that you can think about there. I mean, I'm just having a look at these scorecards there. We remember the last over from Itibasha Didar that went for 25 after Safi's over went for 5. It's just so many things that come into play. But yeah, the 5 penalty runs, they're the unavoidables. And that shouldn't have happened. So that's where you got to turn around and say, that was unavoidable. You got to take it on the chin.
Don't you be late. We'll be back 1 hour's time. Final is on the way. Cricketers versus GCA. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Towel yourself off. Join us for the final of this European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
What a great 2 weeks it's been here in Austria. We're in today 12 of competition in this European Cricket Series, match 59, and it is the final. What a contest this is going to be. Cricketer CC, runners-up last year. They've been really strong in the tournament. GCA, though, the Cinderella story, they were seeded 5th. They've beaten some big dogs to be here in their first ever ECS final. I'm Mr. Maximo. Welcome to the European Cricket Series Austria Final 2024. And it starts right now. Hello and welcome back. Well, what a final we've got for you this afternoon in Austria. 11 teams started this journey, 5 teams made it to finals Friday, which started this morning, and only 2 teams are still with us. Cricketer CC, well, they've been brilliant throughout this tournament, and they are here in the final taking on Graz Cricket Academy, playing their first ever finals day. They were the bottom ranked team coming in today, but huge wins over Salzburg, and then Donnerstadt, the defending champions, with Donnerstadt crashing out dramatically in that second semi-final. I mean, GCA are here in the final as well. Tyrone Peters has been outstanding. Shout out to the officials. I think they've been excellent throughout this tournament, in tough conditions sometimes out here in the middle. But right now, Tyrone has the 2 captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Graz to call.
Tail.
Tails is the call. It's a tails, sir.
You want to bet first?
They're going to bat first.
Graz have been lucky with the coin tosses. Nothing lucky about their form, though. I think their bowling, especially in the death overs, has been quite incredible. Just holding their nerve, even though it almost got away, I think, in that second semi. And they have won the toss. They've elected to bat, and that doesn't surprise me at all. 3 times they have put 150 plus on the board in the last 3 games in this push, which has brought them here right now. I've got to say that Graz Cricket Academy, they're a great example. Not a lot of big names in there, but they just have a will to win. They have a collectivism which has brought them this far. And don't forget, they scored 157 in that second semi, but they received a 5-run penalty because of a late batter in the second innings, and that actually ended up being the difference, 162 to 157. Hard to believe we won't see Donnerstadt in the final this year. Let's talk about cricketers, though. Well, they made a 171 target look like child's play, to be honest. And Amar Naeem did something that has never been done in around 6,000 matches on ECN. He scored a 50 in only 9 balls, and you can't score one quicker than that. Expect him to open up. I actually think cricketers would have bowled first. I think that both teams get what they want out of the toss. I think cricketers think whatever you can do, we can do better. They certainly proved that against Vienna CC in the semi-finals. Rico Full standing by. Well, this has been mouth-watering so far. I'm not just talking about the food that keeps getting brought over. Time for the final. Anyone's game. It's all on the table, ready to hand over the trophy. Let's get ready for the final. Graz Cricket Academy winning the toss. They're going to bat.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu, and we go straight in and have a look at the 2 teams here. And the captain, Bilal Zalmai, will be hoping that his team can continue in the good form that they've been in, particularly with the bat. Of course, they were responsible for that great run chase. Thanks to, of course, Amar Naeem. He's going to be key again in this one. And then in terms of Graz, well, I think they'll be looking once again to a number of players, but maybe Mansour Safi can come good for them this time around. 66% to 34 in favour of Cricketer CC. That is what the win predictor is saying. And of course, Mamand has been good, but can Shakat Durrani come good when it matters? And of course, we've already seen today that Bharat Gowda can be in very useful and very good form. And of course, you always do have the likes of Kotwal and Sultan Zai on the side. And Hamid Safi, well, he held his nerve, didn't he, in the last match to get his team the win over Donnerstadt. Also chipped in well with some runs. That's why he was the player of the match. So here we go. We're ready. It's time for the final. Cricketer CC taking on Graz Cricket Academy. The first ball will be played away on the offside. They'll take the single. And it's a tight one, but they do get there. So a single to start. So Daniel Eckstein with the ball. I think he's certainly somebody who was probably looking for a good rest at the end of this series. He's somebody who's been battered and bruised Certainly got some aches and pains, but he's looking to put all that behind him for one last push. First with the ball here. He usually will bowl over number 1 and 3. And Hamid Safi gets off the mark, and now he's to the left-hander, Akshay Wagh. Doesn't really move his feet at all here, does he? You know that the ball is going to swing around from the bowler, Daniel Eckstein, the big D, and he literally plants his feet and just swings at that. You can see the wind has definitely picked up a fair bit, and they're blowing quite strong at the moment. So it could be an issue for some of the fielders. Yes, that's just gently played away, just guided out on the offside. Once again, the two batters quite happy just to take the single. The wind at the moment, we've said this all the way along here at this Seabrand cricket ground, very open where we are, and the wind does change direction several times. At the moment, it probably is favouring the left-hander in terms of blowing from right to left, help the lefties to get a good shot away. That's another swing and a miss. Of all, I have to say, of the options that are available to Graz Cricket Academy with the bat, it's always surprised me that they go with Akshay Wagh. I wonder if it's just because he is a lefty. They've got some good powerful hitters that could serve them well in the power play. And they haven't really gone to them. Gowda, why he's not up there at the beginning, I don't know. Okay, in the air, and it's not really wanted this to go, and that will probably go all the way to the boundary. It does. That's 6 runs, and that's another indication of the wind at the moment. It is a bit blustery. It's blowing all bits and pieces around the ground at the moment, and that will go all the way for 6. So the first boundary of the innings. Yeah, so, you know, I think Safi up there makes sense, but you could have Gowda there. You could even really have the likes of Yogesh Balage at the top of the order. Mansoor Safi was at the top of the order for most of the earlier matches, and he did okay up there. So I think the left-hander is more the case of just the change, having a left and right combination, but I don't think he is the biggest of hitters. And when you see shots like that, I mean, that's just an ugly shot. I mean, top of the order batter doesn't play shots like this. I mean, this is got to say, a pretty poor shot. And, you know, you've got big guns in that Graz Cricket Academy that can go up there. Maybe that's a reason also why they're a team, you know, when they're batting first, they have scored runs, but they're more the 150s, not your 170s. It might be 170 and the rest then they need to try and get against Graz CC. That is how they've got there. They had to do it the hard way. They beat Salzburg first, and then, of course, they beat the reigning champions, Donnerstad. Donnerstad, for the first time, facing and have had defeat in the European Cricket Series here in Austria. So, big surprise. So, Graz Cricket Academy, they've got here. But can they get another big win here for them? Well, that's more like it. You see the difference. Don't want to go on about it, but yeah, Akshay Wagh, he's a good player. I like him as a player. I think I started at the start of the day when he came in to bat. I don't think he opened. He came into bat and said he could be the difference for their side, and certainly he has made a difference, particularly more so with the ball than the bat, but still holds the key. He's got a part to play. I don't think opening the batting is. Hamid Safi, though, he's all about the power as he crunches that one for a big 6. So 7 came off the first. And just the one boundary in the first, but there's a boundary here straight away. Slower delivery. That gets worked out on the offside. Chase is on. Fielder should keep it just to the one. Oh, he's overcommitted. Will he get back? Ooh, now this is going to be very, very close. Very close. He starts to go. Look, he ends up halfway, gets back here. Does he get the bat down here in time? And I don't think he does. I think he's gone. He's a goner. Now that's huge. That's a huge wicket. Because Hamid Safi wants to go back for 2, but he gets sent back, and he is going to be out here. Hamid Safi will be gone. That is huge. I mean, he wants to go for a second. If I'm honest, I don't think it's on. It's not the first time that we've seen a crazy run out today. I think every match that we've seen has had a crazy one. Bilal Zalmay, when he was playing for his side in that run chase, gave his wicket away with a run out, which you thought could have been costly. In the end, they still ended up winning in that high chase one. But that one, losing Safi cheaply like that, that is hugely important. Safi goes after hitting a big 6, and he's gone in a tame way, run out. Bowler did very well there. I think he had to get the throw in, and did. So, Waka Zalmai gets the big wicket. New batter comes in, and it's Durrani that comes. Akshay Wag now swings at another. It's a swing and a miss. He's got to get across here. I think he's just got to use his feet, get across. I mean, he's swinging at this in hope. He's already managed to get one. That's gone as a Baximo, but that's the only one he's got bat on. And that was a false hit. So use your feet. Try and either come forward to the ball or go wider. This time, this is one that goes more or less straight through him. So there's another dot. I think at the moment, if you're Cricketer CC, you're saying, well, let's just leave this guy out here. Yeah, Wag is not hurting them at the moment, so you're quite happy to leave him there, chew up the deliveries. Hits this well. That's a better shot. That's a better shot. Move your feet, go into the ball, maybe a little bit closer. The bowler now just protesting, but I don't think, I mean, if you're a bowler, if you've been hit there, you don't want to move the field straight away, because you could turn around and say to the bowler, well, look, you know where you need to keep it. Keep it in that area. Yeah, Dave just coming in saying, oh dear, another run out trying to get the second. Yeah, it's Dave, you're right, there has been a few of these. Well, welcome back to everybody. Welcome to the final on Peacock Friday. Hello to Martin. And Wayne is in there, John there as well, the crew. Hope you're all having a wonderful Friday, of course. It is also the start of the weekend. Hello to Sadhu Ratanaika. That one's caught him on the shoulder, so it's another dot ball, and now he's holding that shoulder. He's got a bit of a dead arm, I think, here. That is the end of the second. They're 18 for 1. So Waka Zalmai goes for 11 in that one. The over before was a good one from the Big D. Just this 7. And normally, yep, just as you've seen all the way through this series, he'll come back to bowl the second. Of course, we're getting ready on Monday for the start of the European Cricket Series there in Croatia. I know that Charlie and Nish will be there. And we're going to start with a Zagreb derby. The Assassins taking on the Warriors. And Zagreb Sokol will also be in action. In fact, all the teams playing on Monday will be from Zagreb. So, well, maybe it's going to be a bit of a Zagreb day. And, okay. This Big D sneaks that one in. It's another dot ball. Durrani looking to get off the mark. Hasn't had the best of days. Shakat Durrani. Changing the field. Send one more out onto the offside. It's been drilled. And even with an extra man out in the off, nobody's stopping that. It's a good looking shot. Nicely played. Good footwork. Good rhythm. And hits it low and hard. So that's going to be 4 runs. I like it from Davey saying as Durrani got the right batteries in. I know what you're thinking about. Hello to Jeffrey Maguire as well. Hello, Jeff. Hope you're well. And that's another boundary. This time gets over and in between the backward point and point. Good areas at the moment. You can see players looking at each other, I think, in the end and saying, well, you get it. Saying, no, you get it. Luckily enough for them. They've got somebody else who's out there that's going to get the ball to them. I think that might be Alex, actually, who's out there. Not sure. There's still that discussion going on about the field. It's one of the, I don't think anybody, it just goes in the gap. There's nobody to blame, really. Big D probably wants to get a little bit closer. And this time down the leg side, and that's a very good save. Very, very good save. That's Kugani out there. I'm waiting for him to loosen up. Let's have a look at this. So we're going to have to, I wonder if we can just slow this down and make sure that he hasn't stepped over the rope. Now, where's that foot? I think we have to look at this. Where is this foot there? Now, I reckon my instincts tell me it's over the rope and is being given 4. I think that's the right call. I wanted to have a look at that, and the umpires have got that right. Very, very good work once again from Spring Media. They're doing a fantastic job here. Got Alex, Arturus, Dennis, and also Elsa have been superb through this series, getting us the shots we need. And that one gets through. He needed to come a little bit closer, did the Big D, and he does. So dot and 3 boundaries and another dot. So one more to come in the over. And Durrani trying to make things happen for his side. Graz, I mean, they find a way, don't they, to get to those 150 scores. But I think they will probably feel that against this side, that 150 may not cut it. Now, how often do you hear us say that? And of course, the reason we're saying that is because they're a team that can chase. They got hitters. They chased Vienna's 170 for a victory in that semi-final number 1. Okay, up in the air. This one's coming our way. Just to our right, I think. Yeah, what a good hit that is. Splendid stroke. Just pitches up. Does the Big D. And it's going to be the 4th boundary. But this one goes all the way. 18 of over number 3. So they're going in the right direction in terms of the run rate. 3 overs completed, 36 for 1. And the Big D, they'll have to finish the tournament without adding to his number of wickets. Now, who do they go to here? Now, it looks like them. It looks like they're going to finish off with Waka Zalmi. So Waka Zalmi will also finish his spell. I think this time they got the opportunity to do it. I think on other occasions he's probably been expensive and they haven't gone back to him straight away, and then they haven't gone back to him at all sometimes. Just waiting to get the field right here to the left-hander who struggled, 10 of 9. And once again, he just gets a little bit of bat onto this. It's that slower delivery. So he'll take a single. Let's have a look at the leading wicket takers. We won't see him anymore, but Kanaga Hamdard, 16 wickets. Danishtar, we won't see Ishak Safi anymore, 13. And then in third was Avinash Suraya with 12. Bilal Zalmai, he's on 12, and we probably will see him in this contest. Daniel Eckstein finishes on 11 in 6th spot with the likes of Durrani, who will definitely see Durrani up in the air. Does he get enough of this? Is it just high? Somebody's got to call it. Oh, he's taking this on the chest, I reckon. Well, we'll never know. You get the feeling that maybe it should be the fielder who's running into the ball, maybe to call it, but that's Basir. Basir can't. Now, I wonder what he gets. He gets something on it, whether it's hands or chest. I guess from the angle we're looking at, we'll never know. He went for the uppercut, didn't get it right, but comes back for 2. So the umpire's just checking, just holding up the play for a moment, but I think we're ready to go here. Zalmai will continue. Go short and outside the off, and the umpire will signal that is the one for the over. So first gives the signal to the batters and to the bowler as well. Like Zalmai won't mind that. He gets another dot ball in, but he knows he cannot do it again. Slower ball gets dragged to the leg side. Well, talking of drag, are they going to be dragging or thinking of dragging? Actually, Wag here, he's going at runnable 12. And with a team like Graz Cricket Academy that do have, and I mentioned this before, they have hard hitters, good hitters, exciting players. Actually, Wag, well, do they give him another ball here or not? Short, hit, wow, lovely shot. That's a beautiful hook shot. And one, I think they're just checking how far this goes. I think we're going to need the ball checker on this one. Hit it pretty well. Let's see where this one ends up. It's up in the air, and that's 6 runs. I think they're going to have to put them up in the air like you just don't care. 6 carreras. Manos arriba, 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 arbitro. Well, they're just waiting for the call here, but there's definitely 6. So still waiting. And 6 runs. 6 carreras. And it's well, I think they were checking the height on it. So it's the second one that was over the shoulder. So no ball as well. All right. It's safe anyway. It's a free hit. There's nobody there. That could also be 6. It will be. So capitalizing on the free hit. So, yeah, we had a 7 up. And that's now followed by a 6. So, Wakazalma started well with the first 4 balls. Single, single, dot, single. And now 7 up and a 6. Graz Cricket Academy move into the 50s. 52 of 1, and it's actually quite impressive when you consider that, well, we're coming up to the 24th ball to be bowled here, and that will be played away for, probably will be a single. So we've had 24 balls, and Akshay Wag has faced half of those and only scored 12. So the other batters are going pretty well. 53 for 1. Vinny Sandhu joins me in the queue. And Vinny, I suppose the captain has to be, for how long do you stick with Wag?
Yeah, well, that's the question. I mean, he already lost his opening partner to the run out. I'd say about now. I mean, I have seen him score runs earlier in the week. I just think you don't want to die wondering in a final. You don't want to say, look, is there something we could have done? And at the moment, I know it sounds very harsh, but 13 and over is unders against his Cricketers CC lineup.
Yeah.
They seem to find a way, though. What I will say is actually he's got the license. To me, he's got this over. And if he's not able to hit a boundary, a couple of boundaries, even say he doesn't face the ball, then I think you're less worried about losing the wicket. I think you make the switch. Right now, it's Durrani who's facing up, 32 off 10. He's kind of playing Mr. Compensation, isn't he? Kokiani, the bowler, for the first time in the final, gets horned away in the air, high. Oh, and doesn't quite carry in the end. I mean, I thought that was going to fly, but I think the wind switched again. I think it's actually now coming back in towards the pitch from deep third and slightly left to right. It was a tough one to judge, and it didn't get taken.
Yeah, I think you're right. That wind I mentioned before, it swirls around, is now actually blowing into the cube. So we're eating dust at the moment, and that means that anything that's going up in the air is going to be held back. And I think that's the issue there for the fielder. Thought it was coming his way, then sees the wind taking it the other way.
I mean, I know he gets cramped there, but I think he needs to maybe flick it that awkwardly. Maybe he can nick a 4. I don't know. Kind of got to do more than just get the 1. I know traditional cricket thing would say, okay, you got Durrani, and he's going great gun, so you get him back on strike.
Yeah, he's got to get back on strike. He's on back on strike. Durrani. Oh, he just chipped this up in the air. Fielder comes in and takes and drops the ball. Wow. Can you believe it? I mean, that's literally just catching practice, and that's to a good player like Shadnan Khan. Shadnan shouldn't be putting these down.
Let's have a look on the replay. It's coming in, kind of lurches forward in the end. Gets hands to it, can't hold on. There, look, it's not comfortable diving. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, Kokiani's 2 overs are huge for a cricketer. Let's see what he can do. Varg, the other end. Oh, what's a brilliant take. It's absolutely top-class take from Amani.
Wow.
This is climbing away from him up and to his right, and he saves 4 runs.
Well, this is a guy who also holds a record, by the way, of the fastest 50 on the network. And that is a great take. It's brilliant. It really is.
And I know that Amar, like a lot of keepers, he's guilty of sometimes drizzling a bit of the mayonnaise on it, but that was necessary. That was the real deal from Amar Kokiani. I suppose that the left hand, right hand is asking a few different questions of the left arm seamer halfway through this 5th over.
Tucks him up. I think you've got to make that call now, Vinny. I mean, he's done so many good things for the Makashwag, and you know you don't want to see your batter being pulled. But if he's hurting their cause, and I do feel he is here, you got to give him back because they've got guys in there that face balls and they hit them for 6s, and they'll go out there and do that straight away. Bad news for Shadnan is Dan Oroz, the ECM photographer, has got that shot of him dropping the catch. That's one that he won't want pasted on our network.
Got to make the switch, no matter what now, I think. Bowled him. Well, there's the switch. You'll get a new batter in there. It's the trademark Kogiani Thunderbolt Yorker, and it disturbs the stumps of Girani. He gives up his stumps, gets a bit leg side. It's hard to play him with that technique because he's pretty slippery. And so the second wicket falls 58 for 2. I'd make a double switch. I would. I'd still retire him out. I know it sounds harsh and all these things, but it's not being harsh. It's just being strategic. And they've come this far. They've also shown GCA they're not afraid of retiring people out. They've done it in the past, so they're definitely aware. I think it's a change you've got to make. Anyway, Girani with a bright innings, but it comes to an end at 58 for 2.
Yeah, I think he's signalling. I actually think he's signalling to the camp, make the change.
Yeah.
I can see him signaling, say, look, make the change. Somebody else in, me out. So he knows he's not clicking. And fair play to him for doing that.
Yeah, and he's a pretty smart cricketer. I think you've seen that from the way he's operated, no matter what he's done in this series. Anyway, Kogiani comes in. Mansour Safi, the new bat, goes skywards. All right, bowler wants it. Kogiani takes it. 2 and 2. He's on a hat-trick in the final. Mansour Safi goes first ball, and it is double switch. And I wonder if that changes your plans or not. Oh, well, he'll be on a hat-trick, but he'll have to wait. It's the end of the 5th over. 58 for 3. Good catch.
Oh, what a catch. And just from the moment it goes up in the air, Kogiani wants it. He's after it. He's like a little whippet. He's quick. He takes the catch. And it's another failure for Mansour. And
I mean, a bit surprised they went for Mansour there when you've got Gowda there, scored 84 this morning. You've got Massoud, who came in at number 4. I mean, it almost seems like they're rotating the batting order even in all these crunch games. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't waste any time. But he will have to step aside. 58 for 3. And what gives us a quick opportunity to welcome you into the commentary box. Happy Peacock Friday, everyone. Finals time. It's been a crazy finals day. Who would have thought GCA would come all this way, but their backs against the wall. That's when they play their best cricket, though. Cricketers, well, they were chasing 171 earlier. Found a way to do it. It's been a great day, hasn't it, in Austria?
fantastic day of cricket. And even though they probably have got their backs against the wall here, as she said, they always find a way. Bilal Zalmai, the captain, looking to find a breakthrough. That's hit pretty well by Akshay, and a misfield from Kogiani. Well, that could be the start of exactly what Akshay Wag needed. He needed his fortune to change, and it changes.
Bilal starts to tear the hair out when this one goes for 4.
Oh,
Kogiani jumps over it. Took a great catch off his own bowling. Next ball. That's the weight of the world. Look at Bilal. Head in the hands. Oh, no, what's happened there? All right, back to the action. Whacked. Guess who? It's Kogiani. And 4 more. Well, when you're hot, you're hot. When you're not, you're not. I don't even know what temperature he is right now. He's on a hat trick. He's got the weight of the world on his shoulders. I wouldn't be locking eyes with the captain right now, Rico. 8 runs in 2 balls.
Well, me and you are the crowd at the moment. We're going, oh, and he makes the misfield. That's 2 out of 2.
I mean, he can take a hat trick and everyone will forget about it. Probably except Bilal. Be like an elephant, never forgets, I think, Bilal. Well, how about Varg? Helped out of trouble. There's 2 boundaries.
This is the beauty of this game. Is the beauty of the ECN. Your fortune can change just like that.
Moman's a good guy to be at the other end now, new to the crease. Who's going to fire? Bilal on a hat trick of misfields that have gone for 4. Oh, bold. Good location, but gets away. Was that a misfield as well? It certainly skipped away from Niazi there. It's 4 more.
It's just crazy. Well, there you have it. Fortunes can change. He just couldn't get anything away. He was going around, run a ball. He was stuck on 13, and next thing you know, he just hit 3 fours on the pin.
Harsh to call that a misfield, but I mean, it was within his wingspan, wasn't it? Varg goes 4-4-4. Tried to give himself up. He was talked off the ledge. Still there. Zalmai. Bilal Zalmai with the comeback. Slower, challenged, and 6. Well, that's why he's there. Maximo. And sometimes you have to stare the bright white light in the face before you turn your life around. And Varg has 4-4-4-6 to start the over.
Thing is this. I'm 100% sure of what we saw happening in that last over. If Mansour was an out first ball, he would have come off. I think because they
100%.
lost that wicket, he was himself saying, change me, end of the over, I'm coming off. But they lost that wicket, and I think they decided, look, just stay there for a bit because, you know, nobody's ready to come out. The next batter's coming out anyway. He stayed there, and after that, he's gone 4-4-4-6. And, well, this one, Shadna gets the stop in, they get the throw, but they will get 2. So, Cricketer CC, you can see the captain there is a little bit, of course he's frustrated. He's seen 2 misfields and 1, well, he'll feel maybe the fielder should have made the stop. That's hit firmly. Watch the bounce. This time, no issues. In comes the throw. The nice stop there on the boundary. And that is Basir Khan makes the stop. That should be over, I think. Yep, it is the over. And it goes for 21. 21 off the over. The score now, 79 for 3. So 79 for 3 on the board. That's that scorecard for you. So Akshay Wag all of a sudden 34 or 20, thinking, yeah, he's playing an important innings here. Durrani made 34 or 13. He went. So it is Kugani. Now remember, this is a hat-trick ball. So Kugani on a hat-trick. So on a hat-trick, Kugani still making a change in that field. So hat-trick ball. In the air, but there's nobody back there. It's going to go through the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs. Not where he was looking for this to go, but Kugani just given a little bit of extra width here. It gets played away. And, well, it looks like the 12th runs on very quickly to provide Akshay Wag with a little bit of water, and probably also to say, tell Akshay, hey, you know you wanted to come home, you're staying there, you're not going anywhere, we need you now, and you're motoring, so just keep on going. So that hat-trick ball gets played away, but Kugani, still you feel that he can be the one who makes the difference. Of course, bowling to the left hand and has some bowlers, and maybe Kugani is one of those. He may not fancy himself to the lefty. He's bowled very well to the right-handers. Kugani, first boundary comes off him. That's a good, quick delivery. He's well played, and he's going to get 4 runs. It gets through the infield. It was hit well and too well. And Wakas couldn't make the stop. And it's going to be it. Another boundary. Just see, I mean, Bilal Zalmai is keeping himself well composed, the captain. Never gives too much away when he's in the field. I think that's important. You've got to keep a cool, calm head. But he will be thinking, well, that's probably 12, if not 16 runs that could have been stopped. Gagani being guilty of 2 that got past him as well. That's well played. This one is stopped. Good pick up, good throw. They do get the single. So plenty going on. I see that Jeffrey in the chat. Jeffrey, every time I've seen you at the moment, you always seem to be somewhere tucking into some good food. You've certainly been to some nice places lately. I think the last picture I saw you were tucking into a nice full breakfast. Kugani once more. Shorter, slower, gets worked away. Fielder should make the stop, will make the stop. Just keeps it to a single this time. Every time it's a single, they're happy about the way things are going. Back back on this day, 2007, Italian operatic lyric tenor Luciano Pavarotti, who was considered one of the finest, passed away at the age of 71. Okay, this one is a chance, and it will be held. So Basir comes across, takes a catch, makes it look easy, and finally, well, he had a mixed little innings out there, didn't he, Akshay Wag? He started off very slow. It was about a run of ball 13, I believe, and then finally got going and ends up with 43 of 24. So he accelerates when his team needed. And I think also, he scores his runs when his team were in a spot of bother when they lost those 2 wickets. Of course, he lost Durrani, and then very next ball was the end of Safi. So be happy with that. But Kugani picks up another. That's his third. Basir holding on to an easy catch. Kugani probably makes amends of some of those misfields. All right, he's got a ball to go, and he's bowling to Bharat Gowda, who earlier this morning was in great form when he scored 84 of 33. Was player of the match in that one. So here we go, Bharat Gowda.
Last ball for Kogiani. No ball, so it's not the last ball. Gowda looks brilliant earlier. Now he can swing away. I can already tell you what he's going to try here. Looks over-strided. Mustn't have had anything behind the line. But Gowda, I think he's going to get across and he's going to try and sweep this and play his favourite shot. Can't be out, can't be caught, can't be bowled. Gowda, I feel it's very late to hold him back. I know he's saying it's a fluke this morning. He didn't look like a fluke. I just think I would have batted him higher than 6 in the final. But Kogiani, 3 for 15. He'll end up with a 3 for. Free hit. No, he stands, he misses. So out of jail. Kogiani, difference maker. End of 7, 90 for 4.
Yeah, he's a difference maker. 11 runs. Picked up another wicket. So 3 wickets for him. 3 for 15. And that, in the final, is superb figures. 90 for 4 after 7. So you got 18 balls to come here to try really to get yourself to. I think the expected at the moment will probably be, I reckon, about 140-ish. But I think they need to be thinking of 160 here, really. You got to get 160.
Yeah. I mean, look, Austria and Spain going to take the centre stage tomorrow morning in the ECIW. Austria and Sweden, the men's T10 internationals, join us tomorrow. Same time, same place, but international action. 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 in India. Ready for over number 8. Zalma comes back. Remember, he went for 21 first time. He's pretty handy at this stage. Can Moman fight back? Well, he's in a thick edge, looping and taken this time. It's Asil Niazi that will be able to take the catch. Not an easy one, up and over the shoulder on a blustery day. So Moman falls on his sword for just 1. And Grant's Cricket Academy 90 for 5.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit of joy for the captain. And Zalmai, some would have thought that maybe he wouldn't come back for his second. He went for 21, in that first. But he will know, and I think he's right as well. 2 fours definitely, and 1 possibly were down to luck. And it's a good catch taken. You're right. It's never easy when the ball is going over your shoulder. And there's a bit of wind involved there as well. So well done to Nasrullah.
I like the old run out to the middle.
Yeah.
From the batter. Remember, there's Masalm there, but that's how they got across the line the last game, Graz. And this is up, it's in the air, and it's going to be another one. It's another golden duck. Masalm to next to go, and it's a bit of the old collapso right now. Well, backs to the wall right now. They're jammed against it. GCA 90 for 6.
Well, Summergold comes out, and he wants to go down the ground straight away. Makes the connection, but he can't get it past. And that's Waka Zalmai who takes the catch. And Zalmai, of course, we should be thanking him for the lovely bits of barbecue he was providing us earlier. A bit of chicken and a bit of lamb kebab. Well, now he's out there and he's doing, his own bit of barbecue when he's sending back players to 2 and 2 to Bilal Zalmai. Another play on a hat-trick.
Shamsha Singh took a hat-trick in a final. It was ECS Portugal. Also, that was a golden ball. Only hat-trick in a final this year. Could Bilal join the club? Hat-trick ball. Oh, it's pretty close. It's whistled over and around the leg stump. Oh, can't believe that hasn't crashed into the timber.
Good delivery from Bilal. Was looking to be number 31 on the Hall of Fame. Well, not this time. Dot ball though.
Won't care. No runs fine for cricketers. Sultan Zai still got to be attacking. He does, and he hits well. Maximo counter attack from GC8. Can they nurdle their way? Well, not really nurdling. Can they smash their way through the ceiling? Bilal doesn't quite get his length that time, and he disappears out of the ground.
Yeah, Nagibullah Sultan Zai. It's a player that I like. I like his all-round abilities. And now he's going to have to be at his best. Just got a feeling that if Bharat Gowda and Sultan Zai can stay together to the end of the innings, that they might get to that 135, 140 score. All right, high.
Yeah, that's going to go as well. You know what? Missed by a little bit, you're going to get hurt. Sultan Zai comes out. Credit to him. He says, look, we still got 2 overs to play with. A couple of magicals, maybe get up kind of 140, something like that. That's a sweet strike.
Yeah, he hits it clean. He's a big unit. I mean, if you look at him close up, he is big, he's broad, and he's powerful. So Zamai puts 2 in the slot. Maybe a little bit quicker that second one, but Sultan Zai is up for it. So this over, 2 wickets, a dot, 2 sixes, and whatever comes from this one, well, the ball does come back.
I'd either be going that pace and making sure I hit my Yorker, or I might even go slower to him.
Yeah.
I don't give him the pace to work with. That's a bit of a gamble, though. Sultan Zai wants the batter's hat trick. Last ball of the 8th. There to hit. Get some of it. Maybe not the whole lot, but he will get 4 runs. Good over in the end. The first half of the over was 2 wickets for nothing. The last half of the over was 16. And anyway, it's the end of the 8th, and it's 106 for 6.
Yeah, you'll take that, I suppose, the 16 runs. You don't mind the wickets going. Of course, when wickets fall, the only bad thing about them in this format is you lose 2 balls, because wickets mean dot balls. It's dot balls that hurt you. If you can see, these 2, they can hit the ball pretty well. Bharat Gowda, if he does what he did earlier on today, I know he's hasn't scored with 2 balls. He's on strike now. He'll feel the need to get going straight away. But, well, you see Najibullah Sultan Zai has made an impact straight away. 16 off 4. So the ball handed to, it looks like it's going to be the...
It's Asil.
Yeah, Niazi.
Asil Niazi gets a bowl. Turning to him in the 9th over. They'll only get the 1 over here. Haven't mind kind of using more than the 5 bowlers, have they? Although he comes on as the 5th, deciding not to throw the ball to Shadnan. Tries to whack this leg side, ends up kind of offside. Just a single. Gowda must seem a world away from his 84 right now, but Sultan Zai's got the hat hand, and he'll be facing up here.
Yeah, that's not a bad length, actually, to bowl. It's the good first delivery from Niazi. Now, what can he do here? And gone. He gets a wicket. That's what he can do. So, once again, just getting the ball in a nice area. And Najibullah Sultan Zai goes for it, swings hard. Now, how many times have we seen these swing over and go all the way to the boundary? But this goes to the fielder. Give credit to Cricketer CC. When it comes to catching, most of the time, they get it right. And that's another good, sharp catch to remove the dangerous Sultan Zai.
It sure is. And GC8 digging right down to the bottom of the barrel at the moment. Sultan Zai gets a few away, but thick edge. I mean, this can go anywhere. These can easily fly to the boundary, but it's a fairly simple catch in the end. Taken by Wakazalmai. 107 for 7. Here's the captain, Pamir Zarawat. 10 balls to go. See what they can get to. He reaches. It's a pretty well. Gets 4. Nice thing about Zarawat, he's a fighter as well. It's no mistake his team has this kind of constitution. I think he leads from the front. He always gets them believing. This is no exception. 4 runs to start his knock.
Yeah, interesting sound that, though, it made off the bat, didn't it? It was, let's just say, sounded a little hollow.
Sounded end of the batish to me, but hey, take it. All right, 111, 9 balls to go. Computer says 129. Can they push up past that, up into the 130s? Swing and a miss this time.
Bowler thinks he hears something, umpire doesn't.
He's the only one who does. It's not often you see that bowler repeating, and the rest of the team absolutely quiet, including the keeper, who doesn't hear a thing. So dot ball, though, he'll take that. Chance. And it's another one that gets taken. What a good catch this is. And watches it all the way into the hands. And Waka's Zamai has been pretty spectacular in the field. Wherever they put him, it's been a bit of a ball magnet. It's gone to him. That's a really good catch. Yeah. Very, very well taken. So another one bites the dust. So Zawa gets 4 and out, literally. And Asir Niazi takes another wicket, 2 for 5.
And you've got to have great reactions in that part of the field. And you can see there, bit of byplay between the two teams. A lot of friendships out there, I'm sure. But right now, it's an interesting one. It's going to be squeezed over the keeper for 4. Well, I've heard of late cuts, but this is like a late drive. He hits it into the ground backwards, goes over Amar Naeem. Watch it. Bang.
Yeah.
Squeezed out Naeem. He gets the finger on it, tips it over the bar, but can't prevent the boundary.
Yeah, good shot of that. Good bit of action. But you can see how quickly the ball comes on the pin. In fact, I think the keeper, Naeem, does ever so well even to get anything on that. But it's a very good over there. You'll take that.
115 for 8 after 9. 3 for 15. Kogiani, pick of the bowlers. Zalmai with 2 wickets. Niazi with 2 wickets. He works out pretty well for them in that 9th over. They can't bowl him again, though, so they are going to have to go to Shadnan here in the 10th.
Yeah, are they going to Shadnan? I don't think they are.
This is Zishan. No, they're going to go for Zishan. Shadnan was in giving him some advice. Hey, look at this. The run rate of this tournament now, it's the highest run rate of any tournament, any ECS we've had this year. Have a look. It's gone past Spain, which was second of the year in Barcelona, 14.6, 14.7 and over. Oh. And the average across all venues this year is 12.9. Crazy.
It has been. It has been.
130 par in all venues. Don't worry, Croatia starts Monday. Anyway, here we go with Zishan. The only reason I say that is Croatia was, that's gone for 4. Well, I can't believe that was hit that well. I thought it was just going up for a single.
I don't think.
But no.
I don't think Bilal sees it, because I think now Bilal is thinking, why didn't I go for this? I think the easy answer to that, he doesn't see it straight away. He's probably closer to it than the man in a deep extra cover. So that's going to go to the boundary. Now, it's a bit of a risk game with Zishan Arif. Remember the last match? He started 3 balls pretty well, but then he bowled that horrendous no ball, and it went pretty magical.
Ball, the moon ball.
So
yeah, but
it's a risk.
Yeah, I'll come back to that in a second. Here he is again. Hit. Fielder dropped. And then Gowda didn't really run straight away because he thought he was toast. Now they think it too. They think against it. Cotwell's a pretty interesting one to be out there. He's a classic kamikaze behind the wicket, between the wickets as well. So he's looking to get Gowda back on strike, but he can't manage. Yeah, I mean, the thing is they bowled 4 bowlers out in the 8th over. So now if they bowled Niazi 1 earlier, then he could bowl 8 and 10. And he's warranted a second over. But Zishan's not a bad option because they've got depth. I don't think they'll go for 2 here. I was just, the reason I made the Croatia comment is that last year it had the lowest run rate of any ECS, albeit it was quite a boggy field later in the year, but the run rate there was 8.0 and over. So I think it'll be a bit quicker than that this year. Driven, should be stopped. Shadnan takes 1. They think about taking on the arm. They wouldn't have made it. So 122 with 2 to come. Yeah, I think Croatia this year, we will see another lift. Maybe not all the way to the 10, but I think maybe something, maybe 9, 9.5.
I think also, don't forget, when we were there, it was pretty wet.
Yeah.
The ground was pretty soggy at times, so you'd expect the run rate to be lower. I think they've had good weather, and if the weather continues to be good, I'm expecting to see bigger. I reckon it might be considerably more.
It's amazing when you've got commercial grade fog, how the scoring rate tends to drop as well. Anyway, last ball coming up, 1, 2, 3 for GC8. Can Gowda lift them up further? Kinda mishit. Fielder takes the catch. So Gowda goes last ball. Look, it's a score that in a lot of places would be par. Not really here in Austria. 123 for 9 is where they end up, GCA. And cricketers, the way they've been playing, they could probably do that with one hand tied behind their back. They chased 171 earlier, but
This is a final. Funny things can happen in finals. As my coach would say, well, we've got the runs on the board. They don't got anything yet. Make them earn them. Let's see what happens as we reflect on the first half of this 2024 ECS Austria final.
Yeah, I mean, Akash, well, he got one miscue that went for all the way back for 6, but other than that, he struggled. And then we saw this. I mean, that was just the horrible way to start a run out of Hamid Safi, who we know can be pretty dangerous and brutal at the top of the order. He would go for 8 of just 3 balls being run out. And Akshay was just swinging and missing. That was, we thought, a great stop from Kagani, but on reflection, he did put 1 foot on the rope, so they did get the boundary for that. And then this was a really nice shot, just rocks back, plays it away. He would then get a free hit as well because it was a second short one in the over. So at that point, we thought he was going pretty nicely, but then that one just got looped up, ends up in a good catch. And Kogani, well, he was one of a couple of bowlers who was on a hat-trick at some point.
Yeah, well, Kogiani, that's his TM, isn't it? Just blasting the stumps with those block hole deliveries. Bug kind of had a second coming, didn't he? Thanks to a couple of misfields. I know he was kind of eyeing the exits, but he had to step up. Ended up with 43 off 24, which is actually a decent comeback. Bilal, I think was reasonable by the end, but had a bit of a horror start, didn't he, with the 3 balls going for 4 first up. Then this one got carted out of the ground. You know, GCA, they have been really good. In fact, I think they've been the best defensive bowling side in the last few days, and they won't get a bigger test than this against some really heavy hitters, against a team that's full of confidence. I think cricket has batted really well in the semi-final against VCC, but to be honest, I don't think VCC bowled very well to them. So there'll be some different questions asked, but still, cricketers, they'll feel that they are maybe half an hour or so away from their first ECS victory. Some good catches taken there. Wakazama, I thought, caught really well. And GCA, look, in the end, that 43 from Varg turns out to be the top score. Girani, Goodwelly was there, 34. And they had to scramble for every single run, didn't they? And for Sultan's Eye, I mean, he hit a couple of nice ones, didn't he? A couple of 6s and a 4 in his 16. So, yeah, certainly the intent was there. But cricketers didn't make it too easy, did they, for the first-time finalists?
The catching, you just saw there, the wickets that were falling. They made catching look easy. I think it was only the one where Durrani was dropped, actually, on 33, but he couldn't make it count. He was dropped, got a single, but he was out on 34. So no catches hurt them. We know how important they are, but I like the way they threw themselves around the field. Not everything went their way. You saw that from that one over, the first over from Bilal Zalmai, when there was 2 misfields in that, but in the end, they came round, and once they got the key wickets at the top, they just kept and sticking to their plan, bowling a good line, and the fielders were taking the catches. So they've given themselves a very, very good position there, 123 for 9. A quick look at the bowlers there, 3 wickets there from Kogiani. He just impresses me every time he bowls, especially when he gets up, all pitched up there. And then Bilal, again, his second over was just class.
Yeah, and the other thing is they aren't splitting the 5th bowl in 9 and 10, but they combined for 3 for 17. Part of that was, I think, that when they came on, there were 6 wickets down. They were having a bit of a crack at the lower order. Having said that, you still had some guys there, like Garda, that's made big runs today. We will take a break, and we'll be back. 124 is the magic number for cricketers if they are going to lift their first ever ECS trophy. Or can GCA pull out another miracle from their bag of tricks? Many sound to him, Mr. Maximo, for ECM with Rico Full back with the exciting conclusion of this Austrian series after the break. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
Our 2-week adventure here in Austria is coming to an end. What a beautiful country, and the cricket has been explosive and dynamic as well. It's time for you now to start to join us once again on tour on the European Cricket Network as we get ready to start our next adventure. Starting on the 9th of September, we welcome you to Croatia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back to the final on Peacock Friday, match day 12. It's been runs galore here in Austria and we've certainly seen plenty of them here today. But the final itself, probably because of all the pressure on the players, not as high scoring as we thought it could be. Graz Cricket Academy electing to bat first. They have put 123 on the board. Now you would say, and you wouldn't be wrong in thinking it, that it's a bit of a low par score for what we've seen in this tournament. But it is the final and runs on the board do count for something. So, and I think Cricket CC, they know that. What I saw from them in that last match, I think because it was a run chase, you had to go at 17s. They went for it from the word go. Someone like Amir Naheem took off 78 to 90. Remember, scored a 50 of 9 deliveries. They got on the front foot early, but when they tried to, when they thought, hey, look, we only need 9 and over, because they got to that point, they started to lose wickets. So I think the message really from their captain Bilal to them will be, you know what, guys, whatever the case, whatever the situation, I don't want you thinking 1, 2, 4. Go out there thinking once again 170. That way we shouldn't have any issues and we should go on and win the match. That's what they're looking to do here. Aman Naeem will be opening up. Of course, let's see if he can get going the same way that he did in that last match to win against Vienna CC in that semi-final number 1. So he's going to get the strike. Who's going to be bowling the first? I think they look like they're going to go with Akshay. So they're going to try a little bit of the left arm round. So I think this is all about mind games maybe against the hard-hitting batters. So Akshay Wag to Naeem to start off with. And it's thumped. It's hit hard. And that goes a long way. I know there's been some talk and some debate in the chat from the day we got here about the size of the boundaries, and some people saying, oh, we don't think they're 50 meters. They are 50 meters. But the other thing to point out is that I would say on 80% of the time we've seen the boundaries hit, the balls have cleared that rope by a long margin, and they could quite easily be 70 meters and still be cleared, and that's a good example of that. Hit firm, hit hard, hit for 6, and that's the kind of start that Cricketer CC will be looking to do. They wouldn't be looking to hold back, and Aman Naeem certainly isn't the guy to do that. The record breaker on the European Cricket Network, and this time he plays defensively, and that's what I mean. I think in that last match against Vienna CC, he would not have been playing that shot. He still would have been looking to get the ball to the boundary. So sometimes, yeah, you can respect the good ball, but don't go too defensive. Pitched up, and that's high now. I wonder how high this is. He plays, yeah, it's been called actually. It's a 7-up, been called by the umpire straight away. He has come out of his crease, but you can see there's no way that ball is coming down. Great shot of that by Spring Media. It's another one being cracked away. It's a 7-up. Free hit coming up next, so maybe the option to go with the slower stuff from Akshay hasn't gone to plan. Free hit coming up here. If this one goes to the boundary, and it's a good win, a big win in the first over for Cricketer CC. Have got 13 on the board already. And, well, it gets away with the free hit. So, doesn't charge down the wicket. He just looks to flick this away off the pad. So, that's a result for Akshay. And, again, defensively played. So, interesting. We've seen 2 genuine defensive shots. And when I say defensive shots, I mean shots that are played where there's really no effort to try and get anything from it. So a bit of respect. Well, asking the question, umpire's under pressure with the appeal. And not out. Oh, this is worth having a look at. There's a big appeal here. He goes across. And, oh, okay, I probably, if I'm looking at the line, because he does come from quite wide and angles the ball in, I think that ball is going to go and miss the leg stick. I think it's a good call. You can see the base of leg stump there, and that ball is just drifting away. Yeah, nice call from the umpire. Oh, this is another one that's high, but yeah, how high? Fielders come in, they won't take the catch. It'll be a single. I think this one might be okay. I don't think this was as high as the last, but it's still worth having a look. So he does charge at it, so similar to the one before. But let's see this time. I mean, it's coming down, but is it coming down enough? Oh, they might be having to think about this. They're going with okay. Oh, close one. I've seen them given. I definitely have seen them given. I don't think it's that much higher, actually, than the one before. This time, it's the bowler that gets the benefit of the doubt. They've got an interesting over. 14 will come off it. 14 without loss. And Aman Naeem playing some defensive shots there. That surprises a few people. 25 matches since the golden ball. The good news is we have had one here. And that was a score of 123, by the way. I just want to leave that out there. And the team who scored the 123 was the Graz Cricket Academy. So, is that score again? Who knows? All right, here we go. Oh, that's Gandhi. That's another no-he. They're not helping themselves here, are they? And this is Kotwal who comes in, and his first ball is a nasty full toss, which I think, I don't know if this is hit Amaneem on the gloves, or whether he just felt that because he's hit the top part of the bat, he's felt the ricochet of that. But I tell you who's happy, and it's not often this happens if you're a batter. Bilal Zalmai will get a chance to open his account on a free hit. And Bilal, sometimes he has this rush of blood, and he ends up getting himself out. And a few times it's because of his running, a couple of run-outs, and a few times he's run his opposition partner out. Can the captain contain his, well, I suppose his adrenaline and his nerves and get his team the win he's after? Hits that nicely, and it gets past the infield. It's going to be 4 runs. This one goes into the field of joy. And of course, it's the last time we'll get a chance to see some of the animals that have been lurking around here. There's been some wild things happening here in Austria. Well, that one ends up in the fields. And, well, yeah, look, we've seen some friendly ones as well, like the meerkats. They're happy enough to hand the balls over. Yeah, it's going to be sad, not just going away. We'll miss the players. And we've made a lot of friends, but we'll miss the animals as well. Well, some of them we will. Oh, gentlemen leave this time. Yeah, we've seen some friendly animals, the meerkat, the giraffe, and the elephants, don't forget. And we've seen some wild things as well. It's a nice looking shot. Oh, that's beautifully played. It's a lovely shot, it really is. Timed to perfection. Sometimes Bilal comes out with some of the most classiest looking shots. I mean, look at that. It's probably, most people would say that the on-drive is one of the best shots in the game. And he makes that look beautiful and classy, doesn't it? It's a lovely shot. It's all the way for 4, and, well, not sure what's happened here. I think the 12th man has come out running with something, which the umpire's taken and said, right, off you go. There's no time to be giving water to anybody now. Mind you, if it doesn't take up any time, I don't mind that, but the ball is back, and we'll continue. The fielders are back as well. Flipped away, and, oh, the fielder. He's gone down, but he's in the wrong position. That one will get in there as well. And we saw this a few times when the cricketers were in the field. The fielder just getting in the wrong position. He needed to take a little step across to stop that one. Going to be another boundary to Bilal. Of course, folks, what are your thinkings here? For those of you that have watched this all the way through, we've seen some really good performances. Of course, I know that there'll be the MVP to sort out here. Any of you got... who's your MVP? Let me put a question to you. That one's one hand off the bat, is in the air, and it will, I think, be stopped. This is, again, the wind coming into play. The wind is blowing from that part of the ground. It holds the ball up. The chase is on. One hand comes off the bat, so he carves this out on the offside. There's the chase, chasing hard, and let's have a look at this. I think, where's that foot? That's okay. That's a great stop. That's brilliantly done. Talk about the landing, and now, oh my word, yes! What a catch! Absolutely spectacular! Absolutely spectacular. We've seen another fantastic catch. Mansour Safi holds on to something. This is an absolute blinder. It's an absolute blinder. This has been hit with some might, and what a catch. When you need someone to bring you back in this, well, that's been hit hard, but look at the catch. Oh, wow, that is clean as a whistle. That's a great catch. Stunning. Out of this world. Well, some of the catching, folks. I take you back to the one that was taken by Anthony Lark, which was amazing. I know that's doing the rounds on the network. Still, for me, simply one of the best catches we've seen this year. But this one is not far off. Look at this. Oh, well, you just about catch it on the camera. It's a brilliant catch to remove a good player. Well, it needs something special to remove Aman Naheem, and it's a great catch from Safi. Well, one can bring two. That's what they'll be saying to themselves. End of the over. And it's 30 for 1 at the end of 2. And the one wicket they've got is that from Naheem, but it is a extraordinary catch from Mansour Safi. And Kotwal sends one of the big hitters back. So Kotwal gets a good over in there. Now, I don't think they will go back to Wag here. I think you've got to try something different. You've got to try things while you still win the contest. That's going to be the plan. And over game for 16. It wasn't the worst from Akshay Wag, but I just think that he bowled several extras. They will go to Najibullah Sultanzai, and he starts with a no ball as well. Well, what's going on? All three bowlers that are bowled have bowled a beamer. And this one is around about head high. It gets worked away. I mean, that's a top shot from Bilal Zalmai. He doesn't shy away from it. He puts it to the boundary for 4. But it's going to be a free hit coming up, and it's going to be Bilal to face another. Shadnan Khan, by the way, gets a chance at the bat. He gets to come up the top of the order. I suppose he didn't get a bowl. He gets a bat, but we've seen him really go up and down the batting order like a bit of a yo-yo. We've seen him come in sometimes 7 or 8. Here he is, up the order. That is down the ground. It's a lovely pickup. There's going to be 6 more. Bolle, 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 kinna sona. Shaka lagya. Boom, boom, boom. Shaka lagya. Oh, big shot. 6 runs. And Bilal looking to compose himself. He, I mentioned before, sometimes gets a little excited. Has the tendency sometimes to give his wicket away, but this time the captain wants to be there, wants to savor the moment for his side. Oh, that's crunched. What a catch that would have been. That was point blank, right at his head. Oh, this would have been something special from Sultanzai. Look at this travelling, and oh, he's almost held on to a laser. That was a bullet. Goes down. Could you say it's a chance? Well, could you? Would you? I suppose there's those that say, well, Rico hit his hands. I suppose you'd have to say that Bilal being dropped there on 23. Well, I tell you what, I'd be protesting if I had to pay a fine for a drop catch after that one. That's a nice looking shot. That's beautifully played. And this time just rocks back, gives himself a little bit of room and cuts this beautifully in that vacant backward point area. Really nice shot. 4 more runs. They've taken the rate down now to just around 10.5. And that's what they'll be looking to do here, just bit by bit, take it down. It's a slightly slower delivery to the fielder. No run this time. You can see that Shadnan Khan backing up, but gets sent back by his captain Bilal. It's in the air and just out of the reach of the fielder who, I think it's Mansour Safi, who's now complaining about the sun. Mind you, the sun wasn't an issue. The blinder who took last time, well, maybe he didn't have time to think about that one. This one gets over him and just over his fingertips. Will be a single. Bilal will stay on strike. Score 46 for 1 after 3. 16 off that one as well from Sultan Zai. 3 overs complete. You get a chance to look at the power plays there. So 14 and 2 lots of 16. At 10 runs ahead of where their opponents were at this point. Good time, a fine time to welcome back into the final and the final innings of this European Cricket Series in Austria. It's Vinny Sandhu.
Nice to be back. One more GCA miracle. Do they have it in them? Well bowled. It's a good start for Cotwell. Zalmai. Wished it was a wide. It wasn't. He's had a good series. He's got to be in the MVP conversation. Bilal for his all-round skills. He's with cricketers. They have kind of spread the load a lot, haven't they? As far as who's performed for them as well. Lift it up. Yeah, that's going to be runs as well. 1 bounce 4. So Zalmai moves into the 30s. I mean, I think you've got to consider Amar Naeem in there as well for kind of what he's done. Think about his keeping, think about his batting. The first player ever to break the sound barrier, the 9-ball 50. Something tells me he won't be the last either, Rico, the way the game's going.
Yeah, I think with this knock now, Bilal Zalmai has gone past the 400 mark. He's probably sitting in about the 5th spot for highest runs behind Amar Naeem himself, who's probably held on to that 4th spot.
6. Nice shot, stepped across, got in a power position and just let the hands do the work. Mind the cars, mind the cars. It's okay. He even places it well between the cars. 6 runs to cricketers.
Yeah, it's a good shot from a man who seems to be pretty well composed and in a good place right now is Bilal Zalmai, captain.
And can I tell you what I'm putting on my final frontier now, my list?
What are you putting?
A 9-ball 54. Because I was like, you can't beat that. And that's true. You couldn't get a 50 in less than 9. But you could get 9 balls that go for 54. This one isn't going to go for 6. It's going to be hacked away.
They're not running. Why are they not running here?
Because he wants to smash another 6. He's feeling good.
He's done this before, and there's no need to. He's got Shadnan Khan there, the number 3 batter. Play the game. Take the single. Shadnan should be screaming at him, saying, that's 1 run.
Well, Shadnan wouldn't be batting number 3 for much longer if he did that. It's in the air, and that's going to be 6. That's why he likes the one-on-one matchup. Says it's worth me spending a run to get 6. That's exactly what he does. Maximal. Bilal Zalmai moves to 44.
Yeah, it's a good shot. I mean, there's no doubt about it. He has played some good shots. He's a good cricketer, but he's running in between the wickets, and some of the decision-making is not always the best. I think you got to take the runs when they're there. You got to allow. There's no point giving Shadnan a chance at 3 and then not allowing him to face. And now he could be giving his wicket away. The keeper's got to want it. They're all over the place here. But luckily the keeper does hold his nerve and take the catch. I don't think Bilal was in a hurry to get out of the way there, Vinny.
Yeah, well, actually it's a good catch by Yogesh. I'll tell you why. It's always away from him. Second going towards the bowler, but he says, look, now I'm certain this is mine. Bilal, to be fair, he did get out of the way eventually. And Yogesh, he's been pretty good under the high ball today. And an important wicket. Is there still time for GCA to change this narrative? End of the 4th over. Cotwell with another breakthrough, 62 for 2.
Yeah, Cotwell has taken the 2 wickets now, but I go back and say it. You know, if they take the single, Shadnan Khan is on strike. And maybe Bilal gets back on strike, maybe he doesn't, but you got to take those singles. Don't get too greedy. If you get greedy, sometimes you get burnt, and Captain Zalmai will go. But it's supposed to give the opportunity to another young man who's a very good, clean hitter of the ball. Basir Khan comes in at 4.
Yeah, well, I had a question from Dave. Who decides the MVP? Typically, it's a little bit of a team effort, bit of consensus from the Blue Crew about who should get it. I know there's a few people in the conversation. sometimes, obviously, how you go in the final can swing the vote as well.
That's beautifully played. That is a very, very good shot from Shadnan to get off the mark. Shadnan Khan is, I suppose, it goes to show the strength, really, of Cricketer CC when someone like Shadnan has hardly had an opportunity, really, to have a knock. I'm just having a look through at some of the... I mean, he's had 10 knocks. Highest score has been, I think, 22, and so he's had a couple of low ones in there as well, but he's just not had the opportunity. So this is one he'll like to take. He does get a thick edge on this, and ooh, well, the catch definitely would have been out. The run out probably too. Let's have a look at this. Here comes a throw. He's very slow getting the bat down.
Yeah, got there.
Probably just gets it down. You can see there, only just. Shadnan survives the caught behind attempt. Up.
Yeah,
up and away.
Well, it's going to be close. Close ain't good enough, though. And it's going to be the first runs off the bat of Basir Khan. This guy, he just kind of floats in this middle order, can bat anywhere. Generally does his job, doesn't let you down. He's a natural striker of the ball. You've seen him a fair bit for an Austrian, in an Austrian shirt as well. 6 runs gets him going. Durrani. Now he gets short, and it's almost like Basir knew that was coming after he drove him up the ground. He then realised it's probably going to get banged in. He was ready to spring onto that back foot. Look how well balanced Basir is as well. He just lets his hands do the work. Hits it from under his eyes and smacks it away. Back-to-back sixes.
Yeah, good shot. I think, you know what, this is a good move from somebody like Basir Khan. I know that in the Donnerstad team, he would bat pretty low down the order, wouldn't get too many knocks. I think when he did get a knock is when his team was in a bit of dire straits. So he's been able to come in at times and show what a talented player he is. I know that he's working on his bowling. His bowling action went a bit wrong. He's working on that. He'll come back with that, I'm sure. But with the bat, he's a lovely clean hitter of the ball. He's a nice guy to have out there, especially when you're in this position. You can go to somebody like Bassi and say, look, we want to win the game. We want to win it comfortably. Go out there, play your game, take that rate down to run a ball, and then let us finish it off. And
he's a multi-dimensional cricketer, Basir. He's a very good fielder. Obviously, I mentioned with his batting, he's a bit of a chameleon, fits in anywhere. Last ball to 5th, too short, smashed. Maximo, 6 runs, really, cricketers seem to be on a one-way ticket to destiny. It's the end of the 5th over, and they're 85 for 2, just 39 required in the second half of this game. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Force. It's been a pleasure taking you through this European Cricket Series. I also want to say shout out to Nitch.
Yeah.
Nitch, who did all the heavy lifting in the first week while I was away in the Netherlands, and then had last weekend off. But Rico, we're super excited. I had a question in the chat earlier. When does the next series start? Let me just give you a tip. It's always the next day. We never take a break on ECS.
Don't stop.
Tomorrow we have the internationals, and that'll be Saturday and Sunday right here in Austria. And then Monday, the next day, we'll have our first day of the European Cricket Series in Croatia, in Zagreb.
Yeah, and it's going to be exciting, of course. We mentioned Nish. Nish will be there, and rumour has it that there might be a Peacock Friday shirt on the way for Nish. And, of course,
we'll see.
Charlie Hunt will be there as well.
Yeah, Charlie's there as well, and wishing them all the best. We'll be taking a little bit of time before ECC starts in 2 weeks. Anyway, right now, no slowing the cricketers down. GC8, almost like a boxer that's just been able to kind of punch and punch and punch and punch. But now I think they're just a bit weary. I think that they've lifted themselves up to this final. Have done magnificently well to get there, but it just seems like the golden run's coming to an end. Still, I can think of another 9 teams that would love to be in their shoes right now.
Someone gets paid away. Should be only a single. That gives us time to breathe and just think. You were putting the teams up there for the ECIs here, the men's. We know what we're going to get from the Austrian batters. We've seen a lot of them. But I was having a look at some of the Swedish names.
Yep.
Somebody like Sher Ali on here could go mental. He really could. And you know what I'm feeling? I'm feeling that we could see scores like we saw in Hungary. when Sweden went there. I really feel that this could be a massive, high-scoring international series.
And let's see if top-quality bowlers like Nasser Baluch, for example.
Yeah.
Prashant Shukla's another one. Very good left-arm spinner from Sweden. Let's see if they can find any answers. So I don't know what it is. It's the same field we always use, the same dimensions, but it's just been flying out. There's slow ball hit hard and a brilliant catch down there. So Basir's going to have to go. Got plenty of that. Hit it with the wind. Abdullah Kotwal is in the way. Takes a nice catch low down. Change the pace. Does the trick. Fahmid Safi. And cricketers 90 for 3. Graz not giving up yet.
Good catch. Hit that pretty well. But you see, he's one of a few players that does like to play this shot. And the issue with it is, though he hits the ball nicely and he times well, we saw Akbarjan do it early, didn't we? Hits the ball really well, hits it clean, hits it with power. But if it's hitting it close to a fielder, the catch will be taken. Well, we're talking about catching. Well, some of these guys are going to make sure you don't catch anything because they hit it hard.
I'm going to tell you, just Sher Ali, monster. Imal Zuvak, the impossible chase, he engineered it. Saeed Ahmed, Samuel Rahmani, huge hitters. So, yeah, just wait and see. Could be another one. It is. Well, 2 in a row. Zishan Arif goes for a golden. The only way cricketers can lose is if they collapse. And 1-2, buckle my shoe, is at the start of a slippery slope. Well done to Safi, who goes bang, bang. He's on a hat-trick. 3rd hat-trick opportunity in the game. And cricketers are 90 for 4.
Zishan can't believe it. He's rocked back. He thinks he's hit it well enough, but he's only hit it well enough to find a safe pair of hands. Derek will go. Just like that. It's another bowl on a hat-trick. Well, we did have to wait a long time for a century, and we had a few in the end. We only have had the 1 hat-trick. Will we get another? And will it come in the final? Hamid Safi with the ball. Hat-trick ball coming up. A left-hander is, Kogiani, who takes strike. And Kogiani, let's just say that he ain't going to hang around. He's going to be excited about the big gap next to the square, between square and the short third.
All right, hat-trick ball. Nope. Hello to Danny Hudacek. I always say, whenever I see a wide on a hat-trick ball, big hello to Danny, who, by the way, will be doing the Greece versus Spain series on the 20th, 21st, and 22nd of September. It was a hard sell to Danny. Corfu. He said, I don't think I even got to say the foo bit. He said, I'm in. All right. From Marina Cricket Ground there. All right. Mulligan. Kogiani saying, I ain't going to let this collapse continue. And he gives it the old high elbow. Well, end of the over 91 for 4.
Well, Shadnan Khan is out there. We know he's a good player, but hasn't had too much to hit. He's joined by Kogiani, who has had a few hits out there. But I suppose they're just thinking, these two, we just want to be a little bit careful. Daniel Eckstein still to come in. We know he's nursing that side injury, so he hasn't been at his best. You still got the likes of Waka Zalmai that can come out there. And, of course, you got Asadullah. So, yeah, I think maybe they got to a point here saying, look, we're well in front here. We're needing under 8.5 and over. Let's not make this complicated. Let's put the bad ball away. Let's take the extras that come our way. And let's try and do it comfortably.
Radio. Yeah, that's one way to deal with the collapse. Just hammer the ball out of the ground. Shadnan, I don't know if you want to call him the forgotten man of this lineup, but he is a guy that, you know, we haven't always seen him batting that high, but he is such a great hitter of the ball. We know that. He's a guy that has 100 on ECN. And he scored that 103 versus Jandra Brescia. Was playing for Brescia CC back in 2020. But, yeah, gives us a taste of it there down the ground. Should be cut off. It is. And this is about the ultimate of death bowling as it gets. You're defending 26 off 22. You're just fighting to keep the runs required above balls as long as you can. Kogiani's already shown he's not afraid to be a bit careful. He blocked the first ball he faced. How's he going to continue? Nah, there's only one chance. Got him. Well, there you go. Kogiani goes for a duck. He was careful the first time, but once bitten, twice shy, and he has to go. It's 98 for 5.
Momond taking a very good catch, just had to move a few steps to his left, takes it in a nice, comfortable area. It's another one that will go. So Kugiani, well, he was looking pretty careful, wasn't he? We saw the way he played the last few deliveries off that over from Safi, just blocking it out. Looks like he was waiting for one to go big on. He thought that was the one. Oh, well, what's Peacock? What's Peacock Derek been on?
You know, this is a bit of a tradition. When it's Friday afternoon at 5:20 p.m. here. I know in Australia, when you go to lunch on Friday in the office, there's a little bit of see you on Monday. It looks like Peacock Derek's been on the white wine spritzers. Anyway, all right. Asadullah gets a bat.
Now.
Shadnan now, who has still got? I mean, I don't think they're running out of batting. Still haven't seen Big D, you know.
Yeah, Big D holding himself back.
It's on ice. Oh, well bowled. Well bowled. 26 off 20. Yeah. Can you kind of get it to the kind of shaky ground? Last couple of overs still needing 15, 16, 18, something like that.
Jibula wants to get one more wicket in here. Pick up another, and who knows? Because Shadnan at the other end is probably thinking, right, I better be thinking about finishing
Great
this. Yorker.
Great Yorker.
Oh, he's running into trouble.
Oh, well, it's all right. Yeah, the wickets kind of matter, but dots matter. And there's two good Yorkers on Asadullah there. Oh, Sultanzai putting it on a sixpence at the moment. This isn't a Yorker, gets hurt. Maximo. Well, that kind of sums up the whole tournament, I think. You get it right, you can have good things happen, but if you get it wrong even by a bit, it's going to be painful. The 100 comes up for cricketers with a Maximo.
Yeah, powerful shot, but all about the length. You're right, Vinny. And that's the one thing I think, especially the men from Sweden and the women from Spain will be looking at. Just, you got to bowl a good length on this pitch. There's plenty of runs out there. Yes, there is. But if you bowl well, wickets are there as well. And as I speak about what's happening tomorrow, we will start with the women. The Austrian women will take on the women from Spain. And, of course, the women from Spain and the men from Sweden will be arriving today. So I hope you've all had safe journeys and you're settling well back at base, ready for the action to start tomorrow. But, yeah, now looks like Akshay Wag will get a second over this time. So he's got 20 to defend. If it goes wrong, then it's all done and dusted. So a bit of a gamble, and they're bowling to Shadnan.
No, would have been a dot, isn't a dot. Maybe it's not the worst thing to get Shadnan out the way. Maybe you can work on Asad. Varg. It's actually been pretty good down the stretch in the last few overs. A few people wondering what's wrong with Peacock Derek. Obviously feeling pretty festive. Anyway,
Derek's been on the sherry. That's what's wrong with him. Short and interestingly played. Doesn't want
pretty
to.
Smart.
Yeah, doesn't want to. I mean, if you have a look at leg side boundary, there's nobody on backward square. But
yeah, but
doesn't want to chance it.
Hit one up in the air and you feel like a goose. You're walking off saying, "Hey, just didn't have to do anything stupid here." 18 off 16. Is attack the best form of defence here? Maybe. I think Shadnan's attacking. Oh, geez, shows a lot of the front pad there. Lucky hit that. It would have been playing LBW.
Very risky shot to play from Shadnan, and especially when there's a fielder there. I understand it when teams leave that unoccupied. That's a risky one.
We are human beings, even though they bat like robots sometimes. More ball, keeps it on the turf, and he's going to get 4. Well, there you go. Low risk, high return. And Shadnan, he's been pretty important here, just keeping things under control. Nice little back foot drive through cover point.
Yeah, timing to perfection. There's always room for a little bit of class. Top draw shot. You know, before I got here, of course, you do your research, you're looking at players. And when I saw that Shadnan Khan was playing, I was like, yeah, this is the guy you got to watch because he's such a good player.
Yeah, well, he is.
Yet we've hardly seen him. That goes to show the strength of the batting order.
Galaxy of
Stars.
Stars.
CC.
Oh, no. Even the keeper back's going to miss his 4 byes. And really, I think this game slipped away now. Normally you have the keeper back to make it safer. But to be honest, it's a classic. He didn't think he was going to miss it. You know, he just wasn't expecting him to miss it. Yogesh, to be fair, he's had a very good day behind the stumps. But he loved that one back. 10 to win now.
And that one really does hurt you, especially after a legitimate boundary off the bat, 4 byes. So just needing 10 for victory. Cricketer CC.
This could finish quickly now. Or not. Because Shadnan says, look, I'll take the strike. Going to keep this under control. Varg finishes with pretty decent figures. None for 21 in the final. 2 overs to go in Austria. It's 115 for 5.
Cricketer CC. Team that have never won it there before. Of course, they know what it's like to be on the losing end. They lost out last year, remember, on finals day. Looking to make amends for that, of course. It was Donnerstad who made 161. Nur Ahmadzai scored 55. A partnership between him and Aman Ahmadzai of 92. Cricketer CC, well, they tried hard, but couldn't quite get there.
I mean, still can't believe Donnerstad aren't going to be holding up the trophy every time I've been here. That's the way it's been. They've won every ECS or every ECN tournament at the domestic level they've been involved in. But cricketers, hey, they've earned it. 9 to win unless something really dramatic happens. Look who it is, Hamid Safi, the prodigal son. Over number 9, slow ball, no ball's called. And it's going to be whacked out of the ground. Well, it's pointing at the front foot.
Well, he bowls a slower ball and then bowls a no ball. Well, this has got to be very interesting.
Here. Check the foot. Yeah, I mean, look, it's hard to tell, but umpire, he said straight away, called it. Point, say front line. So anyway, put the champagne on ice. Just 2 to win now for cricketers. And really just got caught short here, probably 30 runs short. That 150 plus, they've shown they can defend it. 2 to win for cricketers. And it'll still be 2 to win here. There's the flick. Backed up. Look, before we go, I've got to say, GCA, you've got to take your hat off to them. Yeah. The way they fought all the way through. No one really gave them a prayer, even maybe of making the 5.
Yeah.
Shri Punjab win yesterday was great. The Salzburg win, kind of ice in their veins. Then they were 2 down early in the day against Salzburg. Everyone kind of said, all right, well, surely this is the end of them. They fought all the way. They've gotten over the defending champions, Donnerstadt, knocking them out of a tournament. No one's ever done that. But 2 to win now for cricketers. And it's up. It's in the air to keep the game alive. Well, it will stay alive. It'll tie the scores. Would have been the most unusual winning run I've ever seen. But yeah, they're the only team, you know, GCA, they're the only team to ever knock Donnerstadt out of a tournament at the domestic level on ECN.
Yeah.
So they've got a lot to be proud of, but cricketers, they're gathering on the sidelines. They know they're close. The scores are tied. And it's Asad Ullah that will get the opportunity to bring up the win for cricketers. It'll be their first ever ECS title.
Fielders coming in from everywhere. Here comes the delivery from Safi.
That'll do it. It'll do it. It'll be backwards 4. They won't care how it comes. Cricketer CC rule the roost in Austria in 2024. They had their ups, they had their downs, but at the end of the day, out of the 11 teams that started this European Cricket Series, Cricketer Cricket Club have come out on top.
Well, they're celebrating without the 2 batters out the middle. And, well, I was expecting them to run onto the field there. Well, maybe they've been told that otherwise. They're just waiting. Maybe out of respect, I think, of the opposition. And I like that as fair play. But you can see they're very happy. Big D, who we've seen him wearing the yellow off Vienna CC, makes the move over. Didn't get the right shades. Still has the Vienna shades on. But, yeah, it's a good moment for them. And all of the aches and pains that he's gone through and some of those other players, well, it'll be all worth it now as they are going to be crowned the champions. First of all, it'll be hugs for the batters who are out there. Well done to Shadnan Khan, of course, weathered the storm, kept a nice cool head to get his team the win. He finishes with 30 not out, coming in at number 3. And Asad Ullah, the other not out batter, he's on 11. But it's a great victory for them. But, you know, as the players congratulate each other, I'm with you, Vinny. I mean, Graz Cricket Academy, they played with their hearts. They played with a lot of guts and fire. Sometimes they were down and the chips were down, but they came back. And I remember saying the first time I saw them, I was talking to Nish about them, that they reminded me very much like Sherry Punjab. And Sherry Punjab and Graz Cricket Academy, a little bit like Roma CC, a team who can be hot and cold. Sometimes they're great and they can score big runs. Other times they'll struggle. and maybe the bowling was always going to be an issue for them. But they changed that round. They came back, and the bowling actually improved. It was their bowling and their fielding that was winning the matches. But they get all the way to the final. They got the win early against Salzburg. That was a great win for them. Big-time underdogs there. Then, well, if they were big underdogs, they were even bigger against Donnerstad. And they won that one, a very close contest, winning by just 5 runs when they put 157, which then transpired to 162 on the board because of penalty runs. But here in the final, despite their efforts, I think you got it perfectly right, Vinny. They just needed the extra 20-odd runs, which would have taken them to that 150-something score, a score which they probably could have tried to put a better defence in. But take nothing away from Graz CC. I mean, you saw way back on match number 1 when they went down to Vienna CC, even though they lost that match, they had character, they had some willpower, they had some passion, they had the drive to want to win. And led by the captain, they showed that all the way through. And they get the victory, and it's a sweet taste of victory for them, and of course sweet revenge in a way after going down in the final last year.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And yeah, they'll just be thrilled, I'm sure. I mean, part of them, I'm sure, maybe imagine that they'd have to get over Donnerstad again, that beat them in the final last year, but hey, you can't begrudge them. Look, GCA, they never gave up. Looked like cricketers going to run away with it. They fought back. They continue to take wickets, bring new batters out there, hoping they could get someone to feel the pinch. But in the end, cricket is too strong. Basir batted pretty well, hit that one low down, pretty well held out there on the boundary. But yeah, next one, Disha went first ball. Shadnan actually stepped up. He's a guy we knew he's very, very capable. ECN century to his name. And, well, he ultimately would get them home. So, Cricketer CC, I like this comment from John saying it. They do exactly what it says on the tin. And they do. They play some excellent cricket, don't they, in this European Cricket Series. That was kind of a sign that it was all over bar the shouting. The 4 byes there. Shadnan got them close, and then ultimately it would be Asadullah that would score the winning boundary. Cricketers win the final and their first European Cricket Series, winning this one with 9 balls to spare.
Yeah, and you know, when you look at the cricket that we've seen here, we focus about cricket in general, how it's been great. Just to remind you folks, don't forget the trophy ceremony is coming up, and that will be probably about some 10 minutes away. Do stay with us for that. But yeah, I just wanted to address something very important and something that I always like to mention. You know, you got to look at cricket in the countries here. It's great. Now, sometimes we go to places, and maybe Austria at some point was one of those countries where you'd go back and it'd be the same winners all the time. And you start to say, well, that tells you that maybe new players are not coming in. That tells you that maybe that the competition isn't getting better, isn't getting stronger. You can see the change there now. I mean, Donnerstad, they're still a terrific team, but they get beaten by the Graz Cricket Academy. Look at Cricketer CCs. So you got a lot of good teams coming in here now. And I know that that's not all the teams and all the players that you have. It's a good sign for cricket in Austria that you're seeing this competition. And we've seen that in this tournament. There's been no whipping boys in this at all. You have to remember that. So a shout out to all the teams. Everybody's played their part in what has been a great series, from the likes of the Snazzies and the Lord CC that had their struggles at the wrong end of the table. But even when you look at their performances, really good, solid performances, good players in there. I mean, I can just mention the likes of Janan Gulzai. I mean, what a tournament he had, and what a great bit of captaining he did. He ends up right up there as one of the top batters in the tournament. His name certainly will be mentioned in the MVP, the Snazzy captain. 493 runs to his name. It's been a great tournament. It's not been about one team. It's not been about a handful of players. It's been about good team performances, and I think all the teams here in Austria should take a lot of pride over that.
Yeah, they can be really proud. I think, I don't know about exceeded their own expectations, because they kind of always had that winning attitude, but I really just loved seeing a team which didn't really have a lot of big names in there, and there are heaps of big names in Austria, in Austrian cricket, lots of big hitters, but the fact they just found a will, they found a way to win. And to be honest, they did it by keeping their composure with the ball against some of these really intimidating batting lineups, but they just showed accuracy. That's how they had this winning run all the way to the final. obviously just getting caught a little bit short with the bat, and it didn't happen for them. They would have liked a bit of a faster start, but hey, that's the way it goes. I want to say big thanks to everyone out there for your company. It's great to see so many new faces in the chat. I really enjoyed that. Hopefully you stay with us because there's so much cricket coming your way. Obviously got the internationals tomorrow with Austria, Spain in the women's T10 internationals, Austria versus Sweden in the men's. And hey, don't forget, Austria and Spain in the women's, they've got history, right? Because they played a golden ball to decide who got to make the top 4 and the finals in the ECCW last year. But Austria and Sweden don't have any T10 history on the network. So I'm really excited to see them get going tomorrow, 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 in India. And don't forget, Croatia starts on Monday.
Yeah, plenty of good cricket to come. But I'm looking forward to these the international tomorrow. You already mentioned about some of the great matches that the Austrian women and the Spanish women have put for us. I mean, great individual performances. Some new names coming into the fold there as well. And I'm excited. Of course, living in Spain, I'm very excited to see some of those new players that Spain have. But of course, the men, I'm looking forward to seeing some of those big hitters from Sweden going out there and matching the Austrian batters punch for punch.
I'm excited. It's Friday. I'm ready for action. Trophy ceremony coming on the way. It's a throwback from tomorrow, but it's been great to be back here with you. I know we've got the weekend together, and then we'll get a couple of weeks off for the ECC. Don't forget, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Like this video. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. But for now, from everyone here at the European Cricket Network, please come back to us in a few minutes for the trophy ceremony. Otherwise, we're back tomorrow from everyone here at ECN and the European Cricket family. Enjoy these highlights of finals day. I'll see you to present the trophy shortly, but for now, hasta pronto. Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to the trophy presentation ceremony for the European Cricket Series here in Austria. I love that enthusiasm. It's great to be here, and I've had a great time. Always love coming here, and there's something about this cricket that, even though I see a lot of crazy cricket around, when I come back here, it just seems like supersized. I don't know what it is. Something about this year's tournament as well. We saw the scores going through the roof. Maybe that's the outfield as well. A bit quicker than usual. Obviously the rain stayed away, which is fantastic. Now we know when to come. But we had scores kind of 145, 147 I think was the average run rate in the end. In fact, it's the highest scoring series of the year. So look, I know it's not great for bowlers. I know it's probably the bowlers are not clapping so much, but what I will say, and Graz in particular, I want to congratulate you on your death bowling, your defensive bowling, because I think as a bowler you got two options. You can just give up, or you can step up. Okay, and I think the bowlers, I think that when both teams would agree, when you got it right, actually you did have some agency and you did have some ability to at least have some wins, and I think the teams that bowled better ultimately won more matches. So anyway, just a little observation from me. Obviously, it's great to be here on behalf of the European Cricket Network, and I want to say big thanks to all of our partners around the world, so to Dream 11, to Fancode, to Paramatch, also to HCL Software for their support, to Local Lifestyle, who are providing wonderful medals and trophies that you'll receive today if you're lucky enough. Also MVP trophy here. Also to Bizway, who are able to get us around all the way. And just a reminder, I'm sure a lot of you are aware that in just over 2 weeks' time, we'll start the Euros of cricket. It's really exciting. I know a lot of you hope to be there as well. It's really the jewel in the crown of our cricketing year. So hopefully you can stay with us, be part of the community and spread the word, because obviously it's very special what's been going on in European cricket. I want to thank the Austrian Cricket Association here, the Federation, for their hospitality again. I know that Bilal is floating around, and I want to say thanks to everyone here at the club that helped us by feeding us, by helping us out, by running us over drinks. I think we were really well looked after, so I want to say a big thank you to everyone that helped. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause. And yeah, perhaps you fed us a little bit too well at times, but that's okay. I really enjoyed it. I also want to thank all of the players, not just the players here, but we know because we see the sacrifices that you have to go through to play European cricket. So driving, okay, driving from Graz, driving from around the city, out of the city to be here, organising your work, your family life, your schedule around cricket. So I would like to actually thank you for your contribution to European cricket. Thank you so much for bringing us the joy of European cricket. Also, I want to thank the Blue Crew and obviously Mita. I know Mita is planning probably to maybe retire at the end of the year, and Mita, I still hope you don't, but you're doing a wonderful job. But to all the Blue Crew, for your wonderful company and your professionalism. Let's hear it for the ECN crew. Well done, guys. Also, I want to give a shout out. I did start with some other commitments in the Netherlands, and I wasn't here the first week. I want to say big thank you to Nish for filling in for me. Nish is a wonderful young commentator. I think he's got a bright future. So Nish, I know you're out there. He's actually going to be starting Croatia on Monday, but also special shout out. I know he's lurking in the background here, but Rico Full, couldn't do it without you. Thank you once again for your wonderful commentary and energy. And don't worry, Rico told me he will never retire. Also, I want to thank our wonderful crew at Spring Productions, at Spring Media. Without them, it wouldn't be the same. I will say that. And I know we've got some of the crew here. Some of them have already left us. Some of them probably still in the sweat box over there. But without Spring Media, we wouldn't be able to translate what you do on the field and take it to millions around the world. So I'm going to thank you guys. Big thank you for your contribution to European cricket. Okay, one final thank you, a group of thank yous I want to mention, and that's the officials. So the umpires are behind me, and Tyrone, I applaud you. Honestly, I think you did a wonderful job. It's not yeah, let's hear it for the umpires. It's definitely not easy doing what you're doing, and the game's only getting faster. I often say this, and I mean it. I think we have some of the best umpires in the world because of how many decisions they're making and how many they're getting right, and the use of the technology and incorporating that's a lot. So I want to wish you all the best with whatever you do going forward. Hopefully it's more umpiring. It's really important that we have umpiring at a good standard. You guys have been great. Once again, thank you. Okay, we're going to get on with the trophy ceremony. 11 teams started this journey. 5 teams made it through to finals day, but it's been an awesome couple of days for just jaw-dropping cricket. I know the viewer numbers have been through the roof. All the feedback we're getting is that this is one of the most exciting kind of finishes to a tournament that we've ever had. Obviously, it had a few surprises along the way. I want to congratulate everyone that made it to finals Friday. Obviously, we saw Salzburg bowing out of the first game of the day, and it was maybe a bit of an upset, maybe not to you guys. Obviously, you kind of had the wood on them. Then obviously, in the semi-finals, we had to say goodbye to Vienna CC, and then Donnerstadt, the reigning champions. We lost them as well. But I mean, these are all teams that could have easily won the trophy on another day. That's what made today so exciting. 5 teams all had that ability, I think, to go all the way. Let's talk about the team that came in second, and GCA. I just loved your fight. I think I said a few times that you're kind of greater than the sum of your parts, and your positivity. I mean, I actually noticed it last year. I know last year you narrowly missed out on the finals, but just that belief. And I think you bring the game back to something really simple, that, you know, I want to be the one that's going to do something special that's going to get us back in the game. And I just thought that, the catch earlier and just your death bowling under pressure, I think that's the reason you got as far as you went. And now I suppose your next step is to try and go one better and to lift the trophy. So I want to congratulate you, wish you all the best for the future. Hopefully we see you again next year. I'd like to invite Latvia to come up and present the silver medals. Please welcome up to collect their silvers. It's Graz Cricket Academy in second place. Well done. Come on, Yogesh, come. Keep it going for Graz. Well done. Congratulations. Congratulations. Let's put your hands together one more time. The runners-up in this European Cricket Series Austria 2024, Graz Cricket Academy. Everyone loves an underdog story, and there was a lot of viewers, obviously, kind of the neutrals that were hoping you get across the line. But it was a wonderful game. Keep fighting, keep playing the way that you play, keep supporting each other. That's what cricket's all about. Okay, now I do want to mention that we do have the MVP trophy here as well. Tyrone Peters, the tournament referee, is going to present this. Now, I don't normally do shout outs, but there's a few I just want to mention because it was a crazy kind of tournament. I think Bilal Zalmai played very, very well, bowled well, batted well, led his side well. I want to mention Imran Asif of Salzburg, only the 10th ever 150 on the network, which is something quite remarkable. We had Sadiq with a hat trick. We had all sorts of things. We ultimately boiled it down to someone we thought led the side very well. He was involved in 19 dismissals, mixture of catches and wickets. Also, he led the run scoring with 621 runs, including his first ever ECN century. So the MVP for this European Cricket Series from Vienna CC is Mark Simpson Parker. And Mark, actually, he already left the ground, but we do have Hannah Simpson Parker here to collect the trophy on behalf of Mark. Now what I will say is if you want to see more of Hannah, and we sure do, she'll be on the park tomorrow, of course, for the Austrian women's team taking on Spain, and of course the Austrian men's team taking on Sweden. First time they've ever met in T10 international cricket. I know when they met in T20s a couple of years ago, it was really close. So I'm really looking forward to that. Okay, so now it is time to hand over the winners' trophies. And look, Cricketers Cricket Club, what a story. Obviously, making it all the way to the final last year, not quite getting over the line, but I look at your team, I look at how many stars you've got in there, and I know you're gonna make it pretty close. And when you were chasing 171, I still think then, I was like, I think they could do this. And you sure had a crazy start. Amma, I've got to mention you, the first ever man to score a 9-ball 50 on the network. Congratulations. That's one of the records. I knew one day someone would smash through that 9-baller, and I'm glad it's you. Obviously, you provide some real spectacular hitting. Also, I love your wicket keeping, you know about that. But I think ultimately, it's one thing to have a team of individuals, but it's how you gel together. I noticed you guys, how you get together, how you try and keep the good feelings going. I know it can't be easy to juggle when you've got a lot of good players. Some people aren't getting to play in their position, or some people have to be patient, but I think you handled that pretty well. And ultimately, when the temperature rose, you rose with it. So I want to congratulate you, and I'd like to invite you up to collect your gold medals. Please welcome Cricketers Cricket Club of Austria. And can I love to hand over these gold medals. Kataria, the head of the disciplinary committee in Cricket Austria, is handing over the gold medals. Starting with Big D. Big D. Congratulations. Look, final word for me before we go. It's great. I love the European Cricket Series, but I know that each and every one of you playing club cricket here in Austria, you'd love to come to the ECL, the Champions League of European Cricket. Donnerstadt, we were there last year. Vienna CC the year before. We had Austrian Cricket Tigers the year before that. It's a really amazing experience to do with your club. So I wish you all the best. Everyone's still in the running for that this season. We want to grow cricket at the grassroots level. That's obviously happening everywhere, and especially here in Austria. I'd like to now invite Bilal to hand the trophy over to one of his teammates, probably Waka, I'm guessing. So please welcome your champions of ECS Austria 2024, Cricketer Cricket Club. All right, come on, let's give it a one, two, let's get it up there. That's it, come on. Let the party get started. Loved being here, love Austria. Cricket CC, they ruled the roost in the end. GCA, what a story though, what a 48 hours. They might sleep for about 3 days after that. Internationals tomorrow, don't forget Croatia, the European Cricket Series starts again on Monday in Zagreb. For now, Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. On behalf of everyone here on the ground, we'll sleep tonight, but not for long. See you tomorrow for more cricket on ECN. For now, hasta mañana. It's okay, you've got a beautiful face. You can do it.